Chapter 6. Saturday, February 9th. Runnymede. To Alf Jones's. Not much in that bill of fare, you think? Perhaps not. Nor was Count Federigo degli Alberigi's falcon much of a banquet for the Lady Giovanna. Though that meager catering cost a considerable jar to the sensibilities of the impoverished aristocrat, accurately represented, in this instance, by the writer of these memoirs. Of course, I am committed to any narration imposed by my random election of dates. But just notice that perversity, that untowardness, that cussedness in the affairs of men, which brings me back to Runnymede. Above all places in the spacious southwestern quarter of the mother province. The unforeseen sequences of that original option are masters of the situation, till they run their course, and most tyrannical masters they are. They have tied me to a stake. I cannot fly, but, bear-like, I must fight the course. Your first-person singular novelist delights in relating his love story, simply because he can invent something to pamper his own romantic notions. Whereas, a similar undertaking makes the faithful chronicler squirm inasmuch as you'll find out soon enough. 5 days before the date of this entry, I had received orders to proceed at once to Runnymede, and there to complete an M-form. Which would in the meantime be forwarded from our central office to Mr. Montgomery. 12 hours' riding had brought me to the station, but the document had not arrived, so there was nothing for it but to wait till the next mail came in. That would be on the 9th. Being a little too exalted for the men's hut, and a great deal too vile for the boss's house, I was quartered in the Narangi's barracks. Social status, apart from all consideration of mind, manners, or even money, is more accurately weighed on a right-thinking Australian station than anywhere else in the world. The folklore of Riverina is rich in variations of a mythus, pointing to the David and Goliath combat between a quiet wage slave and a domineering squatter, in the brave days of old. With one solitary exception, each station from the Murray to the Darling claims and holds this legend as its own. On Kultopa alone, the tables are turned, and the amiable steward makes a holy show of the truculent rouseabout. But on no station, not even on Kultopa, has imagination bodied forth, or tradition handed down, any such vagary as might imply that a wage slave saw the inside of the house or the barracks. And a Narangi will always avoid your eye as he relates how, on some momentous occasion, the boss invited him to step in and take a seat. In the accurately graded society of a proper station, you have a reproduction of the temple economy under the old Jewish ritual. The manager's house is a sanctum sanctorum, wherein no one but the high priest enters. The barracks is an inner court, accessible to the priests only. The men's hut is an outer court, for the accommodation of lay worshippers, and the nearest pine ridge, or perhaps one of the empty huts at the wool shed, is the court of the Gentiles. And the restrictions of the temple were never more rigid than those of a self-respecting station. This usage, of course, bears fruit after its kind. It was more than a mere custom with the medieval baron, it was a large part of the religion which guided his rascally life, to wolf his half-raw pork in fellowship with his rouseabouts. Hence he could bash the latter about at pleasure, and they, in return, were prepared to die in his service. A good solid social system, in its own brutal and non-progressive way. The squatter, of course, cannot get back to the long table with the dogs underneath. But he ought to think out some practicable equivalent to the baron's crude and lopsided camaraderie, this having been a necessary condition of vassal loyalty in olden time. Without vassal loyalty, or abject vassal fear, the monopolist's sleep can never be secure. Domination, to be unassailable, must have overwhelming force in reserve, moral force, as in the feudal system, or physical force, as in our police system. The labor leader, of accredited integrity and capability, though, so to speak, ducally weedy, has moral force in reserve, and we all know how he controls the many-headed. Also, the man glaringly destitute of integrity or capacity, but noticed as having a bullet head, a square jaw, countersunk eyes, and the rest in proportion, is suspected of having the other kind of force in reserve. And we know how he escapes anything like wanton personal indignity in his intercourse with gentle or simple. Now, the only reserve force adherent to station aristocracy resides in the manager's power to sack. The squatter of half a century ago dominated his immigrant servants by moral force, no difficult matter, with a gentleman on one side and a squad of hereditary grovellers on the other. He dominated his convict servants by physical force, an equally easy task. But now the old squatter has gone to the mansions above, the immigrant and old hand to the kitchen below. And between the self-valuation of the latter-day squatter and that of his contemporary wage slave, there is very little to choose. Hence the toe of the blucher treads on the heel of the tan boot, and galls its stitches. The average share of that knowledge which is power is undoubtedly in favor of the tan boot. But the preponderant moiety is just as surely held by the blucher. In our democracy, the sum of cultivated intelligence, and corresponding sensitiveness to affront, is dangerously high, and becoming higher. On the other hand, the squatter, even if pliant by disposition, cannot spring to the strain, social usage being territorial rather than personal. So here, you see, we have the two factors which should blend together in harmony, namely, the stubborn tradition of the soil, and the elastic genius of the masses, divorced by an ever-widening breach. There are two remedies, and only two, available. Failing one of these, something must, soon or later, give way with a crash. Either the anachronistic tradition must make suicidal concessions, or the better-class people must drown all plebeian Australian males in infancy, and fill the vacancy with Asiatics. My acquaintance with Runnymede dated from about 7 years before. Tracking 3 stray steers, I had reached the station at sunset. I had come more than 60 miles, nearly all unstocked country, in 2 days, and with only one chance meal. My horse was provokingly faggied. I was ragged by reason of the scrub, and dirty for lack of water, whilst an ill-spelled and ungrammatical order on Naylor of Cullybuka, for £28, was the nearest approach to money in my possession. I had left my cattle tracks, and was approaching the home station, when I met Mr. Montgomery himself. I told him my story. "Oh, well, go to the store and get your rations," said he disgustedly. "And, see, if those steers of yours are on the run, get them off as quick as possible. Fence breakers, no doubt. Come. Hurry up, or the store will be closed." The storekeeper measured me out a pannikin of dust into a newspaper, and directed me to the left-hand corner of the ram paddock, as the best place for my horse. There, in the spacious court of the Gentiles, I made a fire, worked up my johnny cake on the flat top of the corner post, ate it hot off the coals, then lay down in swino-philosophic contentment. And read the newspaper till I could smell my hair scorching, and so to sleep. My next visit to Runnymede took place about 3 years later. I had timed myself to draw up to the station on a Saturday afternoon, with 5 ton 17 of wire. Montgomery met me, as before. "You're Collins, aren't you? I've got the duplicate. We won't disturb your load till Monday. Shove your trespassers in the ration paddock, and go and stop in the hut." I was rising in the world. Next time I called at Runnymede, it was to inspect and verify the register which Montgomery was supposed to keep for my department. Being now worthy of the inner court, I was told off to sleep in the spare bed in Moriarty's room, and to sit at meat with the Narangis, where we were waited on by a menial. If my social evolution had continued, if I had expanded, for instance, into a literary tourist, of sound conservative principles, I would have seen the inside of the boss's house before I had done. But, as it happened, I withered and contracted from that point, simultaneously, mind you, with a perceptible diminution of my inherent ignorance and correlative uselessness. Such, however, is life. But on the present occasion I had been quartered in the barracks for 4 whole days. As idle as a freshly painted ship upon an ocean made iridescent by the unavoidable dripping and sprinkling of the pigment used. A clumsy metaphor, but happily not my own. This lethargy was inexcusable. I had 3 notebooks filled with valuable memoranda for a series of Shakespearean studies. And oh, how I longed for a few days' untroubled leisure, just to break ground on the work. Those notes had been written in noisy huts, or by flickering firelight, or on horseback, written in eager activity of mind. And in hope of such an opportunity for amplification as I was now letting slip. But I have one besetting sin, and this Delilah, scissors in hand, had dogged me to Runnymede, and pulled me by the skull. Nor could I plead inadvertence when I gravitated into the old familiar vice. But I left the consequences for an after consideration. The opportunity was there, like an uncorked bottle under a dipsomaniac's nose, and that was enough. One more, I kept saying to myself. One more, and that's the last, so sweet was ne'er so fatal. According to the unhappy custom of besetting sins, this evil thing came upon me the moment I woke on the morning of the 9th. I slipped into my clothes, and started off along the horse paddock fence toward a natural hollow, a mile from the station. Here 12 or 15 years continuous trampling by the worst-smelling of ruminants, bar the billy-goat, on ground heretofore untrodden except by blackfellows, birds, and marsupials, had developed a pond, sometimes a couple of acres in area, and 8 feet deep in the middle, and sometimes dry. Full or dry, fresh or rotten, the pond was known as the swimming hole. At the time I speak of, the water was about half gone, in both senses, and evaporating at the rate of an inch a day. With a good supple stem of old man's saltbush I dispersed 3 snakes that lay around the margin, waiting for frogs. Then I noticed my empty clothes lying on the bank, and found myself sliding through the lukewarm water, recklessly and wickedly discounting the prospective virility of another day. And there I remained till I thought it was time to go to breakfast. Nothing but that integrity which springs from the certainty of being ultimately found out, prompts me to the foregoing confession, a confession which I cannot but regard as damaging. From the literary, as well as from the moral, point of view. And for this reason. During the last 20 or 30 years, the foremost humorist of our language has, from time to time, casually touched on the removal of natural and acquired dirt by means of bathing. But however lightly and racily this subject might leave his pen, it has been degraded into repulsiveness by the clumsy handling of imitators. Some things look best when merely implied in the dim background, and recent literature certainly proves this to be one of them. There is nothing dainty or picturesque in the presentment of a naked character washing himself, yet how few of our later novels or notes of travel are without that bit of description. Generally set off by an ungainly reflection on the dirt of some other person, class, or community. The noxious affectation is everywhere. Even the Salvation Officer cannot now write his contribution to the war cry without a detailed account of the bath he took on this or that occasion, a thing which has no interest whatever for anyone but himself. It would be much more becoming to wash our dirty skins, as well as our dirty calico, in private. We might advantageously copy women writers here. Woman, in the nature of things, must accumulate dirt, as we do, and she must now and then wash that dirt off, or it would be there still. Like St. Paul, I speak as a man. But the scribus never parades her ablutions on the printed page. If, for instance, you could prevail upon the whole galaxy of Australian authoresses and penwomen to attend a Northern Victoria agricultural show, in their literary capacity, you would see proof of this. Each would write her catalogue of aristocratic visitors, her unfavorable impressions re quality of refreshments, her sarcastic notice of other women's attire, and her fragmentary observations on the floral exhibits. But not one would wind up her memoir with an account of the tubbing she gave herself in the seclusion of her lodgings when the turmoil was over. Woman must be more than figuratively a poem if she can promenade a dusty show-yard for a long, hot afternoon without increasing in weight by exogenous accretion. But her soulfulness, however powerless to disallow dirt, silently asserts itself when that dirt comes to be shifted. However, mere fidelity to fact brings me into the swim, in the figurative sense, as well as in the literal, and the sad consciousness of fellowship with men who tub themselves on paper is added to the humiliation of the disclosure itself. In a word, just as I lost my vigor in the swimming hole, I lose my individuality in the confession. But I don't lose my discrimination, nor my veracity. I don't call my evil good. In physical science, or in pure ethics, whoop. I am Antony yet. Nature, by a kind of Monroe doctrine, has allotted the dry land to man, and various other animals, the water to fish, leeches, etc. The air to birds, bats, flies, etc., the fire to salamanders, imps, unbaptized babies, etc., and she strictly penalizes the trespass of each class on the domain of any other. Naturally then, about 16 raids, within 4 days, on an alien element, had stewed every atom of vigor out of my system and quenched every spark of heroism. Consider the child. He is the creature of instinct, and instinct, according to my late relative, Wilkie Collins, never errs, though reason often does so, as we know to our cost. Now, the pickaninny knows what is good for him. Place him in promixity to a dust hole or an ash heap, and observe what takes place. He approaches it with that droll, yet pathetic, method of locomotion peculiar to his period of life, traveling on both hands and one knee. Whilst with the big toe of the other hind foot he propels himself along. In the very center of the dirt, he deftly whirls into a sitting position, and proceeds to redeem the time, maintaining, meanwhile, that silence which is the perfectest herald of joy. Ormuzd the good has inspired him with this inclination. But the minister of Ahriman the evil is not far off. The able-bodied mother seizes the mite of a bambino by the wrist, and carries him at arm's length to the kitchen. It is to no purpose that he becomes alternately rigid and flaccid, lifting up his voice in clamorous protest, and making himself as heavy as a bag of shot. That misguided woman denudes him, washes him, rubs soap into his eyes, spanks him, rearrays him, and sets him in a clean place, giving him a teaspoon to play with. Then she resumes her household work. Whereupon Ormuzd whispers in the pledge's projecting ear, and that heaven-directed bimbo straightway turns his head toward the dust hole, and, again illustrating the first clause of the Sphnx's not very complicated riddle, keeps the strictly noiseless tenor of his way, till Ahriman's priestess looks round to see the metaphors fulfilled. Of the pup turning again to his ash heap, and the papoose that was washed wallowing in the dust hole. And so the pull-devil-pull-baker strife goes on to the last syllable of recorded time, not between mother and child, as you are prone to imagine, but between the two great principles of good and evil, so widely allegorized and personified, yet so uncertainly grasped, and so loosely defined. The result is sad enough. Physically, not 1 in 10 of us is what the doctor ordered, and, of course, brought. Mentally, we are mostly fools. Morally, we are, in a sense, little better than we ought to be. And such is life. At breakfast, I remember, there occurred a slight misunderstanding between Mrs. Butsart, the housekeeper, and Ida, the white trash whose vocation was to wait on the Naranjis. Mrs. Butsart was well-born. Don't study that expression too closely, or you'll get puzzled. Her father, Hungry Buckley, of Baruna, a gentleman addicted to high living and extremely plain thinking, had been snuffed out by apoplexy, and abundantly filled a premature grave. Some time in the early 60s, after seeing Baruna pass, by foreclosure, into the hands of a brainy and nosy financier. People who had known the poor gentleman when he was very emphatically in the flesh, and had listened to his palaver, and noticed his feckless way of going about things, were not surprised at the misfortune that had struck Buckley. Mrs. B. had then taken a small villa, near Sydney, where, in course of time, her son and daughter took positions of vantage, such as their circumstances allowed. Each being prepared to stake his or her gentility, an objectionable word, but it has no synonym. And nasty things have nasty names, against any amount of filth that could be planked down by an aspiring representative of the opposite sex. But young Mr. Buckley, who was something indefinite in a bank, presently ventured on a bit of blacksmith work, and being, by reason of hopeless impecuniosity, not worth lenient treatment, got a tenner hard. About the same time, Miss Buckley, then a singularly handsome young lady, became a veritable heroine of romance. A German prince, whose name I forget at the present moment, visited these provinces. And our Beatrix Esmond, well, perhaps a reflected greatness is better than no greatness at all. So, at all events, thought Mr. Lionel Fish Johnson, who married Miss Buckley on the strength of her celebrity. This young man in less than 2 years went to his reward. And his widow, after a seemly interval, reinforced her financial position by accepting the hand and heart of old Mr. Tidy, an ageless property owner, whose hobby was to collect his own rents. Bottoming on gold this time, she buried the old man within 18 months, and paid probate duty on £25,000. After 3 years of something like life, she accepted the addresses of the Hon. Henry Butsart, a social refugee from Belgravia, wherever that may be. This was a gentleman of such refined tastes that it took over £10,000 a year to satisfy his soul yearnings. So, when she buried him, after 2 years' trial, it was in the sure and certain hope that he would stay where he was put. This brought her to about the year 78. And the tide had turned. For the next 2 years, the poor gentlewoman hung round the scene of her former glories, wearing garments that were out of fashion, and otherwise drinking to its very dregs the cup of bitterness which a heartless society holds to the lips of its deposed queen. The elegancies of life were necessities to her. But those elegancies would cost, to put it tangibly, the balance of profit accruing from the continuous labor of at least 50 average industrious women. And when the industrious women were not to the fore, where were the elegancies to come from? Where, indeed? It is a question which has broken many a gentler heart than Maud Butsart's, and will break many more. It is a cruel question, but not to put it would be more cruel still. For while this or that gentlewoman is in danger, no gentlewoman is safe. And the basest type of mind is that which gloats on the adversity of the world's spoiled child. The next basest is that which concentrates its sympathy on the same adversity. The least base, I think, is that which, goaded by a human compassion for all human distress, longs to get a lever under the order of things which necessitates the spoiling of any particular child. 2 or 3 years before the date of this record, Mrs. Montgomery, a distant relation and boarding-school friend of Mrs. Butsart, had met the latter in Sydney, and had brought her out to Runnymede. Montgomery, viewing the tenacious widow as a fixture, had insisted upon her having some definite status on the place, and she was therefore installed as housekeeper. Little wonder that the poor gentlewoman, remembering her own departed greatness, and chafing under the mild yoke of Mrs. Montgomery, used to make the handmaidens of the household wish themselves in Gehenna. Dionysius the younger, shifted from his throne, opened a school, so that he might take it out of the boys. Such is life. Levites, tribesmen, and Gentiles alike, used to poke fun at me over Mrs. Butsart. But the fact that they thought they knew my real standing, whereas they didn't, seemed to weigh so much in my favor as to make their banter anything but provoking. Yet my relations with the gentlewoman were painful enough. I'll tell you exactly how we stood. On my first official visit to Runnymede, whilst Montgomery and I stood talking in front of the store, Mrs. Butsart passed by. He detained her a moment to speak of my sleeping accommodation, but first, with grave courtliness, introduced me to her as the last lineal descendant of Commander David Collins, R.N. Situated as I was, what could I say? What would you have said? I had to fall in with the thing at the time, and having done so, of course, I had to live up to it. Moreover, this meant a good deal when I had to beat time with a woman like Maud. In spite of my chivalrous disinclination to flaunt superior descent in the face of a lady, our shuddersome intimacy deepened. And the necessity for keeping up my accompaniment seemed to grow more imperative as it became more difficult. But even at this distance of time, it soothes me to remember that I went through the ordeal without any sacrifice of veracity, partly by modest reticence touching my forebears, and the rest by a little diplomacy. For instance, in remarking that my grandfather, Sir Timothy Collins, had been well known in connection with the turf, I omitted to explain that he was allowed to obtain it only from a specified bog. and that his custom was to sell it at the stump for so much per donkey load, to be taken out in spuds or oatmeal. Altogether, I got on better than you might expect. Meanwhile, some unhappy hitch in the order of things, as well as that strange fascination which accompanies danger of detection, kept dragging me to Runnymede on every pretext. Another thing. Mrs. Budsart possessed a vast store of debret, information touching those early gentlemen colonists whose enterprise is hymned by loftier harps than mine, but whose sordid greed and unspeakable arrogance has yet to be said or sung. Socially, she knew something fi-fi about most of our old nobility. And her class sympathy, supported by the quasi-sacredness which invests aristocratic giddiness, lent tenderness of color and accuracy of detail to some queer revelations. She could make me fancy myself in ancient Corinth. And such was her hypnotic power, or my adaptability, that in the atmosphere of Runnymede I became a conservative of the good old type, and actually enjoyed the communion of soul necessarily subsisting between a pedigreed lady and a pedigreed gentleman. We habitually spoke of the Montgomerys as of the wealthy lower orders, people of yesterday, and so forth. And because we took especial care to let nobody hear us, the jealousy of our inferiors manifested itself in that badinage so dear to the middle-class mind. Inferiors, I say advisedly, for there was an indescribable something about us too when we got together, a something too subtle for expression in the vulgar tongue, which made us feel the station aristocracy to be a mere bourgeoisie, and ourselves the real Mackay. Of course, Montgomery had forgotten my high descent as soon as the words of introduction were out of his mouth, and I had begged the lady to conceal my gentilesse for the present. Family pride causing me to be extremely sensitive on the subject of my low position. This was the only witchcraft I had used. Ida, the handmaid of the barracks, was a common person. She certainly belonged to the same mammiferous division of vertebrata as Mrs. Budsart, but there the affinity ended with a jerk. In a word, she was the low-born daughter of a late poverty-stricken Victorian selector. Her father, after 12 years of manful struggle with a bad selection, had hanged himself in the stable. Whereupon the storekeeper had sold the movables, and the mortgagee the farm. Runnymede was Ida's first situation. Her wages, month by month, went to the support of her broken-down mother, then living frugally in a country township, taking care of Ida's remaining brother, who had been knocked out of shape through getting run over, in a painfully protracted way, by a heavy set of harrows. Her other brother had unfortunately sat down to eat his lunch on the wrong side of a partly grubbed tree. Altogether, poor Ida had very little to be thankful for. Personally, she was, without any exception, the ugliest white girl I ever saw. She measured about twice as long from the chin to self-esteem as from benevolence to amativeness. Not one feature of her face was even middling, her skin was of a neutral creamy tint. And she had a straggly goatee of dirty white, with woolly sideboards of the same color, in lieu of the short, silky mustache which is the piquant trademark of our countrywomen. Besides this, she was lame, on account of the back sinew of one of her ankles having been cut through by a reaping machine. And in addition to all this, the fingers of her left hand had been snipped to a uniform length, through getting into the feed of a chaff cutter. Montgomery had picked her purposely for the barracks, so, at least, he told Mrs. Montgomery, so she told Mrs. Budsart, and so the latter told me. For myself, I often felt an impulse to marry the poor mortal, partly from compassion, partly from the idea that such an action would redound largely to my honor, and partly from the impression that such an unattractive woman would idolize a fellow like me. The daughter of an unlucky selector is not taught to spare herself. And Ida was an untiring and conscientious worker. For the rest, she was a generous, patient, self-denying girl, transparently honest in word and deed. The gentle soul shining through its homely mask, like a candle in a bottle. Upon the whole, ugly, illiterate, and, above all, ill-starred, lowly, and defenseless, as she was, she would have made an admirable butt for the flea power of your illustrated comic journal. Mrs. Budsart abhorred Ida for her ugliness, for her vulgarity, for her simplicity, but chiefly for her name. I can sympathize with the gentlewoman here, remembering how rancorously I once hated another boy because he came from the Isle of Wight. Yet the two mammals' chronic state of friction was partly chargeable on Ida, who would answer back, in her own milk-and-water way. And, to add to the aggravation, she couldn't answer back without crying. Something had gone wrong, as usual, this morning. And Mrs. Butsart remained in the Narangi's breakfast room, mildly glowering into Ida's tear-stained face, and noting with polite deprecation the convulsive sobs which the sensitive girl vainly tried to repress before the young fellows. Beauty in distress is a favorite theme of your shallow romancists, but, to the philosophic mind, its pathos is nothing to that of ugliness in distress. At the best of times, poor Ida was heartbreaking, her sunniest smile wrung my soul with commiseration. And when the sympathy naturally accorded to helpless anguish was superimposed upon that which she claimed as her birthright, the pressure became intolerable. It had always been my consolation to think that she would yet be a bright and beautiful angel. And now I fell back for solace upon that thought, though how the thing was to be accomplished seemed a problem too vast for the grasp of a water-worn and partially dissolved understanding like mine. "Remember, Mary, I reprimand you for your own good," murmured the lady. "Of course, brought up as you have been, you can't be expected to have the manners we look for in the servants of a well-conducted household. So when I consider it my duty to instruct you in the decencies of life, you mustn't take it ill. People have to suffer for their ignorance, Mary, as well as for their faults. I know how you must feel it, but parents in the position that yours were in should send their children to service before they are too old for the necessary training." "My parents done the best they could to keep their home together," protested the girl, in a choking voice. "Speak grammatically, my dear. No doubt your parents did as you say, but my point is, that they forgot their position. Instead of accepting the fair wages and abundant food which society offers to their class, they joined the hungry horde that has cut up those fine Victorian stations. Part of the retribution justly falls on their children, part, of course, on themselves. Your father, I venture to say, often envied the life of the domestic animals on the station where he had selected. But he aimed at independence, independence. A fine word, Mary, but a poor reality. This idea of independence is much too common amongst people who, however poorly they may fare, are nevertheless better fed than taught. I'm afraid you willfully overlook the religious side of the question, Mary, the divine command to do our duty in that state of life in which it has pleased God to call us. Service is honorable." Here Ida sobbed out something that sounded like a rejoinder, and there was a harder ring in the lady's voice as she continued, without pausing. "Yes, my dear. If your parents had known themselves, and had cheerfully remained in the position for which their birth and education fitted them, you would have been spared many humiliations. And it would have been better for your father, both in time and in eternity." "Oh, can't you let him rest in his grave?" sobbed the girl. "I have no wish to condemn him, Mary," replied the lady soothingly. "I assure you it is dreadful to me to realize the fate of that poor man, where the worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. I was only wishing to show you what a tempting of Providence it is for people of the lower classes to have notions above what their Maker intends for them. And you know how prone you are to forget your place, as you did this morning. Susan has the same fault, I'm sorry to say, but I condone it to some extent in her. She has the advantage of good looks, and naturally expects to better her condition by marriage. But surely, Mary, one glance at yourself in the glass ought to show you the impropriety of counting upon any endowment of nature." "Indeed, I know I'm no beauty," blubbered Ida. And her tears rained hot and fast on the back of my neck, as she replaced my coffee cup. "Of course, you didn't make yourself," pursued the lady blandly. "But in view of your lack of personal attractions, you should endeavor to cultivate the modest and respectful demeanor which befits a sphere of life that you are likely to occupy permanently. No doubt it was good policy to transport yourself to a locality where the males of your own class are in such large majority, but the movement is still attended by certain disadvantages. A female whose looks approach repulsiveness should, at least, have a character beyond suspicion. And for any woman to run away from the neighborhood where her doings are known, is not the way to inspire confidence. And though it has pleased God, for your own good, to remove the snare of beauty far from you, yet, well, we must believe what we hear on good authority. Your master, before engaging you, should have made some inquiry regarding your antecedents, and not have left these things to leak out. I wish I could hold you guiltless, Mary. Ask your own conscience whether you were justified in obtaining entry to an establishment like this. It places me in a very difficult. Here Ida turned, and, with blazing, tearless eyes, fearlessly fronted her fellow mammal. The latter faltered, and paused. She had gone a step too far, and had trod on the lion's tail. "What's that you say, you wicked woman?" demanded Ida, in a calm voice, yet breathing heavily. "Ain't I miserable enough without you lying away my character? I'll make you prove your words, as sure as you're standing there." "You're forgetting yourself," replied the housekeeper haughtily, though still quailing before the girl's terrible plainness of speech and person. "Am I, indeed? Well, we'll both go straight to Mrs. Montgomery. She's your missus as well as mine, she is, and we'll get her to write to a dozen people that knows me since I wasn't as high as that windy sill. I'll make it hot for you, Mrs. Bodysart, so I will." "What impertinence!" ejaculated the lady, moistening her lips. "Leave the apartment, this instant, Mary. And send. How dare you call me out, oh, my name, for 2 pins, I'd slap your face," replied Ida, her voice rising to a hysterical scream. "You know what my proper name is, so you do. And I won't leave the apartment to please you, so I won't. Think God made me for the likes o' you to wipe your feet on? Think I've been behavin' myself decent all my life, for you to put a slur on me? If I wanted to bemean myself, couldn't I cast up something you wouldn't like to be minded of? Ain't you ashamed o' yourself, you old she-devil?" "Gentlemen, I must apologize for my servant," said the housekeeper, with quiet dignity. "She seems to have taken leave of her senses. I trust you will overlook her rudeness. She knows no better. They can't help doin' me justice, and that's all I ask from anybody," rejoined Ida, looking appealingly round the table. "And look here, Mrs. Bodysart, I've been full up o' your nag ever since I come to this house, and I put up with it for the sake o' other people, but now you've put a slur on my character. And it's me and you for it. I ain't goin' to let this drop." "I must withdraw, gentlemen," said the lady forbearingly. "Pray forget the unhappy scene you have been forced to witness. And let me beg of you, for this poor woman's sake, to leave all further pursuit of the matter entirely in my hands. Whilst she remains in this establishment, I must continue to shield her from the penalties to which she insists upon exposing herself. Come, Mary, dry your eyes, and attend to your duties. The time is coming when you will thank me for the discipline to which you are now subjected." And Mrs. Bodysart retired, greater in defeat than in victory. "I never expected anybody to put a slur on me," faltered Ida apologetically, after a minute's silence. "Haud your tongue, lassie, for God's sake," snarled the sheep overseer, who was the senior of our company. "Be ma saul, an ahid oni say in tilt, ad wang the dilooto ye baith y a stokwup. By George! You better not include Mrs. Bodysart in your goodwill," remarked young Mooney gravely. "You'll have Collins in your wool." "Keep your temper, Collins," murmured Nelson. "I can imagine your feelings, but Murdo didn't think of you being here when he spoke." "The dil hate a care fur Collins, ony mair near a day fur year ein sell, Nelson," replied Mac defiantly. "Od. Ye no din greetin' the yet, lassie," he continued, turning to Ida. "No on either peg oot o year heed, ir bagode ale tak ye in han, dot." Ida dried her eyes, and with the more alacrity forasmuch as an approaching step crunched the gravel outside. It was Priestley, a bullock driver who had drawn up to the store on the previous evening. A decent sort of vulgarian, but altogether too industrious to get any further forward than the extreme tail end of his profession. Some carriers never learn the great lesson, that to everything there is a time and a season, a time for work, and a time for repose. Hence you find the industrious man's inveterately leg-weary set of frames in hopeless competition with the judiciously lazy man's string of daisies. The contrast is sickening. Moreover, the same rule holds fairly well throughout the whole region of industry. But the Scotch navigator can't see it. He is too furiously busy for 18 hours out of the 24 to notice that, even in the most literal sense, loafing has a more intimate connection with breadwinning than working can possibly have. Such a man finds himself born unto trouble, as the sparks fly in all directions. But he is merely aware of undergoing a chastening process, just as the tethered calf is aware that he always turns a flying somersault when he impetuously charges in any direction away from his peg. And this simply because the man knows as much about the order of things as the calf knows about Euclid's definition of a radial line. The fact is, that the order of things, rightly understood, is not susceptible of any coercion whatever, and must be humored in every possible way. In the race of life, my son, you must run cunning, reserving your sprint for the tactical moment. Priestley ran bull-headed. In consequence of being always at work, he could get very little work done. And, being pursuantly in a chronic state of debt and destitution, he got only the work that intermittently slothful men wouldn't take at the price. It is scarcely necessary to add that he had a wife and about 13 small children, mostly girls. "Mornin', chaps," said this plebeian, standing between the wind and our nobility, with a hand on each doorpost. "Hope you're enjoyin' yourselves. Say, Moriarty, I'm waitin' to git that bit o' loadin' off." "I'll be with you in 2 minutes," replied the young storekeeper. "I know you always want to get away. Say, chaps," continued the bullock driver, advancing into the room, and glancing confidentially round the table. "Think there's any use o' me stickin' up the boss for leaf to take the buggy track to Nalruker? See, I could make the Fogaballa tank tonight, and there's bound to be a bit o' bluebush, if not crow's foot, on them sand hills. Then I'd fetch Nalruker tomorrow, easy. I got 2 ton 5 for there, and I'm thinkin' I'll have a job to deliver it, if I can't get through your run. What do you think, chaps? Why didn't you take this into consideration when you loaded?" demanded young Arblaster. "Well, beggars ain't choosers," replied the apostle of brute force and ignorance. "Fact was, Arblaster, I bethought me what a lot o' work I'd done for Montgomery, one time or another, and what good friends me and him always was. And I says to myself, well, I'll chance her, make a spoon, or spoil a horn. That's the way I reasoned it out. See, if I got to turn roon, and foller the main track back again to the canegrass swamp, and take the Nalruker track from there, I won't fetch the station much short o' 50 mile. And there ain't a midland camp the whole road. Everything eat right into the ground. Starve a locust. Sides, I'm dubious about the Convincer sandhill, even with half a load. Bullock's too weak." "Well, it's hardly likely the boss would let you cross the run," replied Arblaster. "He'd be a d fool if he did." "I'm afraid there's no use asking him, Priestley," added Nelson. "He won't make a thoroughfare of the run, at any price. For instance, when Baxter and Donovan delivered that well timber in the Quandong paddock, the other day. They weren't 5 mile from the main road, and a gate to go through, but he made them come right back by the station. 30 mile of a roundabout, and their checks weren't forthcoming till they did it. No, Priestley, to ask Montgomery is simply to get a refusal, and to argue with him is simply to get insulted." "Well, I suppose I must worry through some road," said the bullock driver resignedly, as he turned and went out. 50 miles instead of 22, remarked Mooney. "Hard enough case." "And yet it's necessary, in a sense," replied Nelson. Same time, anybody except the like of Montgomery would spring a bit in a season like this. I couldn't crush a poor, decent, hard-working devil like that. I'd give him a thorough good blackguarding for calculating upon crossing the run. And then, as a matter of form, I'd send a man with him, to see him across. Well, I suppose we must go and get our MOTD order, boys. So we left the breakfast room to Ida. The four Naranjis, with the practical Murdo, went to the veranda of the boss's house for their day's orders. Moriarty, with a ring of keys in his hand, sauntered across to the store. And I managed to drag myself out to a seat built against the south side of the barracks, whence I torpidly surveyed the scene around, whilst listening to my vitality whistling out through 4,000,000 yawning pores. In an open shed, near the store, where two tribesmen were now assisting Priestley to unload, a traveling saddler and salvationist, named, without a word of a lie, Joey Possum, was at work on the horse furniture of the station. His tilted wagonette, blazoned with his name and title, Joseph Possum, Saddler, standing close by. Watching these lewd fellows of the baser sort at their sordid toil, my mind reverted to certain incidents of the preceding night, and so drifted into a speculation on the peculiar kind of difficulties which at certain times beset certain sojourners on the rind of this third primary orb. The incidents, of course, have nothing to do with my story. But as the mere mention of them may have whetted the reader's curiosity, I suppose it is only fair to satisfy him. The night in question seemed, from an astrological point of view, to be peculiarly favorable to the ascendancy of baleful influences. The moon hung above the western horizon, in her most formidable phase, just past the semicircle, with her gibbous edge malignantly feathered. Being now in the house of Taurus, she had overborne the benignant sway of Aldebaran, and was pressing hard on Castor and Pollux, in the house of Gemini. Also, her horizontal attitude was so full of menace that Rigel and Betelgeuse, in Orion, seemed to wilt under her sinister supremacy. Sirius, in Canis Major, strongest and most malevolent of the astral powers, hung southwest of the zenith, reinforcing the evil bias of the time, and thus, from his commanding position, overruling the guardianship of Canopus, in Argo, southwest of the same point. Lower still, toward the south, Achernar seemed to reserve his gracious prestige, whilst, across the invisible pole, the beneficent constellations of Crux and Centaurus exhibited the very paralysis of hopelessness. Worst of all, Jupiter and Mars both held aloof, whilst ascendant Saturn mourned in the house of Cancer. Such was the wretched aspect of the heavens to my debilitated intelligence, as I slunk home from the swimming hole, toward midnight. I was somewhat comforted to observe in Procyon a firmness which I attributed to the evident support of Regulus, in the house of Leo. But the most reassuring element in an extremely baleful horoscope was Spica, in the house of Virgo, scarcely affected by the moon's interference, and now ascending confidently from the eastern horizon. Still, to my washed-out mind, there was something so hopeless in the lunar and stellar outlook that, for comfort, I turned my eyes toward the station cemetery, which was dimly in view. Their several shapeless forms, some white, and others of neutral hue, seemed to be moving slowly and silently amongst the dwellings of the dead, as if holding what you could scarcely call a carnival, in their own somber way. The time, the place, the supermundane conditions, acting together on a half-drowned mind, gave to the whole scene a weird reality which writing cannot convey. So, after pinching myself to make sure I was awake, and doing a small sum in mental arithmetic to verify my sanity, I advanced toward the perturbed spirits, got them against the sky, and identified them as cattle, greedily stevedoring the long, dry grass. It seemed a pity to turn the poor hungry animals out, yet I knew that somebody would have to suffer for it if Montgomery knew of anything trespassing here. But how had they got in, through 7 wires, the upper one barbed, with rabbit netting along the bottom? Evening, Collins. Evening, Priestley. Working the oracle? Inclinin' that road. Dangerous, ain't it? Good job it's on you. Nobody else stirrin'? Not a soul. They're as regular as clockwork on this station. How did you get in? Took the hinges off the gate with my monkey wrench. I'll leave that all straight. Course, they'll see the tracks by and by, and know who to blame, but I'll be clear by that time. And I must guard Agan comin' in contract with Runnymede till the NK blows off this transaction. Natural enough, Montgomery'll buck, but the ration paddock's as bare as a stockyard. And I can't ast the bullocks to die starvation. Certainly not, Priestley. Mind, it's only 4 hours till daylight. Good night. Good night, ol' man. My way led me past a small, isolated stable, used exclusively for the boss's buggy horses. Nearing this building, I heard a suppressed commotion inside, followed by soothing gibberish, in a very low voice. This was bad. Priestley's bullocks were within easy view. And Jerry, the groom, was a notorious master's man. I must have a friendly yarn with him. What's up with you this hour of the night, Jerry? I asked, looking through the latticed upper wall. Uneasy conscience, I bet. Whilst speaking the last words, I distinguished Montgomery's pair of greys, tied, one in each back corner of the stable, whilst Possum's horses, a white and a piebald, were occupying the 2 stalls. And voraciously tearing down mouthfuls of good Victorian hay from the rack above the manger. Possum, silently caressing one of the greys, moved to the lattice on hearing my voice. Sleight of hand work? I suggested, in a whisper. Sort of attempt, replied the wizard, in the same key. You gave me a start. All the lights was out 2 hours ago, and I made sure everybody was safe. So they are. I've only been down for a swim. Good night, Possum. I say, Collins, don't split. Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing? 2 Kings, whispered the poor necromancer, in eager fellowship, and displaying a knowledge of the Bible rare amongst his sect. God bless you, Collins. May we meet in a better world. It won't be difficult to do that, I replied dejectedly, as I withdrew to enjoy my unearned slumber. Now the night, replete with such sphere music, was past, and the cares that infest the day had returned to everyone on the station, except myself and 2 or 3 equally clean, useless, and aristocratic loafers in the boss's house. Toby, the half-caste, was cantering away toward Clark's, for the weekly mail. Priestley, at his wagon, was bullocking even more desperately than usual, with a view to getting out of sight of the station as soon as possible. Possum, repairing a side saddle, on his extemporized bench, was softly crooning a familiar hymn, the sentiment of which seemed appropriate to himself. Whilst the language breathed the very aroma of his social atmosphere. Must I be carried to the skies? On flowery beds of ease. While others fought to gain the prize. And sailed through, ADJ. Seas. In the veranda of the house, Mr. Folkestone, a young English gentleman of not less than 200 weight, lolled on a hammock, smoking a chibouque, and reading a magazine. While straight between us 2 aristocratic loafers, Vandemonian Jack, aged about a century, was mechanically sawing firewood in the hot, sickly sunshine. This is one of the jobs that it takes a man of 4 or 5 score years to perform ungrudgingly, and, to any illuminated mind, the secret of these old fellows' greatness is very plain. Bathing, though an ancient heresy, has been of strictly local prevalence, and, for the best of reasons, of transient continuance. Our relapse belongs to the present generation. Though our better-class grandsires understood no science unconnected with the gloves. A marvelous instinct taught them the unwholesomeness of sluicing away that panoply of dirt which is nature's own defense against the microbe of imbecility, and which, indeed, was the only armor worn by the formidable berserkers, from whom some of them claimed descent. We have done it, however, at least, we say so, whilst our social inferiors have held on to the old-time religion, at least, we say so, here again. Wherefore? I say, Mr. Collins, faltered Ida, breaking in on my reflections, I picked up this little buckle aside. Oh, your B.D. It's come off. Oh, the back. Oh, your T.R.S. I'll sew it on for you any time, for I notice you're bothered with them slippin' down. Oh, Mr. Collins. And the poor unlovely face was suddenly distorted with anguish and wet with tears. Ain't Mrs. Body'sart wicked to put a slur on me like that? There ain't one word o' truth in it. I'd say the same if I was to die tonight, and you may believe me or believe me not, but I'm tellin' the truth. Far be it, indeed. Hush. Stop crying, Ida. Don't look round, Mrs. Budsart's watching you from the window, over there. You poor thing. You shouldn't trouble yourself over what anybody says. Did you feed pup this morning? I give him a whole milk dish full o' scraps, but if people tells the truth, there's nobody in the world can say black is the white o' my eye. And you may believe me or believe me not. You'll need to give pup a drink, Ida. He's got a dish o' good rainwater aside him, but if people would only consider. True, very true. Now go away, dear, and don't come fooling about me, or you'll give her liberty to talk. The girl limped back to the scene of her unromantic martyrdom, and I made a feeble effort to shake the dewdrops from my mane, and, so to speak, look myself in the face. I must give this life over, I thought, and I will give it over, and I do not, I am a villain. After all, there are not two sides to this question, there is only one. And you may trust an overclean man to be an authority on the evil effects of bathing, upon mind, body, and estate. Just as the grogbibber is our highest authority on headaches, fantods, and bankruptcy. The Spartans, so ran my reflections, were as much addicted to dirt as the Sybarites to cleanliness. And just compare the two communities. The conquering races of later ages, Goths, Huns, Vandals, Longobards, etc., were no less celebrated for one kind of grit than for the other. It is the Turkish bath that has made the once formidable Ottoman Empire the sick man of Europe. Latifundia perdidir Italiam, large estates ruined Italy. Yes. Blame it on the large estates. Would a large estate ruin you? Bathing did the business for Italy, as it does the business for all its victims. If Rome had left to the soft Capuan his baths and his perfumes, she would have pulled through. But think of the polished Roman debating the question of survival with the superlatively dirty barbarian of the north. Polished is good, for, in the ruins of the fatal Roman baths, the innumerable striguli, used by the bathers to polish their skins, bear sad testimony to the suicidal cleanliness of that doomed race. And just compare your strigula-polished Roman, morally and physically, with his contemporary, the filth-encrusted anchorite of the Thebaid, the former flickering briefly in a puerile, semi-vital way, and going out with a sulphurous smell. The latter, on a ration of 6 dates per week, attaining an interminable longevity, and possessing the power of striking scoffers dead, or blind, or paralytic, at pleasure. And, talking of hermits, do you think Peter of Picardy could have launched the muscular Christianity of Western Europe against the less muscular, because cleaner, Islamism of Western Asia? But for his well-advertised vow, never to change his clothes, nor wash himself, till his contract should be completed? Prouder in his rags than the emperor in his purple. And justly too, for he achieved the very apotheosis of dirt, animate, no doubt, as well as inanimate. Or take the first Teutonic emperor of Rome, conqueror, arbitrator, legislator, and whatnot. In those Middle Ages, you know, it was the custom to name monarchs from some peculiarity of person or habitude, and I put it to any reasonable soul. Was this mere Yarman Prince likely to have become the central figure of the 10th century? But for such rigid abstinence from external application of water as is implied in the significant name of Otto the Great? Indeed, the most sweepingly appropriate bestowal of the title, Great, is made when we refer to the adherents of the dirt cult, collectively, as the Great Unwashed. Again, Dr. Johnson's biographies lovingly preserve the personal habits of most of the loftiest and sweetest poets that ever trod English soil. And think what a large percentage of those muse invokers, according to their historian, carried a fair quantity of that soil perennially on their hides. And speaking of the Diogenes of Fleet Street himself, we know, on good authority, that his antipathy to the order of the bath caused him to appeal to more senses than one. He was another Otto the Great. The original Diogenes, by the way, revelled in dirt, as well as in wisdom. And the mighty scholar, Porson, as you may remember, never needed to wash, because he never perspired. Yet in spite of this cloud of witness, and in the face of our own experience, we will entice external leakage of such incipient greatness as we have, soaking ourselves in water. As if we were possums, and our virility a eucalyptus flavor that we sought to dissipate. Look at myself, now a king, now thus. Thunder and turf. Have I fallen so low? And yet I was once like our Otto and company. Before touching the forbidden thing, I felt as if I wanted to pursue an inspiring, if purposeless, journey up uncomfortable alpine heights, with my Excelsior banner in my hand. And a tear in my solitary bright blue eye. Now, the maiden's invitation seems to be the only part of the enterprise that has any pith in it. Then, I gloried in the fiendish adage of, 2 hours sleep for a man, 3 for a woman, and 4 for a fool. Now, my liveless ambition is to gaze my fill on yon calm deep, then, like an infant, sink asleep on this form, and so remain till dinner-time, lunch-time, I should say. Belonging, as I do, to the better classes. Then, I was like Hotspur on his crop-eared roan. Now, I merely wish the desert were my dwelling place, with one fair spirit for my minister. To confess the truth, I note a certain weak glimmer of self-righteousness investing the thought that I would be content with one fair spirit. Go to. By virtue, thou enforcest laughter. I wish I was as happy as you, murmured Ida, who had again silently approached. Here's 2 newspapers, they done with them in the house. Oh, Mr. Collins. And the girl's tears broke forth afresh, whilst ungovernable sobs shook her from head to foot. I can't get it off, oh, my mind, what Mrs. Bodysart said. Ida. I remonstrated. You're making your nose red. The information acted like a charm. Her crying was over, though she still persisted in chewing her grievance. I can prove there ain't one word o' truth in it, she continued pertinaciously. What's your idea of proof, Ida? I can prove it on the Bible, she replied eagerly. That settles the matter beyond controversy, considering that you rightly belong to the Middle Ages. Indeed I don't, she replied, with a flash of resentment. I was 27 last birthday. And I don't care who knows it, on the 3rd of July, it was, and I wouldn't care tuppence if her ladyship snoke roon, tellin' people I was 40. But to put a slur on me like that. I leave it to your own self, Mr. Collins, was it right? Right? I repeated wearily. In heaven's name, girl, what does it signify to you whether it was right or otherwise? That's Mrs. Budsart's own business, not yours. Why, if she charged me with stooping to folly, I would merely say, sorry to undeceive you, ma'am. But I've been too much given to letting, I dare not, wait upon, would, like the poor bandicoot the adage. But I certainly shouldn't concern myself with a question lying entirely between herself and St. Peter. Ah. But you're different, replied the girl sadly. Simply because I'm a philosopher, Ida. I've held communion with the unfathomable, and watched the exfoliation of the inscrutable, and, you know, these things are altogether beyond the orbit of the girl mind. Now clear off, like a good fellow, and let me read the papers. But I was too far gone to take any interest in either of the loathsome contemporaneous. Too much afflicted even to drift down to the swimming hole again, much as I desired to do so. I also longed for the opinion of my mighty pipe on the dirt question. But that faithful ally was packed among my things, 40 feet away, and it might as well have been 40 miles. So I just lay on the seat, clean, frail, and inert, as a recumbent statue, molded in blancmange. Whilst the ancient t'othersider oscillated his frame, saw, and the pious possum lightened his toil with selections from Sankey. And the perspiring priestly hurried up his bullocks from the ration paddock, and Sling Muck, the gardener, used his hoe among the callets and cabbagey. With the automatic stroke of a man brought up to 1 holiday per annum, and no Sunday. Meanwhile, the unreturning sands of life dribbled through the unheated isthmus of the present moment, and the fixed cone of the past expanded. And the dimple deepened in the diminished and hurrying future. Nevertheless, I collected the wreckage of what had been very fair faculties, and attempted to grapple with an idea which Ida's conversation had suggested. Finding this impossible, I made a mental memo of the inspiration, and by the same token, I neatly utilized it within the next few hours. Your attention will be drawn to the circumstance in due season. At midday, the bells sounded from the hut. Possum and the tribesmen quitted their work, and went to dinner. Priestley had started an hour before, bound for Nalruka, with the remaining half of his load. All the Levites, except Moriarty, were out on the run, but Martin, the head boundary rider, had timed himself for lunch. This man's status was a vexed question. He certainly rated, but did he rate high enough for the barracks? As head boundary man, decidedly not. But as recent proprietor of a small station absorbed by Runnymede, he was not destitute of pretensions. Out in the open air, he was, of course, as good as any Levite, but, well, though we rather resented his presence in the inner court, we yielded him the benefit of the doubt. And he took that benefit, just as if he had been born in the purple, like ourselves. Martin was an Orangeman of rank. He had attained the black degree. It was whispered that he held all the loyal brethren of Riverina under the whip, by reason of his being the only man in the region beyond the Murrumbidgee who could confer the purple degree. For, owing to an inherent haziness in the theses and aims of Orangism, there are orders in the society as hard to attain as those German university degrees which no man ever took and had his eyesight perfect afterward. Though, to be sure, there is a certain difference in the relative value of the two species of attainment. Moriarty, whose front name was Felix, was, if anything, a Catholic. And, partly on this account, partly on account of his being a young fellow, and partly on account of Miss King, the governess, Martin set him. Now, there was just one man within 100 miles who knew less of Irish history than Martin, and that man was Moriarty. Consequently, the two jostled each other as they rushed into that branch of learning where scholars fear to tread, each repeatedly appealing to me for confirmation of his outlandish myths and clumsy fabrications. I listlessly confirmed anything and everything. Having lost all mental, as well as physical, energy where King John lost his regalia, namely, in the wash, the line of least resistance was the line for me. After a hearty lunch, I made my way back to the seat against the wall, while Moriarty lounged across to the store, and Martin went to speak to the high priest at the door of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Then Martin mounted his horse, and rode away, and presently the tribesman, Jerry, brought a buggy and pair to the front door. Montgomery and Folkestone, the latter in knickerbockers, took their seats in the buggy, and whirled away down the horse paddock fence. Then all was still, save for the faint pling-plong of a piano in the Holy of Holies. Whom have we here? Moriarty to disturb me. Let him come. It is meat and drink to me to see a clown. By my faith, we that have good wits have much to answer for, we shall be flouting, we cannot hold. The young Levite, closing the door of the store behind him, advanced with the indescribably weary step of a station man when the day is warm and the boss absent, and seated himself by my side. "Why ain't you in the barracks having one of your quiet palavers with Mrs. Budsart?" he asked. "Prithee be silent, boy, I profit not by thy talk," I murmured. "Something I wanted to ask you, Collins," he resumed, "but I'm beggared if I can think what it is. Slipped away like a snake, while you're looking round for a stick. Singular how a person can't remember a thing for the life of them, when once they forget it, and suddenly it crops up of its own accord when you're not thinking of it." "Parse that," said I, listlessly. "Parse your granny," he retorted. I don't believe you could parse it yourself, as clever as you think you are. Beggar conceitedness, beggar everything. I wish I was about 40. And know as much as you do now? I barely articulated. Yes, and know as much as I do now, he repeated doggedly. In fact, I never met anyone that knows as much as I do, but people won't pay any attention to a young fellow, no matter if he was Solomon. That Martin wants a lift under the ear. Does he? I asked faintly. I didn't hear him express the desire. Gosh. You've been on the turkey, you'll be cutting yourself some of these times. I wish Toby was back with the mail. I hope he'll forget to ask for your letters. Now the Lord lighten thee, thou art a great fool, I sighed. What time does Toby generally get back? Any time between 2 in the afternoon and sunrise next morning, according to the state of the mailman's horses. Beggar such a life as this. At it, early and late. Working through accounts, and serving out rations, and one thing or another, and no more chance of distinguishing myself than if I was in jail. I can't stand it much longer, and what's more, I won't. I wish the mail was in. I've got a presentiment of something good this time. If you don't speculate, you won't accumulate, as the saying is. And if a man can't make a rise by some sort of gambling, he may as well lie down and die, straight off. But the first rise is the difficulty, and, of course, you've got to take the risk. What do you do with the rise when you get it? I asked, drowsily. Why, distinguish yourself, of course, what else? There's a great future sticking out for a fellow, if he's got his head screwed on right. So there is. Well, what shall it be? Mechanics? Fine opening for an inventive genius there, but you must be up and doing, as the poet says. You had all the chances when you were my age, replied Moriarty bitterly. I'm too late arriving. Everything's invented now. True, I observed. I hadn't thought of that objection. Then why not take up some interesting study, and work it out from post to finish? Political economy, for instance. Anybody could do that, replied the young fellow contemptuously. I want to distinguish myself. Then I'll tell you what you'll do, Moriarty. Take a narrow branch of some scientific study, and restrict yourself to that. Say you devote your life to some special division of the Formidae? The what? Formidae. The name is plural. It embraces all the different species of ants. Why, there's only about 3 species of ants altogether. And there's nothing to learn about them except that they make different kinds of hills, and give different kinds of bites. That sort of study would about suit you. Fat lot of distinction a person could get out of ants. Still, every avenue to distinction is not closed, I urged. We're knocking at the gates of futurity for the Australian pioneer of poetry, fiction, philosophy, what not. You've got all the working plant ready in your office. There you are. No use, Collins, he replied hopelessly. I've got the talent, right enough, but I haven't got the patience. In fact, I'm too lazy. Charge it on the swimming hole, brother, I sighed. No. I can't very well do that. I haven't been there for the last month. I'd go tonight if I had a horse. Heavens above. I murmured, what would he be like if he was clean? He would distinguish himself in one direction. The material is there. Jealousy, jealousy, replied Moriarty disgustedly. Never mind. I'll make things hum yet. Do you know, I stand to win 24 notes on the regatta, besides my chance of the station sweep on the big Flemington, let alone private bets. We'll get news of both events today. And I have a presentiment of something good. Gosh. I wish Toby was here. And how much do you stand to lose, if your mazel is out? I asked. By the way, didn't I incidentally hear that you were playing cards all last Sunday? I don't believe that has anything to do with it, replied Moriarty, in an altered tone. But, to tell you the truth, I daren't count up how much I'll lose if things go crooked. I've plunged too heavy, there's no doubt about that, but I did it with the best intention. I made sure of scooping, and, for that matter, I make sure of it still. But whatever you do, don't begin to preach about the evils of gambling, not now, Collins. Not till after we get news of these events. Doesn't everybody gamble, from the governor downward, bar you, and a couple or three more sanctimonious old hypocrites, with one foot in the grave, and the other in the devil's mouth? Why, Nosy Alf is the only fellow on this station that has no interest in the sweep, besides no end of private bets. Isn't that Toby? I asked, indicating a horseman, half a mile away. Gosh, yes, replied Moriarty nervously. I wonder what brings him from that direction. Come, Collins, will you give me 5 to 1 he has letters for you? I'll take it at that. Indeed you won't, sonny. Well, let's have some wager before he gets any nearer, persisted Moriarty, with an unpleasant laugh. The suspense was beginning to tell upon a mind not originally cast in the stoic mold. So much so, that I felt inclined to lose a trifle to him, even as a teetotaler would administer a nip to a man who was beginning to see things. Come, he continued recklessly. I'll give you 2 to 1 he has letters for you. 20 to 1 he has letters for the station, and so he gabbled on, whilst, drifting into my Hamlet mood, I charted the poor fellow's mind for my own edification. Hold on, Moriarty, I interrupted, recalling myself. Let's hear that 50 to 1 offer again. Am I to understand that if Toby has letters for the station and none for me, you win? If he has letters for me and none for the station, I win, and, failing the fulfillment of either double, the wager is off? That's it. Are you on? Make it 100 to 1. Done. At 100 to 1, in what? Half sovereigns, I replied, feeling for the purse which, vulgar as it is, bushmen even of aristocratic lineage are compelled to carry. I placed the little coin, about 1/10 of my total wealth, in Moriarty's hand. He shrank from the touch. What do you mean? He asked petulantly. I mightn't win it, after all. Don't be more disagreeable than you can help. You intend to get it without giving an equivalent, don't you? You know it's yours. Aren't you betting on a certainty? Lay it on the windowsill, if you like, and pick it up when you can read your title clear. If you don't speculate, you won't accumulate. And I suppose you've no objection to looking into the morality of your speculation. I had cleared my throat for a disquisition which would have been intolerable to the unprincipled reader, when a very curious thing arrested the attention both of Moriarty and myself, the strangest coincidence, perhaps, within the personal experience of either of us, a conjuncture, in fact, which for a moment threw us both staggering back on the theology of childhood. At the present time, I feel too meek to attempt any unravelment, and too haughty to offer any apology other than that such is life. The half-caste had cantered up to the horse-paddock gate, had dismounted, had divested his horse of the saddle and bridle, and had given the animal a slap with the latter. Now he was depositing those equipments in the shed. Now he approached us, taking 2 letters and a newspaper from the tail-pocket of what had once been an expensive dress coat of Montgomery's. Yours, Collins, said he. Don't say I never gave you nothing. Nix for you, Mr. A.D.J. Moriarty. You're very laconic, observed the storekeeper in a hollow voice, yet eyeing the prince sternly. Very laconic, indeed, I must say. If I was you, I wouldn't be quite so laconic. How the Sheol comes it that you didn't fetch the mail? Needn't look in that paper for the Flemington, Collins, said the heir apparent, she's a day too soon. I took a squint at her, comin' along. I was asking how the A.D.J. Sheol, you managed to come without the mail, repeated Moriarty, with dignity. I heard you, right enough. I ain't deaf. Well, I come on a moke. Think I padded it? Fact was, Moriarty, I met Montgomery at Bailey's tank, and he told me to go like blazes to Scandalous Sandy's hut, on Nalruka, and tell him a lot. Oh, his sheep was boxed with ours in the Bori paddock. I'll fetch the mail home myself, says he. There now. And why didn't you go to Scandalous Sandy's, nagged Moriarty. Well, considerin' your boss this station, and my bit filthy lucre comes out your pocket, I got great pleasure informin' you I met old Gladstone, comin' to tell us the same yarn. Anything else you want to know? Did you hear which crew won the regatta? Asked Moriarty, almost civilly. Sydney, replied the prince. Think you Port Philippers could lick us? That's a lie. Exclaimed Moriarty, catching his breath. Right. It's a lie, if you like. I got no stuff on it. See what Collins' paper says. And now I feel like as if I could do a bit dinner, unless you got any objections? He stalked away toward the hut, whilst I opened what turned out to be a love letter, evidently intended for some other member of our diffusive clan, for I could make neither head nor tail of it. Nothing, indeed, but heart, and such heart as it has never been my luck to capture. Meanwhile, Moriarty had cut the string of the newspaper, and was running his eye over its columns. My muzzle is out, Collins, said he, with an effort. I'll never clear myself, never in the creation of cats. It's all up. Yes. You suffer by comparison with the sanctimonious old hypocrites now, I replied, in a fatherly tone, as I took the half-sovereign from the windowsill. Feel something like an overproof idiot, don't you? We'll talk about that presently. But see what I've got here. My second letter ran. K3769 No. 256473 Central Office of Unconsidered Trifles, Sydney, February 1, 1884. Mr. T. Collins. Sir, I am directed to inform you that the Deputy Commissioner purposes visiting Ningen on the I-7th prox. You are required to attend the office of the department in that township at 11 a.m. on the day above mentioned, to furnish any information which he may require. I am, sir. WNNNNNNNNNLY. MMNNNNLNNY. Pro Assistant Under Secretary. Not a whisper about the M form, I remarked. Perhaps it's in your mail. No odds. Montgomery can complete it, and send it on, just as well as if I hadn't been near the place at all. But here's something like 230 miles to be done in 7 days, and the country in such a state. This is the balsam that the usuring Senate pours into captains' wounds. Never mind. The time is only too near, when I'll sit in my sumptuous office, retaliating all this on some future deputy assistant sub-inspector. And, in the meantime, this long dusty ride will make a man of me once more. I must start at once, and I could do with some money. Moriarty, you're owing me 50 notes. I know I am, replied the storekeeper, in a quivering voice. He was as punctiliously honorable in some ways as he was perfidious in others, being amiably asinine in each extreme. Now, including your little liability to me, how much are you out, even if the Flemington gamble goes in your favor? I asked. Only 68 notes, he faltered. I'll clear it, right enough, if I'm not rushed, and if I don't get the sack off the station. But by every rule of analogy, you're also badly left on the Flemington, I continued serenely. How much does that leave you out? 97 notes, and my rifle, he replied, steadying his voice by an effort. Mad, mad, mad. I wish I were dead. Will you swear off gambling altogether till my claim is discharged? On that condition, I can extend the time, say to the Greek calends. If you think I could raise the money by that time, replied the poor fellow dubiously. Anyway, I give you my solemn promise. But, I say, he continued, with seeming irrelevance, when do you expect promotion? At any moment. My presentiments, being based on the deepest inductions of science, and the subtlest intuitions of the higher philosophy, are a trifle more trustworthy than yours. And I have a presentiment that the thing is impending. But you needn't congratulate me yet. Think about yourself. That's just what I'm doing. If you tell her about this wager, I'll suicide, or clear. Well, upon my word. Do you think I'd condescend to undermine you, you storekeeper? Look out for Martin, never mind me. I don't mean her, mumbled the young fool, I mean Mrs. Butsart. You're going to marry her when you get your promotion, ain't you? There was such evident sincerity in his tone that I maintained a stern and stony silence, whilst his eyes met mine with a doubtful, deprecating look. Then he remarked doggedly. Well, that's what she told Mrs. Montgomery, last Sunday, and she said it seriously. Miss King was present at the time. And she told Butler, and Mooney, and me, across the gate of the flower garden, the same evening. Mrs. Butsart takes it for granted, and so does everybody else. She says she accepted you some time ago. You lying dog. I remarked wearily. I hope I may never stir alive off this seat if I'm not telling you the exact truth. Ask Mooney or Butler. If I do sleep, would all my wealth would wake me, I murmured, half unconsciously. You don't want to marry her, then, after all? How long do you suppose I would last? Well, don't marry her. Does it occur to you, I asked, with some bitterness, that there are some things a person can do, and some things he can't do? If the head of my department orders me to Ningen, I can reply by letter, telling him to mind his own business, and not concern himself about me. But if Mrs. Butsart assumes, if she merely takes for granted, that I'm going to marry her, I must do it, to keep her in countenance. How, in the fiend's name, can I slink out of it, now that I'm accepted? Can I tell her I've examined my heart, and I find I can only love her as a sister? Now, wouldn't that sound well? No, no. I'm a done man. Of course, she had no business to accept me unawares, but as she has done so, I must help her to keep up the grisly fraud of feminine reluctance. For, as the abbot sings, so must the sacristan respond. It is kismet. This is how all these unaccountable marriages are brought about. Though, to be sure, I have the dubious satisfaction of knowing that the enterprise brings me a good many days' march nearer home. The expression of heavenly beatitude on Moriarty's face goaded my mind to activity. Sweeping, with one glance, the whole horizon of expediency and possibility, I caught sight of the idea glanced at in a former page, and suggested, you will remember, by my dialogue with Ida. By the way, Moriarty, said I, respecting that trifling debt of honor, there's another condition that I didn't think of. As a sort of payment on account, you must privately and insidiously circulate a very grave scandal for me. Well, I won't, exclaimed the young fellow, after a moment's pause. I don't mind telling a lie when I'm driven to it, but a woman's a woman. Do your own dirty work. Then, by Jove, I'll post you. If anyone had used this threat to me, I would have asked how the posting was usually done, and what results might be expected to follow, but Moriarty's lip quivered under the threat. Do your worst, said he, swallowing the lump in his throat. You may depend on that, I replied quietly. However, the scandal was only about myself. I don't understand. I'll enlighten you. I was going to ask you to take Nelson, or Mooney, or both of them, into your confidence. Then you would arrange that Mrs. Butsart should overhear you discussing some horrible scandal in connection with me. And mind, she would have to believe it, or you would be a ruined man for the rest of your life, you would be a defaulting gambler, a byword, a hissing, an astonishment. With the curse of Cain upon your brow. Then she would spurn me with contumely, and I would be my own man again. I would be in sanctuary, so to speak, inviolable by reason of my disgrace. Metaphorically, you could lay the blast, and fire it at your leisure, in my absence. I would leave all details to your own judgment, only holding you responsible for quality of fuse, and quantity of powder. I'd stand the explosion. I'm on, exclaimed Moriarty, brightening up. Gosh! I'll give you a character to rights. Mind, it'll make you look small. The smaller the better. I have a small aperture to crawl through, and no other means of escape. Of course, being innocent all the time, the scandal won't even fizz on my inner consciousness. In fact, I'll feel myself taking a rise out of everyone that believes the yarn. And I'll live it down in good time. Now lay your plans carefully, Moriarty, and make a clean job of it, for your own sake. This being definitely settled, I soon demonstrated to the young fellow that his case, as regarded other liabilities, was by no means desperate, and his elastic temperament asserted itself at once. I may add, in passing, that he has never broken his anti-gambling pledge, also, that my £50 remains unpaid to this day. Now I must go and catch my horses, said I. Can you come? Hold on, replied Moriarty, here comes Toby, we'll send him. As the half-caste lounged out of the front door of the hut, the cook went out by the back door, and gathered an armful of firewood. Toby turned, and glided back into the hut, and, a moment later, the cook also re-entered, at the opposite side. Then the prince bounded out through the front door, with a triumphant grin on his brown face, and an enormous cockroach of black sugar in his hand. The next moment, a piece of firewood whizzed through the open door, smote HRH. Full on love of approbation, ricocheted from his gunmetal skull, and banged against the weatherboard wall of an outhouse. Will yo ever go home, I dunno? Laughed the prince, picking up his hat, while the baffled cook recovered his stick, and returned to the hut. Now what's the use of arguing that a blackfellow belongs to the human race? Queried Moriarty, the last ripple of trouble having vanished from the serene shallowness of his mind. That welt would have laid one of us out. And did you ever notice that a blackfellow or a half-caste can always clear himself when his horse comes down? The first thing a white fellow thinks about, when he feels his horse gone, is to get out of the way of what's coming, but it's an even wager that he's pinned. Never so with the inferior race. Now, last Boxing Day, when we had races here, we could see that the main event rested between Admiral Rodney, a big chestnut, belonging to a cove on a visit to the boss, with Toby in the saddle. And that grey of Murdoes, Admiral Crichton, with... Repeat that last name, please. Admiral Crichton. That slews you. Didn't I tell you you'd be cutting yourself? It's Murdoes' own pronunciation, and if he doesn't know the proper twang, I'm well sure you don't, for he owns the horse. But wasn't it a curious coincidence of name, considering that neither the owners or the horses had ever met before? Well, young Jack was to ride Admiral Crichton. And I had such faith in the horse, with Jack up, that I plunged thundering heavy on him. So did Nelson. But, by jingo, the more we saw of Admiral Rodney, the more frightened we got. In fact, we could see there was nothing for it but to stiffen Toby. Toby was to get a note if he won the big event, and nothing if he lost. But it paid us to give him 2 notes to run cronk. One moment, I interrupted, just oblige me with the name and address of that horse's owner? Shut up. It's blown over now. But as I was telling you, the chestnut had been a few times round the course, under the owner's eye, and he knew the road. And to make matters better, you might break the reins, but you couldn't get a give out of his mouth, and he could travel like a rifle bullet. So when Toby tried to get him inside the posts, he pulled and reefed like fury, and bolted altogether, and came flying into the straight, a dozen lengths to the good. Of course, losing the race made a difference of a note to Toby, so he caught the horse's shoulder with his spur, and turned him upside down, going at that bat. Then, to keep himself out of a row, he gammoned dead till we poured a pint of beer down his throat, and he lay groaning for 2 solid hours, winking now and then at Nelson and me. But that'll just tell you the difference. Neither you nor I would be game to do a thing like that, we couldn't be trained to it, simply because we belong to a superior race. I say, Toby. For the half-caste had seated himself near Possum's bench, and was there enjoying his cockroach. Off you go, like a good chap, and fetch Collins's horses. Impudence ain't worth a d, n, if it ain't properly carried out, replied the inferior creation. Think you get a note a week just for eatin' your ADJ, tucker and orderin' people about? I done my day's work. Fork over that plug tobacco you're owin' me about the length that snake. Otherways, shut up. We ain't on equal terms while that stick tobacco's between us. I'll straighten you some of these times, replied Moriarty darkly. It's coming, Toby. No catchy, no havey, ol' son, laughed the prince. The divil resave ye, Paddy. Macushla, Mavurneen, Terranouns. Wurroo. Bloody ind to the Pope. Toby, said Moriarty, with a calmness intended to seem ominous, if I had a gun in my hand, I'd shoot you like a wild dog. But I suppose I'd get into trouble for it, he continued scornfully. Just the same's for layin' out a white feller, assented the prince, still rasping at his cockroach, like Ugolini at the living skull of Ruggieri. In Dante's airy conception of the place where wrongs are rectified. That unhappy mannerism again, you see. Permit me to suggest, said Moriarty, after a pause, that if you contemplated your own origin and antecedents, it would assist you to approximate your relative position on this station. Don't you think a trifle of subordination would be appropriate to a servile and halting imitation of Mrs. B, and imitation is the sincerest flattery, I commented. I'll tell Miss K. Manners, please, appropriate, I was saying, to a blasted varmin like you. Permit me to remind you that Mrs. Montgomery, Sr., gave a blanket for you when you were little. I know she did, replied the prince, with just a suspicion of vainglory. Nobody would be fool enough to give a blanket for you when you was little. Sulim. Come on, Moriarty, said I, rising. I must take a bit off the near end of my journey tonight. Hold your halt, chaps, interposed the good-natured half-caste, I'll run up your horses for you. I was ony talkeen a rise out Mr. Maury, ADJ, Arty, Esquire, just to learn him not to be quite so suddent. And in another minute, he was striding down the paddock, with his bridle and stock-whip. Half an hour later, my horses were equipped, and, all the Levites being absent, 4 or 5 tribesmen slowly collected under Possum's shed, waiting to see what would happen. Cleopatra was not without reputation. Tell you what you better do, said Moriarty to me, better hang your socks on Nosey Alf's crook tonight. His place is 15 mile from here, and very little out of your way. Ill-natured, cranky beggar, Alf is, been on the pea, but there's no end of grass in his paddock. And I say, get him to give you a tune or two on his fiddle. Something splendid I believe. He's always getting music by post from Sydney. Montgomery had heard him sing and play, some time or other. And when old Mooney was here, just before last shearing, he sent Toby to tell Alf to come to the house in the evening, and bring his fiddle, and Alf came, very much against his grain. Young Mooney was asked into the house, on account of his dad being there, and he swears he never heard anything like Alf's style, though the stubborn devil wouldn't sing a word, nothing but play. And he was just as good on the piano as on the fiddle, though his hand must have been badly out. Mooney thinks he jibbed on singing because the women were there. Alf's a Ms. Dash it. Mischief maker? I suggested. No, Ms. Mysterious character? No, Ms. Try a synonym. Is that it? I think it is. Well, Alf's a missynonym, woman-hater, among other things. When he comes to the station, he dodges the women like a criminal. And the unsociable dog begged of Montgomery not to ask him to perform again. One night, Nelson was going past his place, and heard a concert going on, so he left his horse, and sneaked up to the wall. But the music suddenly stopped, and before Nelson knew, Nosey's dog had the seat out of his pants. Nosey came out and apologized for the dog, and brought Nelson in to have some supper. And Nelson stayed till about 12, but devil a squeak of the fiddle, or a line of a song, could he get out of Alf. But, as the boss says, Alf's only mad enough to know the difference between an eagle-hawk and a saw. Foolish expression, it seems to me. Best boundary man on the station, Alf is. Been in the round swamp paddock 5 years now, and he's likely a fixture for life. Boundary riding for some years in the Bland country before he came here. Now I'll show you how you'll fetch his place. Moriarty began drawing a diagram on the ground with a stick. You go through the red gate, we'll call this the gate. The track branches there. And you follow this branch. It's the Nalruka track, and it takes you along here. Mind, you're going due east now. Wait, Moriarty, I interrupted, don't you see that you're reversing everything? A man would have to stand on his head to understand that map. There is the north, and here is the south. Don't matter a beggar which is the real north and south. I'm showing you the way you've got to go. We'll start afresh to please you. Through here, along here, and follow the same line from end to end of the pine ridge, with the fence on your right all the way. Hold on, hold on. I again interrupted, you're at right angles now. Don't you see that your line's north and south, and did you ever see a pine ridge running north and south? Begin again. Say the red gate is here, and I turn along here. Now go ahead. No, I'm dashed if I do. I'm no hand at directing, but, by gosh, you're all there at understanding. Jack, said I, turning to the primeval t'other-sider, can you direct me to Nosy Alf's? I'll try, replied the veteran, and he slowly drew a diagram, true to the points of the compass. Ere's the red gate, mind you shed it, then along arf a mile. Through this gate, and mind how you leave, fr the wire hinclines to slip hover. Then straight along there, through the pine ridge, fm hen to hend. You're on the Nalruker track, mind, what time you see a gate hin the fence as you're a carryin' on your right shoulder. Gate 7 mile fm Nalruker track goes through that gate. Beat neb, you mind, you keep straight ahead pa the gate, hon a pad you'll rlyc, hon just hat the fur hend the pine ridge you'll strike hanather gate. And, you muse be very particular sheddin Then take a hangle fo tie 5, with the pine ridge hon your back, and, hin fo mile you'll strike your lost gate, hin the Kona. Take this fence hon your right shoulder, and run down. Beat you'll spot half's place, for ahead, wn you get to the gate, ef it ain't night. Thank you, Jack, I replied, and then imprudently continued, it would suit some of these young pups to take a lesson from you. You hain't fur wrong, replied the good old chronicle, that had so long walked hand in hand with time. Last year, hit Warhol the cry, Ol han we gets a holt Cunningarn's mongrels. Ol han we gets a holt Thompson's mongrels. We'll make hit otfrm. Han what war the hupshot? Stiddy, ses high, wesy proofs? Proof be damn, ses they, don't we know? They know a l of a lot. Has the sayin' his, onct boys was boys, and men was men, but now boys is men, and men's, I didn't catch the rest of the sentence. Han what were the hupshot? Fact was Cunningham and Thompson had been workin' on our rampaddock one night, and 6 wagger steers got away, and a stag amongst 'em, makin' fr home, and they left a whaler mindin the wagons. And the 2 them hoveralled the steers way down hin our sedan paddock. Well, hevrybody, Muster Montgomery hisself, no less, hevrybody ses, ol han we gets a holt of em fellers mongrels. Been leavin' 3 our gates hopin', and the yowsin' wieners is boxed, and puttin' a file through nosy half's oss paddock, and workin' on it with steers. Stiddy. Ses high, wesyr proofs. Way it war, Collings, come a dose rain G's harder, and yer couldn't track. Well, what war the hupshot? Warrigal half war hunloadin' hat boot terra. A yaller bullock, got, pilot by name. Yes, I gently interposed. Well, I'll have to be. Is pilot starts by night FM boot terra ration paddock, and is 30 mile to hour OSS paddock, and the hull menagerie tie lin, harder. Shove in yod, Toby, SES muster Montgomery. Precinctly, up comes half, and is OSS hull of a lather. Take your dem mongrels, SES muster Montgomery, and Don, hover sleep wyself again. Think half war goin', flog is Hanimal's 30 mile back. Not It would hardly be right, I agreed. Well, I must be jogging. Not pursued Jack. Turns Horf the main track T other side the ram paddock, through the Patagonier, leaves Hall gates hopen, fetches Nosey's place harder dark. Houts file, and hin with is mob, and gives mag, fool. Course, clears Bifo Monine, and through our sedan paddock, and back to Boot Terra that road. Ow do I know hall this, sesu? Ah, said I wisely. Well, I must be. No, you're in for it, chuckled Moriarty. Told me, is hound self, not 3 weeks agone. Camped hat our ram paddock, shiftin' Stewart's things to Queensland. And what wore the hupshot? Stiddy, now, SES high, WESY proofs. Some these young pups hoarder take a lessing horf you, Jack, SESU, just now. You're right, Collings. Did hi say, Los Lambin, did hi say we wore Egwene tur hev sich another year as 68? Mostly kettle what we had then, afore the wool rose, and wild dogs bein' plentiful them times. And we'd a sort EAD stock keeper, name Bob Selkirk. And this feller started FM, with hate under'd an FO tie sebm, EAD. And he would have his work cut out for him, I remarked, in cordial assent. You've seen some changes on this station, Jack. Well, I must be going. Leaving the old fellow talking, I threw the reins over Cleopatra's head, and drew the near one a little the tightest. He stood motionless as a statue, and beautiful as a poet's dream. Wouldn't think that horse had a devil in him as big as a bulldog, observed the horse driver. Shake the soul bolt out of a man, esposin' you do stick to him. And yet Collins can't ride worth a cuss, contributed Moriarty confidentially. He's just dropped to this fellow's style. Boss wanted to see him on our Satan, but Collins knew a thundering sight better. A slight, loose-built lad, with a spur trailing at his right heel, advanced from the group. Would you mind lettin' me take the feather edge off this feller? He asked modestly. If he slings me, you can get onto him while he's warm, and no harm done. I'd like to try that saddle, he added, by way of excuse. Minds me one I got shook, 5 months ago, with a red-headed galoot I'd been treatin' like a brother, on account of him bein' fly-blowed, and the both of us travelin' the same road. Best shape saddle I ever had a leg over, that was. Will I have a try? Not worthwhile, Jack, I replied. He might prop a little, certainly, but it's only playfulness. So I swung into the deep seat of the stolen saddle, and lightly touched the lotus-loving Memphian with both spurs. First, a reeling, dancing, uncertain panorama of buildings, fences, and spectators. Then a mechanical response to the surging, jerking, concussive saddle, and a guarded strain on the dragging reins. Also a tranquil cognizance of favorable comment, exchanged by competent judges, no excitement, no admiration, remember. Not a trace of nuchum interest, but a certain dignified and judicious approbation, honorable alike to critic and artist. Fools admire, but men of wit approve. You see, it's only playfulness, I remarked indifferently, the words being punctuated by necessity, rather than by choice. Magnificent, but not war. There's not a shadow of vice in his composition. As the poet says, this is mere madness. And thus a while the fit will work on him. Anon as patient as the female dove. When that her golden couplets have disclosed, his silence will sit drooping. There you are. And Cleopatra stood still, slightly panting, it is true, but with lamb-like guilelessness in his Madonna face. Then, as the toilers of the station slowly dispersed to see about getting up an appetite for supper, Moriarty advanced, and laid both hands on Cleopatra's mane. "Collins," he exclaimed, "I'm better pleased than if I had won 10 bob. What do you think?" That verse you quoted from Shakespeare brought the question to my mind like a shot of a gun. The very question I wanted to ask you a couple of hours ago. I know it's been asked before, in fact, I met with it in an English magazine, where the writer uses the very words you quoted just now. I thought perhaps you had never met with the question, and it might interest you. Was Hamlet mad? Of some few amiable qualities with which it has pleased heaven to endow me beyond the majority of my fellows, a Marlborough temper is by no means the least in importance. I looked down in the ingenuous face of the searcher after wisdom, quenching, like Malvolio, my familiar smile with an austere regard of control. "Semper Felix," I observed hopelessly. "You're right in saying that the question has been asked before. It has been asked. But daylight in the morning is the right time to enter on that inquiry. For the present, we must leave the world-wearied prince to rest in his ancestral vault, where he was laid by the pious hands of Horatio and Fortinbras, where, each in his narrow cell forever laid, the rude forefathers of the Hamlet sleep." Quotation, ain't it? Suggested Moriarty critically. "No," I sighed. "Well then, I'm beggared if I can see anything in that sort of an answer," remarked the young fellow resentfully. "Dear boy," I replied, "I never imagined that you could. I would you had but the wit, 'twere better than your dukedom. By the way, what is Jack's other name?" "Which Jack? Old Jack, or young Jack, or Jack the Shellback, or Fogabala Jack?" "Young Jack, the chap that offered to ride Cleopatra. Jack Frost." "Right. Goodbye. And remember our arrangement." "Goodbye, old man. Depend your life on my straightness." Then I whistled to Pup, noticed that Bunyip hadn't got on the wrong side of the fence, and turned Cleopatra's head toward the bogan. G.P. R. James rightly remarks that nothing is more promotive of thought than the walking pace of a horse. We may add that nothing on earth can soothe and purify like the canter. Nothing strengthen and exhilarate like the gallop. The trot is passed over with such contempt as it deserves. So, for the first mile I was soothed and purified. For the next half-mile I busied myself on a metaphysical problem, and so on for about 5 miles. The metaphysical difficulty, if you care about knowing, arose in connection with the singular issue of that preposterous wager. Whence came such an elaborate dispensation? If from above, it was plainly addressed to Moriarty, as a salutary check on his growing propensity. If from beneath, it must have been a last desperate attempt to decoy into evil ways one who was, perhaps, better worth enlisting than the average fathead. To which of these sources would you trace the movement? Mind you, our grandfathers, to come no closer, would have piously taken the event on its face value of £50, as a blessing to the Protestant, and a chastisement to the Papish. But we move. And, by my faith, we have need. Presently I entered on the narrow pine ridge. And now, carrying a line of fence on my right shoulder, I followed the pleasant track, winding through pine, wilga, needlebush, quandong, and so forth. 2 miles of this. Then on my right appeared the white gate, through which ran the Nalruca track. Up to this time, I had been following the route which a harsh usage of the country had interdicted to Priestley. Montgomery and Folkestone, returning from their drive, had just come through this gate. The buggy, turned toward home, was on the track in front of me, and Montgomery was resuming his seat, after shutting the gate. The station mailbag, loosely tied, was lying on the footboard. I had just done explaining where I was bound for, and on what business, and where I intended staying that night, when I nearly tumbled off my horse with a sort of white horror. For straight behind the buggy, and less than 80 yards away, Priestley's 14 bullock team came crawling along the fence, with the evident purpose of catching the Nalruka track at the gate. Priestley had chanced it. Knowing every gate on the run, he had merely gone round the ration paddock, and had already made a 7-mile stage in 10 miles traveling, that is, losing 3 miles in the detour. Once through this gate, the track would be lovely, the wagon would chase the bullocks, evening would soon be on, he would fetch feed and water at the Fa-Bala tank, in the quiet moonlight. Moreover, if he met a boundary man, he could easily say he had permission from the boss. In any case, it would soon be not worthwhile to order him back. And he would be off the run sometime tomorrow forenoon. I could read his thoughts as I looked at him across Montgomery's shoulder. Concealed from distant observation by the timber of the pine ridge, he had dismissed all apprehension, and allowed his mind to drift to a bend of the Murrumbidgee, a couple of miles above Hay. There were his young barbarians all at play, there was their decent mother, he, their sire, looking blissfully forward to superhuman work, and plenty of it. Straight into the lion's mouth. Heaven help, but does heaven help the Scotch navigator? I question it. Half an hour's loafing, at any time during the day, would have timed his arrival so as not only to obviate the present danger, but to spare him the disquieting consciousness of narrow escape. And heaven helps those who help themselves. He knew the gate was near. And, with the automatic restlessness of an impatient dog tied under a traveling dray, he walked back and forward, backward and forward beside his weary team. Often looking back to see the wagon clear the trees, but never, by any chance, looking forward against the blaze of the declining sun intently enough to notice the back of the buggy. Partly concealed, as it was, by an umbrageous wilga. As I watched him, I wished, with Balaam, that there were a sword in mine hand, that I might slay the ass. I daren't ride past the buggy, for fear of Montgomery looking round to say something. I half heard him tell me that the Sydney crew had won the regatta, and that Jupiter was starting a hot favourite for the Flemington. And all this time, the unconscious son of perdition was crawling nearer. Not a jolt nor a click-clock came from his wagon as it pressed the yielding soil. And the faint creaking of the tackle was drowned in the rustle of a hot wind through the foliage. "I'm sorry to see you starting so late in the day, and Saturday too," continued the squatter courteously. "The barracks will be lively tonight over these sporting events." I bowed. I would have licked the dust to see him stand not upon the order of his going, but go at once. "Well, I must be moving," I mumbled hastily, glancing behind me at the sun, and backing Cleopatra into the scrub, to let the buggy pass, noting also that Priestley wasn't 40 yards away. "Now, confess the truth, Collins, you've been having a tiff with Mrs. Budsart," continued Montgomery. "Lovers' quarrel? That's nothing. I didn't think you were so pettish as to run away like this." "Indeed, Mr. Montgomery," said I earnestly, "I assure you I'm only going at the call of duty. I'll show." Here it struck me that the production of my letter would delay things worse, and "By the way, there's a parcel for Alf Jones in the mailbag," continued the squatter, with hideous dilatoriness. "I see it's a roll of music. Better take it. And his newspaper. Get him to give you a tune on his violin, if you can. It will be something to remember." "Thank you for the suggestion, sir," I continued slavishly, whilst backing Cleopatra a little further into the scrub, and clearing my throat with a sharp, penetrating sound, as if I had swallowed a fly. Just then, the bullocks stopped of their own accord, within 10 yards of the buggy, and Priestley, preoccupied in laying out fresh work for himself, was roused by my loud RRM, and took in the situation. Montgomery seemed amused at my tribulation. "Why, your manner betrays you, Collins." "Never mind. You'll grow out of that in good time. When is it coming off?" He crossed his knees, and held the reins jammed between them, whilst deliberately filling and lighting his pipe. Meanwhile, Priestley, in silent communion with his maker, stood by his team as if waiting to be photographed. The buggy was in a cool, pleasant shade. And Montgomery would maintain this flagitious procrastination of his managerial duties while I remained a butt for his ill-timed chaff. Critical is no name for the state of affairs. But an angel seemed to whisper me soul to soul. I responded to the inspiration. "Well, I'll show you the letter, Mr. Montgomery," said I, with a petulance tempered by sycophancy. I first felt, then slapped, my pockets, by japers. "I've left my pocketbook on the seat in front of the barracks," I continued hurriedly, as I turned Cleopatra back toward the station, and bounded off at a canter. I hadn't gone 5 strides, when, flick, went the buggy whip, the vehicle started after me. And Priestley was saved. But there is no such thing as permanent safety in this world. The first rattle of the wheels was followed by a loud, pompous, bank director cough from one of the bullocks. "Hello! What the Sheol have we here?" It was Montgomery's voice, no longer jocular. I turned and rode back, as he swung his buggy round on the lock, skillfully threading the trees and scrub, till he resumed his old position, but now facing the bullock team. "And what, in the devil's name, brings you round this quarter?" he demanded sternly. "This is a bad job." "You're right, Mr. Montgomery," assented the bullock driver, with emphasis, "it is a bad job. It's bad job. Way it comes, you see, I got a bit loadin' for now Rooker. 2 ton 5. "I know all about that, though I'm not interested in the transaction," retorted Montgomery. "I asked you what the Sheol brings you here." "Well, that's just what I was goin' to explain when you took the word out my mouth. You see, Mr. Montgomery, the proper road for me would have been back along the main track to the Canegrass Swamp, and from there along the Reglar-Nalruker track. But I was frightened the convincer, so I thought I'd just cut across." "Great God! You thought you'd just cut across? Do you own this run?" "Well, no, Mr. Montgomery, I don't, that's certain. But if I'd thought you'd any objection, I'd leave. That's what you should have done. You've acted like a fool." "You'd give me leaf?" suggested the bullock driver, in a tone full of unspoken entreaty. "I'd have seen you in Sheol first." I declined to make a thoroughfare of the run. "But by condescending to ask me, you'd have saved yourself some traveling. The nearest way to the main road is past the station. Here. Rouse up your mongrels, and make a start along this track. I'll see that you're escorted. If you loose out before you reach the main road, I shall certainly prosecute you. Once there, I'll take care you don't trespass again during this trip. Come. Move yourself." Priestley had never been taught to order himself lowly and reverently to all his betters. Yet there was deeper pathos in the rude dignity of his reply than could have attended servility. "It's this way, Mr. Montgomery, I don't deny I got here in a sneakin' way. I feel it, Mr. Montgomery. By Sheol, I do. Still, I'm here now. Well, if I tackle this track out to the main road, there's 3 them bullocks'll drop in yoke before I fetch the station. Would you like to see the bones layin' beside this track, every time you drive past? I bet you what you like, you'd be sorry when your temper is over. Then we'll say I'm out on the main road. How am I goin' to fetch Nalruka? Not possible, the way I'm fixed. I wouldn't do it to you, Mr. Montgomery." I had ridden to the side of the buggy. "Mr. Montgomery," said I wish to heaven that you were under 1/10 of the obligation to me that I am under to you, so that I might venture to speak in this case. But the remembrance of so much consideration at your hands in the past, encourages me. There's a great deal in what Priestley says, my own experience in bullock driving brings it home to me. And I sympathize with him, rather than with you. Of course the matter rests entirely in your hands, but to me it appears in the light of a responsibility. It is noble to have a squatter's strength, but tyrannous to use it like a squatter. Something like a smile struggled to Montgomery's sunburnt face, and I could see that the battle was over. But another was impending. It was now half an hour since I had met the buggy. Folkestone had calmly ignored me from the first. When the trouble supervened, his haughty immobility had still sustained him at such an altitude as to render Priestley, as well as myself, invisible even to bird's-eye view. But the small soul, rattling about loose in the large, well-fed body, couldn't let it pass at that. On my interposing, he placed a gold-mounted glass in his eye, and, with a digress of rudeness which I have never seen equalled in a navvy's camp, stared straight in my face till I had done speaking. Then the lens dropped from his eye, and he turned to his companion. "Who is this person, Montgomery?" he asked. The squatter looked plainly displeased. He was as proud as his guest, but in a different way. Folkestone, being a gentleman per se, was distinguished from the ordinary image of God by caste and culture. And to these he added a fatal self-consciousness. Don't take me as saying that caste and culture could possibly have made him a boor. Take me as saying that these had been powerless to avert the misfortune. He was a gentleman by the grace of God and the flunkeyism of man. Montgomery was also a gentleman, but only by virtue of his position. So that, for instance, Priestley's personal facsimile, appearing as a well-to-do squatter, would have been received on equal terms by Montgomery. Whereas, Folkestone's disdain would have been scarcely lessened. The relative manliness of the two types of gentlemen is a question which each student will judge according to his own fallen nature. Pardon me for saying that you Australians have queer ways of maintaining authority, continued the European, lazily raising his eyebrows, and speaking with the accent, or rather, absence of accent, which, in an Englishman, denotes first-class education. A vagrant, by appearance, and probably not overburdened with honesty, is found trespassing on your property. Then this individual, by gad, I feel curious to know who our learned brother for the defense is, bandies words with you on the other fellow's behalf. I confess I rather like his style. I expected to hear him address you as old boy, or my dear fellow, or by some such affectionate title. Pardon my warmth, I say, Montgomery. But this phase of colonial life is new to me. Placed in your position, if my opinion, as a landlord, be worth anything, I should make an example of the trespassing scoundrel, partly as a tonic to himself and partly as a lesson to this cad. If I rightly understand, you have the power to punish, by fine or imprisonment, any trespass on your sheepwalks. You don't exercise your prerogative, you say? By gad, you'll have to exercise it, or, let me assure you, you will be sowing thorns for your children to reap. Here, I should imagine, is an excellent opportunity for vindication of your rights as a landowner. This reasoning wouldn't have affected Montgomery's foregone decision to suspend his own rights in the current case, had not Priestley been too industrious to notice the opening avenue of escape. But to the bullock driver's troubled mind it appeared that he had managed to wander inside the wings of the stockyard of fate. And that Folkestone was lending a willing hand to hurl him into the crush. Moreover, the rough magnanimity of the man's nature was outraged by some supposed insult sustained by me on his behalf. Just 3 words of comment here. Built into the moral structure of each earthly probationer is a thermometer, graduated independently, and it is never safe to heat the individual to the boiling point of his register. You never know how far up the scale this point is, unless you are very familiar with the particular thermometer under experiment. Romeo, for instance, pacific by nature, and self-schooled to forbearance by the second strongest of inspirations, meets deadly public insult by the softest of answers, calm, dishonorable. Vile submission, his friend calls it. But the slaying of that friend touches Romeo's 212 degrees Fahrenheit, then. Away to heaven, respective lenity, and fire-eyed fury be my conduct now. Whereupon, Tybalt, the tamperer, is scalded to death. In Ida, as we have seen, the insinuated aspersion of unchastity touched 100 degrees centigrade, and the experimentalist was glad to retreat, with damaged dignity, from the escaping steam. So, in Priestley, the wanton hostility of Folkestone touched 80-degree Romer, and the billy boiled over, wasting the water, and smothering the owner with ashes. One moment more, please. Nations, kindreds, and peoples are individuals in mass, and here the existence of an overlooked boiling point is the one thing that makes history interesting. Cooper puts on paper a fine breezy English contempt for the submissiveness and ultra-royalism of the pre-revolutionary French, and lives to wonder at the course of events. Macaulay's diction rolls like the swelling of Jordan, as he expatiates on the absolute subserviency, the settled incapacity for resistance, of the Bengali, till presently the mutiny, a near thing. In two widely different senses, and confined to the Bengali troops, shakes his credit. So it has ever been, and ever shall be. But for that ingrained endowment of resilience, man would long ago have ceased to inhabit this planet. When Priestley came to the boil, all considerations of expediency, all natural love of peace and fear of the wrath to come, all solicitude for wife and children, vanished from his mind, leaving him fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. I must suppress about half the language in which he clothed his one remaining thought. "And who are you?" he thundered, advancing toward the buggy. "A loafer, no better. And you must shove in your lip. I don't blame Montgomery for bein' nasty, he's got a right to blackguard me, the way things is, and I give him credit. But you, Sierra Ripes. If I had you a couple 100 mile further back, I'd learn you manners. I'd make you spring off your tail." Folkestone, his head canted to a listening angle, noted with a half-amused, half-tired smile the outlaw's tirade. Then he rose, drew off his light coat, and laid it across the back of the buggy seat. "I will thump this fellow, Montgomery," said he, and he certainly meant it. Priestley was a man of 9 stone. "By your favor, once more, and only once." The Englishman proper is the pugilist of the world. The Australian or American maxima may be as brutal, or even more so, but the average efficiency in smiting with the fist of wickedness is, beyond all question, on the English side. English fair play is a fine expression. It justifies the bashing of the puny draper's assistant by the big, hairy blacksmith. And this to the perfect satisfaction of both parties, if they are worthy the name of Englishmen. Also, the English gentleman may take off his coat to the potsherd of the earth. And so excellent is his discrimination that the combat will surely end even as your novelist describes, simply because no worshipper can make headway against his god, when the divinity hits back. At the same time, no insubordinate Englishman, named crooked-nosed Yorkie, and made in proportion, ever did, or ever will suffer manual mauling at the hands of an English gentleman, or any other gentleman, for that matter. What a fool the gentleman would be! No, crooked-nosed Yorkie is always given in charge, and it takes 3 policemen to run him in. English fair play. Varnhagen von Entz tells us how continental gentlemen envied the social usage which permitted Lord Castlereagh, in 1815, to show off his bruising ability at the expense of a Viennese cabman, probably some consumptive featherweight, and certainly a man who had never seen a scrapping match in his life. But English fair play doesn't stand transplantation to Australia, except in patches of suitable soil. For instance, when barloafer meets pimp, at £1 a side, then comes the raw meat business. The back-country man, though saturnine, is very rarely quarrelsome, and almost never a pugilist. Nevertheless, his foot on his native saltbush, it is not advisable to assault him with any feebler weapon than rifle and bayonet. There is a radical difference, without a verbal distinction, between his and the Englishman's notions of fair play. Each is willing to content himself with the weapons provided by nature. But the southern barbarian prefers a natural product about 3 feet long. And the thickness of your wrist at the butt, his conception of fair play being qualified by a fixed resolution to prove himself the better counterfeit. So Priestley, with a sinister glitter in his patient eyes, had reversed his whipstick, pliant end downward, and bent along the ground. He knew the nature of seasoned pine. A sharp jerk, and the whipstick would snap, supplying a nilla-nilla which would make him an overmatch for a dozen folkestones in rotation. My hand was on Cleopatra's mane, and my off foot clear of the stirrup. It would be a Christian act to save Folkestone from the father of a baton, and Priestley from that sterner father, namely, old Father Antic, the law. But imminent as the collision seemed, it didn't come off. "Sit down, Folkestone," said Montgomery, holding his companion's sleeve with a firm grip, whilst gazing steadily northward through the narrow fringe of timber. Following his eye, I saw a horseman, a mile and a half distant, heading for the homestead at a walk. "Is that Arblaster, Collins?" demanded the squatter. I brought my binocular to bear on the horseman. "Nelson," I replied. "Better still. Signal him." I galloped out into the plain, wheeled broadside on, and waved my hat. The equestrian profile changed to a narrow line, and I returned to the buggy, followed, at a decent interval, by Nelson. I was glad to see Priestley in the act of driving through the gate. "Come, here, Priestley," said Montgomery quietly. "You have my permission to follow this track to the Nalruca boundary. I hope I'll get some slant to do as much." Silence. "But if you trespass on my feed or water, by God I'll prosecute you. Another thing. Never in future load anything for me, or come to this station expecting wool. And I may as well warn you that every boundary man in my employ will be on the lookout for you from this time forward. Nelson. You ride behind his wagon to the boundary, and see that he keeps the track." A frown gathered on the young fellow's face, reinforced by a burning blush as Montgomery went on. "Perhaps you scarcely expected me to concur in your opinion. That one ought to spring a bit in a season like this. Yet I have no intention of crushing a poor, decent, hard-working devil, that is, if he can add 9 miles more to today's stage, without unyoking. I have already given him a thorough good blackguarding for calculating upon crossing the run. If he trespasses on feed or water, if he doesn't go straight on with his team, wagon or no wagon, you and I may quarrel. Who was the spy? Ah. Who is the ubiquitous station spy? Goodbye, Mr. Montgomery, said I abjectly. Aren't you coming back to the station for your pocketbook? He asked, with a glance out of the corner of his eye. I find I've got it here all the time, wonder how I came to overlook it. Thinking too much about Mrs. Butsart, suggested the squatter. She won't be at all displeased to hear of it. Goodbye, Collins. Safe journey. I raised my woodywake to Folkestone, who again placed his glass in his eye, and stared at me wonderingly till we tore ourselves apart. Another mile, and I cleared the pine ridge. Looking back to the right, I could see Priestley and his guard of honor crawling toward the Fa Bala sand hills, which lay 2 miles from the gate where we had parted. They would reach the tank as twilight merged into moonlight. Then Nelson would say, I'm going to have a drink of tea at Jack's hut. I'll be back in 3 or 4 hours. Pity you're not allowed to loose out, for there's a grand bit of crow's foot round that pine tree in the hollow. Don't kindle a fire, unless you want to get lagged. And Priestley would get to the boundary by 10 o'clock on the morrow, without the loss of a beast. Thanking heaven that he hadn't been escorted by Arblaster or Butler, and racking his invention to provide for the coming night. Also, Montgomery would, within a week, know all the details of the trip, station spy again, but, being a white man, he would silently condone Nelson's disobedience. One more little incident enlivened the monotony of my journey to Alf's hut. Whilst giving my horses a half-mile walk, I took out the newspaper Toby had brought. I didn't look for any marginal marks, having recognized Jeff Rigby's handwriting in the address. Rigby is a man who never writes except on his own account. His way of acknowledging a letter is to pick up a newspaper, of perhaps a month old, tie a string round it, stamp and address it, and drop it in the nearest letterbox. This paper, however, happened to be the latest available issue of a Melbourne daily, and contained a copious account of the regatta, followed by the coarsely executed portrait of a young man. With the neck and shoulders, and, by one of nature's sad, yet just, compensations, also the face and head, of the average athlete. Rude as the engraving was, the subject of it at once suggested what the life assurance canvassers call an excellent risk. And underneath ran the title, Mr. Rudolph Winterbottom, stroke of the winning crew. An ensuing paragraph briefly sketched the hero's history, habits, and physical excellencies. He was 22 years of age, had a good position in the NSW civil service, and was now on leave of absence. He was a non-smoker, a life abstainer, and in a word, was distinguished in almost every branch of those gamble faculties which show a weak mind and an able body. It gave me quite a turn. Sic transit, thought I, with a sigh. Such is life. The cranky boundary rider's little weatherboard hut, standing just inside his horse paddock fence, was neater than the average. The moonlight showed that a radius of 5 or 6 yards from the door had been swept with a broom. While some kerosene tins, containing garden flowers, occupied the angle formed by the chimney and the wall. The galvanized bucket and basin on the bench by the door were conspicuously clean. And the lamplight showed through a green blind on the window. A black and tan collie gave a few perfunctory barks as I drew near, whereupon Alf, with sleeves rolled up, and hands freshly blooded to the wrists, appeared at the door, and drew back on seeing me. I brought my horses through the gate, and he met me outside the hut, his hands washed, and his shirt sleeves buttoned. He stood by, scarcely speaking, whilst I introduced myself, gave him his parcel and newspaper, and unsaddled my horses. Then I followed him into the hut, and he cleared away from the table the anatomy of a fine turkey, shot during the day. Sullenly he replenished the kettle, and put the fire together. Then washed the table, and laid it for one. But the newspaper revelation, in giving me a turn, had turned me philosophic side upward. And I cared little for Alf's sullenness, provided he listened with attention to my discourse on the mutability of things. By the time he had poured out my tea, he was a vanquished man. He filled a cup for himself, to keep me company, and guardedly commented on the news I brought from the station and the Pine Ridge gate. Still I was touched to observe that he kept his disfigured face averted as much as possible. Did you ever reflect upon how much you have to be thankful for in the matter of noses? Your nose, in all probability, is your dram of eel, your club foot, your Mordecai sitting at the king's gate, but you would look very queer without it. In your morbid hypercriticalness, you may wish this indocile, undisguisable, and most unsheltered feature had been made a little longer, or a little shorter, or a little wider, or not quite so wide. Or perhaps you wish the isthmus between your eyes a little higher, or the ridge of the peninsula a little straighter, or the South Cape a little more, or less, obtuse. Or possibly you wish that the front elevation is good, did not admit, through the natural grottos above your mustache. So clear a perspective of the interior of ambition's airy hall, forcing upon you the conviction that your own early disregard of your mother's repeated admonitions against wiping upward had come home to you at last, and had come to stay. Check that rebellious spirit, I charge you. Your nose is good enough, better, probably, than you deserve. Be thankful that you have one of any design at all. This poor boundary man had none to speak of. And it seemed such a pity. More beautiful, otherwise, than a man's face is justified in being, it was, apart from sex, as if Pygmalion's masterpiece had fallen heavily, face downward, and then sprung into life. Minus the feature which will least bear tampering with. The upper half of his nose was represented by an irregular scar, running off toward the left eye, which was dull and opaque, the other was splendid, soft, and luminous. And as he sat in the full light of the lamp, with his elbow on the table, in order to shade with his hand the middle part of his face. The combination of fine frontal development with exquisite and vigorous contour of mouth and chin was so striking that I involuntarily glanced round the hut for the bookshelf. His lithe, graceful movements had at first led me to mark him down as a mere lad. But now the lamplight showed a maze of incipient wrinkles on the sunburnt neck, and a few silver threads in the thick, strong, coal-black hair. Moreover, owing to inadvertence or ignorance on the part of people who should have known better, he had been christened in immediate succession to a girl. It is well and widely known that this oversight, small as it looks, will free a man for life from any rude inquiry as to when he is going to burn off the scrub. Alf had no scrub to burn off, except a faint mustache, unnoticeable but for its dark color. For the rest, he was slightly above medium height and by no means a good stamp of a man, tapering the wrong way, if I might so put it without shocking the double-refined reader. And, from stiff serge jumper to German silver spur, he, Alf, of course, was unbecomingly clean for Saturday. The somewhat wearisome minuteness of this description is owing to his being, at least in my estimation, the most interesting character within the scope of these scranny memoirs. I looked round for the bookshelf. It was a bookcase this time, a flat packing case, nailed to the wall, fitted with shelves, and curtained on the front. I rose and inspected the collection, 50 or 60 volumes altogether, poetry, drama, popular theology, reference, and a few miscellaneous works. History meagerly represented, science and yellowback fiction not at all. "You don't find many people of my name in the country," remarked the boundary man trivially, after a pause. "Not many," I replied, wondering whether he referred to his nickname or to the inexpensive, but lasting, gift of his godfathers and godmothers, at the time of their annoying mistake. "I suppose you hardly know one," he persisted. "Not that I can think of," I replied. "Have you any swapping books?" "Yes, you'll find Elsie Venner lying on top of the upper shelf." "I've read it years ago, but will change," I replied. "When I first got my swapping book, it was by Hannah More, now it's by Zola, and smutty enough at that. It has undergone about 20 intermediate metamorphoses, and it's still going remarkably strong, in both senses of the word. Therefore I can recommend it." "I don't think it does a person any good to read Zola," remarked the boundary man gravely. "Not the slightest, Alf, that is, in the works by which he is represented amongst us. But do you think it does a person any good to read Holmes? Zola has several phases, one of them, I admit, blue as heaven's own tinct, but Holmes has only one phase, namely, Pharisaism. Zola, even as we know him here in Riverina, has this advantage, that he gives you no rest for the sole of your foot, or rather, for the foot of your soul. Whilst Holmes serenely seduces you to his own pinchbeck standard. Zola is honest, he never calls evil good, whilst Holmes is spurious all through. Mind you, each has a genuine literary merit of his own. "But don't you like Holmes's poetry?" asked Alf. "Well, his poems fill a little volume that the world would be sorry to lose." "But why didn't he write one verse, just one, for the abolitionists to quote?" "Because it's not in his nature to denounce things," objected Alf. "Neither was it in Longfellow's nature. Yet Longfellow's poems on slavery are judged worthy to form a separate section of his works. But Holmes can denounce most valiantly. He denounces witch-burning and Inquisition persecution, like the chivalrous soul that he is. He has achieved the distinction of being the only American poet of note who blandly ignores slavery, and takes part with the aristocrat, as against the lowly. The same spirit runs through all his writings. He has a range of about 3 notes, a flunkyish coo-tooing to soap-bubble eminence, a tawdry sympathy with aristocratic woe, and a drivelling contempt for angular poor relations, in bombazine gowns. Bombazine, by the way, is a cheap, carpety-looking fabric, built of shoddy, and generally used for homemade quilts. "No, it's not," broke in Alf, with a rippling laugh. "It's a very good dress material, silk one way, and wool the other, and it's mostly black, or maroon, or—" He stopped with a gasp. "Why don't you sit down?" he continued, in an altered tone. "And that reminds me, my day's work's not done yet." He cleared the table, and placed upon it his half-dissected turkey, in a milk dish. I had the conversation to myself till he finished his work and took the turkey outside to hang it on the meat pole. This was a sapling of 15 or 20 feet high, with a fork at the top, through which ran a piece of clothesline. I followed him to the door, discoursing on literature, whilst he attached one end of the clothesline to the turkey's legs, hauled it up to the fork, and hitched the fall of the rope to the pole. But just as the turkey reached its place, he had dropped his head with a movement of pain, and, after securing the rope, he groped his way into the hut, holding his hand over his right eye. "Bit of bark, or something, dropped NGHT into my eye," he muttered. "It doesn't suit me to have anything wrong with the one I have left." By the bright lamplight, I soon relieved him of what proved to be a small ant. Then he went out to the washing bench, and I heard the dabbling of water. "I got a grass seed in my eye the New Year's Day before last," he remarked, in a sort of sullen self-commiseration, after we had sat in silence for a minute. "I couldn't see to catch a horse. And it took me about 6 hours to grope my way along the fences to Dick Templeton's hut. I thought I'd have gone mad." "Ah," said I sympathetically, "that reminds me of an incident that came under my own notice on the very day you speak of. I'll tell you how it happened." By this time, Alf had lit a meek and lowly meerschaum, whilst a large grey cat had jumped on his knees, and settled itself for repose. "You asked me a while ago whether I knew anyone of your name in this part of the country. I forgot at the moment that one of my most profitable studies is a namesake of yours, Warrigal Alf, a carrier on these roads." "What's his other name?" asked the Boundary Man, in a suppressed voice. "Morris." "Why don't you call him so, then?" "I hate nicknames." Poor fellow, thought I, and I continued, "I was coming down from Coburg, with a single horse. And on the New Year's Day before last, I reached the Yellow Tank, about 40 miles from here, isn't it? I left my saddle and things at the tank, and was taking my horse out to a place where there's always a bit of grass, when I noticed a wagon in the scrub. And identified it as Alf's." "Did you know him before?" murmured the Boundary Man. "Certainly." "Is he a married man?" "Widower." "Widower," repeated Alf, almost in a whisper. "Did you know his wife?" "Personally, no. Inductively, yes. She was one of those indefinably dangerous women who sing men to destruction, one of those tawny-haired tigresses, with slumbrous dark eyes, name, Iolanthe." "What?" "Iolanthe de Vavasour," I replied good-humoredly. "More appropriate than Molly, isn't it?" The Boundary Man, after picking up his pipe, which had fallen on the slumbering cat, fixed his Zitska eye on my face with a puzzled, shrinking, defiant look, whilst drawing his seat a little further away. Ah! Years of solitary life, with the haunting consciousness of frightful disfigurement, had told on his mind. Moriarty was right. And I remembered that the moon was approaching the full. Alf was sitting under a hop bush, I continued, with his hand across his eyes. "What's the matter, Alf?" says I. "Is that you, Collins?" says he, trying to look up. "You're just in time to do more for me than I would care about doing for you. I've met with an accident. I was lying on my back under the wagon this morning, tightening some nuts, when a bit of rust, or something, fell straight into my eye. Frightful pain, and it's affecting the other eye already. Giving me a foretaste of hell. No doubt it's a good thing, but I don't want a monopoly of it. I wish I could pass it round." This was Alf's style of philosophy. Our friend, Iolanthe, is largely, though perhaps indirectly, responsible for it. "Yes, go on," said the Boundary Man nervously. "Well, as I was telling you, it was after sunset, and there was no time to lose, so I whittled a bit of wood to a point, and essayed the task in which I claim a certain eminence, namely, the extraction of a mote from my brother's eye." "You're right, Alf," says I. "It's a flake of rust, about the size of a fish's scale, lodged on the colored part, which we term the iris, or, strictly speaking, on that part of the cornea which covers the iris. But I can't shift it with this appliance. Must get something sharper." So I took a pin out of my coat, and grubbed the mote as well as I could by the deficient light. I don't know what Alf thought of it at the time, but I considered it a lovely operation. When it was over, Alf signified to me that I wasn't wanted any longer, so I went about my business. Next morning, as I was going toward my horse bell, I gave my patient a purely professional call, and found his eye worse than ever. I subjected him to another examination. And, this time having the advantage of full daylight, I discovered that the cause of his trouble wasn't a flake of rust, after all, but a small, barbed speck of clean iron, embedded in the white of the eye. I discovered something else. Alf's eyes are as blue as those of Zola's Nana. And in the iris of the affected one there is, or rather was, a brown spot. I had often noticed this before. But, in the defective light and the hurry of the operation, I had never thought of the thing and had wasted time and skill on it, as I tell you. I have often laughed to remember. You were badly off for something to laugh at. Again I recalled Monetti's remark, for the boundary man's voice trembled as he spoke, and his splendid eye blazed with sudden resentment. But the fit passed away instantly, and he asked, in his usual subdued tone, "When did you see this Alf Morris last?" "About 2 months ago," I replied. "He was camped at that time in the Dead Man's Bend, at the junction of Avondale and Mondenbara." "When are you likely to see him again?" asked the boundary man. "But, of course, you can't tell. It's a foolish question. I don't know what's come over me tonight. Ignorance is bliss, in that instance, poor fellow," thought I, glancing out at the weirdly beautiful moonlight. And I replied, "Most likely I'll never see him again. These wool tracks, that knew him so well, will know him no more again forever. He's gone to a warmer climate. That decides it," muttered the lunatic, swaying on his seat, whilst he clutched the edge of the table. "Alf! Alf!" I remonstrated, laying my hand on his shoulder. He shrank from the touch, and immediately recovered himself. "Let me explain," I continued soothingly. "He has gone 4 or 5 months' journey due north, in charge of 3 teams loaded with laras and panades and tools, and cooking utensils, and rations. And other things too numerous to particularize, belonging once to Kultopa, but now to a new station in southwestern Queensland. Hence I say he's gone to a warmer climate. Not much of a joke, I admit." "And what's become of Kultopa?" asked the boundary man, panting under his effort at self-control. "Old times are changed, old manners gone, a stranger fills the Stuart's throne," I replied, with real sadness. "Kultopa's sold to a Melbourne company, and is going to be worked for all it's worth. And I'm thinking of the carrier, coming down with the survivors of a severe trip, and the penniless pedestrian, striking the station at the 11th hour. These people will miss Stuart badly. For the guest flies the hall, and the vassal from labor. Since his turban was cleft by the infidel saber." "Whose turban?" asked Alf, with a puzzled look. "Stuart's." I spake but by a metaphor. As with Antony, 'tis one of those odd tricks that sorrow shoots out of the mind. There was a few minutes' silence. I was thinking of the Christian squatter, and so, no doubt, was many another wanderer at the same moment. "But he'll come back to Riverina when he delivers the loading," suggested the boundary man. "Who?" "This, Alf Morris." "I don't think so. I know he doesn't intend it." Another pause. Glancing at my companion, as he sat with his elbows on the table, and one hand, as usual, across the middle of his face, I noticed his chest heaving unnaturally. And his shapely lips losing their deep color. "Are you sick, Alf?" "Yes, a little," he whispered. I filled a cup at the water bag, and set it before him. He drank part of it. "Quakers' meeting," he remarked at length, with a slight laugh. "Why don't you say something? I'm not much of a talker myself, but I'm a good listener. Tell us some yarn to pass the time. Anything you like. Tell us all about that camp on the Lachlan, and what passed between you and your friend, Morris." Upon this hint I spake. I recounted consecutively the incidents which form the subject of an earlier chapter, whilst an occasional inquiry, or an appreciative nod, proved my eccentric auditor in touch with me from first to last. 3 or 4 weeks afterward, I continued, I met this Bob Sterling in Moscow. He had a bit of a head on him at the time, having just got through 5 notes, 3 from Stuart, and 2 from Alf. I got a bob's worth of brandy to straighten him up. And we had a drink of tea together, while my horses went through a small feed of bad chaff at 6 pence a pound. His account was, that Stuart, after parting from me, drove straight to Alf's camp, and deposited him there to look after things. Stuart himself only stayed a few minutes, and then drove to Avondale, to see Mr. Wentworth St. John French, Terrible Tommy's boss. Next morning, a wagonette came from Avondale, with a few parcels of eatables, and a few bottles of drinkables, and other sinful lusts of the flesh. For days after that, again, Stuart drove round on his way back to Kultopa. By this time, Alf was able to crawl about, trying his best to be civil to Bob, and succeeding fairly well for a non-smoker. However, when Stuart called, he got into a yarn with Alf, and had a drink of tea while Bob held the horses. Presently, according to Bob's account, the conversation grew closer. And, after an hour or so, Stuart told Bob to unharness the horses, and hobble them out where they could get a bite of grass. Altogether, Stuart stayed about half a day. In a few days more, Alf was able to yoke and unyoke a few quiet bullocks, then he and Bob started for Kultopa together. Arrived at their destination, Stuart and Alf each paid Bob, as already hinted, and Bob, having urgent business in Moscow, hurried away to transact it. He had just completed the deal when I met him. Here I paused to light my pipe. "And what makes you think he has left Riverina for good?" asked the boundary man absently. "Catch him leaving Riverina. He knows he has a good character as a quiet, decent, inoffensive sundowner, nobody's enemy but his own, and experience has taught him that any kind of tolerable reputation is better than no reputation at all." "I don't mean him," said the boundary man constrainedly. "Of course not. I beg your pardon." "Well, I heard it from himself. I met him about 3 weeks ago, that would be about 3 weeks after my interview with Bob Sterling. He's fairly in love with what he saw of Queensland, before last shearing. And, between bad seasons and selectors, not to mention his own presentiment of a rabbit plague, he's full up of Riverina. But that reminds me that I haven't brought Alf Morris's story to a proper conclusion. I heard the rest of it from Stuart, on the occasion I speak of. Stuart has bought his plant, and engaged him permanently. His first business is to take Stuart's teams to their destination, no easy matter at this time of the year, and such a year as this. But if any man can do it, that man is Alf. He started some weeks ago, a little shaky after his sickness, but recovering fast. Entirely changed in disposition, Stuart tells me. And those who know him will agree that a change wouldn't be out of place. But Stuart speaks of him as one of the noblest-minded men he ever knew. He says he just wants a man like Alf, and he doesn't intend to part with him. I fancy our love of paradox makes us prone to associate noble-mindedness with cantankerousness. At all events, nobody ever called me noble-minded. But such is life. Then this new situation is a permanent thing for him, suggested the boundary man. For Alf? No, I'm sorry to say, it's not. Why? Because Stuart's about 60, and Alf's somewhere in the neighborhood of 37. The Carlisle tables would give Stuart an actuarial expectation of 10 or 15 years, and Alf one of 25 or 30. And there will be old man changes in the personnel of the station staff when the grand old Christian sleeps with his fathers, and his dirty flash son reigns in his stead. Such, again, is life. But this won't affect Alf's interests to any ruinous extent. He has a stockingful of his own. It's a well-known fact that few carriers of Riverina cleared as much money as he did, and probably not one spent less. Stuart gave him £200 for his plant, and he never broke the check. Posted it whole, Stuart himself took charge of it, as he told me in his gossiping way. Let Alf alone. He knows how to come in out of the wet. In fact, the rainy day is his strong point. Such, for the third and last time, is life. Whilst I spoke, my unfortunate companion was persistently trying to light his empty pipe, his hands trembling, and his breath quickening. The maru fly was at him again. I tried to divert his attention. By the way, said I, didn't you blame Thompson and Cunningham for duffing in your horse paddock, 10 or 12 months ago? I didn't make any song about it, replied the boundary rider half resentfully. Of course not. Still you owe them an apology, which I shall be happy to convey, if you wish it. Alf Morris was the depredator. He was hovering about your hut that night like a guardian angel, while his 20 bullocks had their knife bars going double speed on your grass, and you slept the sleep of the unsuspecting. Ask old Jack, he'll give you chapter and verse, without much pressing. He told me about it this afternoon. But the fit came on, after all. The boundary man stared at me with a wild, shrinking look, and the same paling of the lips I had noticed before. Then he drank the remaining water out of the cup, and, rising from his seat, walked slowly to his bed, and lay down with his face toward the wall. Far gone, faith, thought I. Presently I went to the door, and, shoring up one of the posts with my shoulder, looked out upon the cool, white moonlight, flooding the level landscape. Strange phenomena follow the footsteps of night. It has long been observed that avalanches and landslips occur most frequently about midnight, and especially on moonless midnights, when the sun and moon are in conjunction at the nadir. This is the time when mines cave in, when loose bark falls from trees, when limbs crash down from old, dead timber, when snow-laden branches break. When all ponderable bodies, of relatively slight restraint, are most apt to lose their hold. This may be definitely and satisfactorily accounted for by the mere operation of Newton's law. At the time, and under the conditions specified, the conjoined attraction of sun and moon, an attraction sufficient to sway millions of tons of water. In the spring tides, is superadded to the centric gravity of the earth, the triple force, at the moment of midnight, tending toward the nadir, or downward. So that, when these midnight phenomena are most observable at one point of the globe, they will be least likely to make midday manifestation at the antipodes to that point. And, though changes of the moon, as copiously proved by meteorological statistics, have no relation whatever to rainfall, the illuminated moon, on rising, will rarely fail to clear a clouded sky. This singular influence is exercised solely by the cold light of that dead satellite producing an effect which the sunlight, though 200 times as intense, one is altogether powerless to rival in kind. When we can explain the nature of this force adherent to moonlight, and to no other light, we may inquire why, in all ages and in all lands, the verdict of experience points to moonlight as a factor in the production and aggravation of lunacy. An empirical hypothesis, of course, but in the better sense, as well as in the worse. For the perturbing influence of moonlight, if it be a myth, is about the most tenacious one on earth. This anomalous form of force may or may not be observable in asylums, where the patients are not directly subjected to it. But anyone who has lived in the back country, camping out with all sorts and conditions of oddities, need not be accounted credulous if he holds the word lunatic to rest on a sounder derivation than ill-starred or disastrous. But the subtropical moonlight, strong, chaste, and beautiful as its ideal queen, soothes and elevates the well-balanced mind. I took from my pack-saddle the double-tongued Jew's harp I always carry, and, sitting on the floor with my back against the doorpost, unbound the instrument from its square stick, and began to play. It is not the highest class of music, I am well aware. And this paragraph is dictated by no shallow impulse of self-glorification. But I never had opportunity to master any more complicated instrument. And even if I had, it wouldn't be much use, for I know only about 3 tunes, and these by no means perfectly. So I played softly and voluptuously, till my scanty repertory was exhausted, and then drifted into a tender capriccio. I noticed Alf move uneasily on his bed. But, knowing the effect of music on my own mind, and remembering Moriarty's and Montgomery's independent panegyrics on the boundary man's skill, I felt put on my mettle. And performed with a power and feeling which surprised myself. "Do you like music?" asked Alf, at length. "Like it?" I repeated. "I would give 1/4 of the residue of my life to be a good singer and musician. As it is, I'm not much of a player, and still less of a vocalist, but I'll give you a song if you like. How sweetly everything sounds tonight. Bio-booey bio-booey bio-booey." "Do you like Jew's harp music?" interrupted Alf, sitting up on the bed. "Not if I could play any better instrument, such as the violin, or the concertina. Though I should in any case avoid the piano, for fear of flattening the ends of my fingers. Still, the Jew's harp is a Jew's harp, and this is the very best I could find in the market. Humble as it looks, and humble as it undeniably is, it has sounded in every nook and corner of Riverina. Last time I took it out, it was to give a poor, consumptive old blackfellow a treat, and now, you see, I tune, to please a peasant's ear, the harp a king had loved to bear. Bio-booey 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 bio-booey." "I'll give you a tune on the violin, if you like," exclaimed my companion, rising to his feet. "Thank you, Alf." I carefully repacked my simple instrument, while the boundary man took from its case a dusky, dark brown violin. Then he turned down the lamp till a mere bead of flame showed above the burner, resumed his seat by the table, and, after some preliminary screwing and testing, began to play. Query: if the relation of moonlight to insanity is a thing to be derided, what shall we say of the influence of music on the normal mind? Is it not equally unaccountable in operation, however indisputable in effect? Contemplate music from a scientific standpoint, that is, merely as a succession of sound waves, conveyed from the instrument to the ear by pulsations of the atmosphere. Or of some other intervening medium. Music is thus reduced to a series of definite vibrations, a certain number of which constitute a note. Each separate note has 3 distinct properties, or attributes. First, its intensity, or loudness, which is governed by the height, depth, amplitude, for these amount to the same thing, of the waves produced in the medium. Second, the timbre, or quality, which is regulated by the shape, or outline, of these waves. Third, the pitch, high or low, which is controlled by the distance from crest to crest of the sound waves, or, as we say, from node to node of the vibrations. To the most sensitive human ear, the highest limit of audibleness is reached by sound waves estimated at 28/100ths of an inch from node to node, equal to 48,000 vibrations per second. The extreme of lowness to which our sense of hearing is susceptible, has been placed at 75 feet from node to node, or 15 vibrations per second. This total range of audibleness covers 12 octaves. Running, of course, far above and far below the domain of music. The extreme highness and lowness of sounds which convey musical impression are represented, respectively, by 2000 and by 30 vibrations per second, or by sound waves, in the former case, of 6½ inches, and in the latter, of 37½ feet. Therefore, there are not only sounds which by reason of highness or lowness are unmusical, but, beyond these, others to which the tympanum of the human ear is insensible. Nature is alive with such sounds, each carrying its 3 distinct properties of intensity, timbre and pitch. But whilst this muddy vesture of decay doth grossly close us in, we can no more hear them than we can hear the music of the spheres, apt term for that celestial harmony of motion which guides the myriad orbs of the universe in their career through space. But, to take an illustration from the visual faculty, any sound beyond the highest limit of audibleness would resemble a surface lined so minutely and closely as to appear perfectly plain. Whilst a sound too low in pitch to be heard would be represented by superficial undulations of land or water so vast in extent that the idea of unevenness would not occur. We have fairly trustworthy evidence that whales communicate with each other by notes so low in pitch, by sound vibrations so long in range, so few per second, that no human ear can detect them. Bats, on the other hand, utter calls so high producing such rapid pulsations, as to be equally inaudible to us. Unison of musical notes is attained and the respective numbers of pulsations per second admit a low common divisor. For instance, the note produced by 60 vibrations per second will chord with one produced by 120, each note of the former coinciding with each alternate note of the latter. 60 and 90 will also chord. 60 and 70 will produce discord, 60 and 65, worse discord. And so on. The science of musical composition lies in the management of sound pulsation, and is governed by certain rigid mathematical laws, which laws the composer need not understand. Air movement may, of course, take place without sound vibration, for air is only incidentally a sound conductor. Earth, metal, water, and especially wood, along the grain, are better media than the atmosphere, for the transmission of sound. But sound may be transmitted without vibration of intervening sound media. The electric current, passing along the telephone wire, picks up the sound waves at one end, and instantaneously deposits them, in good order and condition, at the other end, say, a couple of 100 miles away. So that the brilliant pianist of the concert hall, the cornet player of the army ring, the blind fiddler at the corner, the mother, singing her angel donation to sleep, Clancy, thundering forth something concerning his broken heart, whilst tailing up the stringing cattle, the canary in its cage, the magpie on the fence, are each setting in motion the complex machinery of music, and with about equal scientific knowledge of what they are doing. To the philosophic mind, however, they are not playing or singing, they are producing and controlling sound vibrations, arbitrarily varied in duration and quality. A series of such pulsations constituting a note, a series of notes constituting an air. These vibrations are diffused from the instrument or the lips, at a speed varying with temperature, media, and other conditions. They ripple, spread, percolate, everywhere. They penetrate and saturate all solids and gases, yet are palpable corporeally only to the tympanum of the ear, and mechanically, as yet, only to the diaphragm of the phonograph. Such, however, is the scientific analysis of music. Spoken language appeals by the same process, but with very different effect. No one can understand a language which he has not previously learned, word by word. And the verbal appeal, however imaginative or spiritual, comes in concrete form, that is, in the nature of information. Spoken words inform the emotional side of our nature, through the intellectual. Whereas music, operating outwardly in the same manner, speaks over the head of intellect to an inborn sense which ceases not to receive as a little child. And herein lies its mystery. For the music thus impassively anatomized by science is a voice from the unseen, pregnant with meaning beyond translation. A mere ripple of sound vibration, called into existence by human touch. A creation, vanishing from its birth, elusive, irreclaimable as a departing soul, yet strong to sway heart and hand as the tornado sways the pliant pine. It is a language peculiar to no period, race, or caste. Ageless and universal, it raises to highest daring or suffuses with tenderness, today and here, as once on Argo's deck, or in the halls of Persepolis. Purely material in origin and analysis, easily explicable in mere physical operation, its influence is one of the things that are not dreamt of in the philosophy of science. Why should a certain psychological effect ensue upon certain untranslatable sounds being placed in a given relation to each other, and not when the same sounds are placed in another relation? And why should that effect be always upward? Why should the composer be perforce a prophet of the sphere above earth's murky horizon, the musician his interpreter, charged with embassy of peace, and fortitude, and newborn ardor? To the troubled, and weary, and heavy-laden? Has ingenuity never distilled from music any spirit of evil? None. Euterpe alone of the muses defies seduction. Harmony is intrinsically chaste. There is no secular music, all music is sacred. Whatever the song the sirens sang, its music was pure, and no less pure were the notes which breathed from Nero's lute, whilst the blaze of 10,000 homes glutted his imperial lust for spectacle. Divorce the unworthy song, stay the voluptuous dance, and the music suffers no clinging defilement. The redeemed melodies, stainless as fresh-fallen snow, may be wedded to songs of gallant aspiration or angelic sympathy, which shall raise the soul a while above earth's sordid infection. Disclosing the inextinguishable affinity of the divine part of man's dual nature with the dreamlike possibility of Eden, purity, and fearless faith, and love unspeakable. The story of the Thracian lyre soothing the horrors of the underworld, and melting to relentment its gloomy king, the story of the shepherd minstrel's harp chasing the shapeless penumbra of looming insanity from the first Hebrew brow crowned in Jehovah's despite, the story of the mighty prophet Elisha. Fettered to earth by wrath and scorn till, at his own command, the music swelled, and his enfranchised spirit rose on its viewless wings to behold the veiled future already woven from the tangled skein of the troubled present, the thousandfold story of music's magic and mystery stretches back into the forgotten past, and onward into the imagined future. Onward into the fathomless eternity. For though the heaven of each is but what each desires, though the Aryan heaven be a place of gradation and precedence, a realm to reign in, though the heaven of the Jewish apostle seer burn with the gold and sparkle with the gems dear to his race, though the paradise of the sun-scorched Arab be dark with shade of evergreen trees, and cool with ripple of never-failing streams, yet is the universal art so intertwined with ideal bliss that no heaven of conscious enjoyment has been pictured by belated humanity but music rings forever there. For alas, what else of mundane achievement can fancy conceive as reproduced in regions of eternal perfection, or transplanted thither? Science is of the earth, ever bearing sad penalty, in toil of mind and body, and what art, save music, has man dedicated to deity worship, without disappointment and loss? Doubtfully, architecture. And for such consecration we have found no more expressive name than frozen music. This unknown anchorite's playing was both a mystery and a revelation. I had never before heard anything to compare with it, nor do I expect ever to hear the like again. Talent, taste, feeling, were there, all in superlative degree, and disclosed with the unassuming confidence of power. Whilst long and loving practice in solitude had averted a certain artificiality which, in the judgment of the uninitiated, generally accompanies musical skill. His was no triumphant mastery of a complicated and perplexing score, he was a sympathetic interpreter, a life-breathing, magic-lending exponent of his composer's revelations, now his own. Solitary practice, with no one but himself to please, would unavoidably give a distinct character to his performance, and this character was evident from the first. It was melancholy, a weary, wistful melancholy, beyond repining or tears, beyond impatience or passion. It was the involuntary record of a gentle heart breaking slowly under discipline untempered by one ray of earthly hope. My own incompetence to identify by name a tune which I spiritually recognize is, perhaps, the most disgraceful manifestation of my neglected musical education, at all events. It is the one which causes me most uneasiness. Experience has warned me never to ask a player for the Marseillaise, or Croppies Lie Down, or whatnot. For he is pretty sure to say, "Why, that's just what I've been giving you," or words to similar effect. Alf at last grew tired of my noncommittal remarks and replies, and, with a tact which impressed me more afterward than at the time, named each tune before and after playing it. For instance, the yearning tenderness of an exquisitely rendered air would seem to bring back some lost consciousness of an earlier and happier existence, suffusing my whole being with a pensive sadness not to be exchanged for any joy. I would feel the notes familiar, but whether of 5 years or 5,000,000 years before, or whether in the body or out of the body, I couldn't tell. Alf, on concluding, would simply murmur, "Home, sweet home," and all would be explained. Then, perhaps, he would say, "The last rose of summer," and I would be able to follow him intelligently right through. But he didn't confine himself to the comfortable vulgarity of popular airs. He played selections from Handel, Mozart, Wagner, and I don't know whom, while the time passed unnoticed by both of us. At length he laid the violin across his knees, and, after a pause, his voice rose in one of the sweetest songs ever woven from words. And such a voice! Rich, soft, transcendent, yet suggesting ungauged resources of enchantment unconsciously held in reserve. I sat entranced as verse after verse flowed slowly on, every syllable clear and distinct as in speech. The subtle tyranny of vocal harmony admitting no intruding thought beyond a regretful sense that the song must end. But sorrow's cell wears past, Jean. And joy's a comin' fast, Jean. The joy that's to last. I, the land o' the leal. Our freens are gane, Jean. We've lang been left alane, Jean. We'll meet again. I, the land o' the leal. How happy Jean Armour must have been to be with poor Burns, while this cold world seemed to slip away from his feet, and leave him to rest with his forgiving Saviour. Murmured the boundary man, laying his violin on the table, whilst he gazed absently into the expiring fire. That song was composed by Burns, on his deathbed. Isn't it beautiful? It is one of the most beautiful songs in the language, I replied, but Burns is not the author. The song was composed by a woman, Baroness Nairn. It is not for men to write in that strain. As for Jean Armour, well, she had a good deal to forgive, too. Ah! Do you think a woman loves less because she has much to forgive? Returned Alf sadly, and then added, with sudden interest, but what difference do you notice between the poetry of men and women? What is the mark of women's work? Sincerity, I replied. Notwithstanding Mrs. Hemans, and others, you will find that, as a rule, men's poetry is superior to women's, not only in vigor, but in grace. This is not strange, for grace is, after all, a display of force, an aspect of strength. But in the quality of sincerity, woman is a good first. Take an illustration, while I think of it, compare the verses of my ancestor, Collins, on the grave of Thomson, with Eliza Cook's verses, on the grave of Good. But Collins was never married. Interposed Alf. True, I replied pleasantly. But our family is aristocratic, and a baton sinister only sets us off. However, in the two poems I was speaking of, the subject matter is similar. The pieces are about the same length and the writers have adopted the same iambic octosyllable, with alternate rhymes. Now, my ancestor's poem is not excelled in grace by anything within the range of our literature, but there's nothing else in it whatever. Eliza Cook's versification is, in a measure, forced and imperfect, her language occasionally homely and rugged, but the strong beating of a sincere, sympathetic heart is audible in every line. But your ancestor is the most artificial writer of an artificial school, and Eliza Cook is the most spontaneous writer of a spontaneous school, replied Alf. With the contradictive impulse which amusingly accompanied his teachableness. Of course, he added deprecatingly, I wouldn't presume to criticize such a poet as Collins, but you said, yourself. Oh, that's all right, said I generously. However, though your argument blunts the force of my illustration, it doesn't weaken my contention. You'll find the distinction I've pointed out hold good in a greater or less degree throughout literature, you'll find examples by the thousand, and of course, exceptions by the dozen. But sing again, Alf, please. Every minute you're silent, is a minute wasted. Sing anything you like, only sing. I wanted to have a talk, remonstrated Alf. You were speaking of the difference between men and women in their literary work. I believe you're right, though it never struck me before. Now there's another question that might be worth comparing notes upon. Your remark just brought it into my mind. Here it is, he hesitated a moment, then went on, with a certain constraint in his voice. The constraint we are apt to feel when forced to plump out the word love, in its narrower sense. When women love, they don't know why they love. They just love because they do, so they say, and we're bound to believe them. But when we love women, why do we love them? Being more logical, we ought to know. Do we love a woman for her beauty? Or for her virtues, or for her accomplishments, or for what? I fancy, if we understood ourselves, we should be able to say we loved her for some particular quality. And the others are, as you might say, oh, you know. What quality is it, then, that we love a woman for? There's a problem for you. I can solve it with mathematical certainty, Alf, that is to say, in such a manner as to convey the impossibility of the solution being otherwise than according to my finding. When I'm allowed to work out these things in my own circuitous way, which is seldom the case, there are few questions in moral or psychological philosophy which the commission of my years and art can to no issue of true honor bring. But you have to sing 6 songs first. I'll leave the choice of them to yourself. Very well, replied Alf readily. I'll sing the songs as they come to my mind. Remember your promise, now. Then, rich, soft, and sweet, rose that exquisite voice in easy volume, flooding with new and vivid meaning old familiar verses. Here was my opportunity. I was interested in this boundary man, and resolved to know his history. Rejecting Alf Jones as an assumed name, no monology would be at fault here. Yet knowing already, by a kind of incommunicable intuition, that he was a Sydney-sider, and had been in some way connected with the drapery business, I expected to have my knowledge so supplemented by the character of his songs, that, counting reasonably on a little further information to be gathered before my departure, I should be able to work out his biography at least as correctly as biographies are generally worked out. For the esoteric side of his history, I counted much on his spontaneous choice of songs. Man is but a liar, in both senses of the phonetically taken word, unfortunately. And some salient experience, some fire-graven thought, some clinging hope, is the plectrum which strikes the passive chords. An old truism will bear expansion here, till it embraces the rule that, whatever else a man may sing, he always sings himself. But you must know how to interpret. I have said that melancholy was the keynote of Alf's playing. Fused with this, and deeply colored by it, the tendency of his songs was toward love, and love alone, chaste, supersensuous, but purely human and exclusive love. No suggestion of national inspiration, no broad human sympathies, no echo of the oppressed one's cry, no stern challenge of wrong, only a hopeless, undying love, and an unspeakable self-pity. He wasn't even a lyre, he was a pipe for Fortune's finger to sound what stop she pleased. And, judging from the tone of his playing, and the selection of his songs, it had pleased that irresponsible goddess to attune the chords of his being to a love, pure as heaven, sad as earth, and hopeless as the other place. Who is she? Thought I. Silence again sank on the faint yellow lamplight of the hut, as the last syllables of the 6th song died mournfully away. She is far from the land where her young hero sleeps. Then the boundary rider lit his pipe, and slightly moved his seat, placing himself in an easy listening attitude, with his elbow on the table, and his hand across his face. Alf, said I impressively, you'll certainly find yourself shot into outer darkness, if you don't alter your hand. You're recklessly transgressing the lesson set forth in the parable of the talents. Don't you know it's wrong to bury yourself here, eating your own life away with melancholia, seeing that you're gifted as you are? Maestros, and high-class critics, and other unwholesomely cultured people, might possibly sit on you, or damn you with faint praise. But you could afford to take chance of that, for beyond all doubt, the million would idolize you. I'm not looking at the business aspect of the thing. I'm thinking of the humanizing influence you would exercise, and the happiness you would confer, and, altogether, of the unmixed good that would lie to your credit, if you made the intended use of your Lord's money. And here you are, burying it in the earth. Oh, I wouldn't be here, I suppose, only for the disfigurement of my face, he replied, swallowing a sob. That's nothing, I interjected, deeply pained by his allusion, and inwardly soliciting forgiveness without repentance whilst I spoke. Did the British think less of Nelson, did Lady Hamilton think less of him, if it comes to that, for the loss of his arm and his eye? Why, even the conceited German students value scars on the face more than academic honors. Believe me, Alf, while a man merely conducts himself as a man, his scars needn't cost him a thought. But if he's an artist, as you are, what might otherwise be a disfigurement becomes the highest claim to respect and sympathy. It's pure effeminacy to brood over such things, for that's just where we have the advantage of women. A woman's first duty, says the proverb, is to be beautiful. If Lady Hamilton had been minus an eye and an arm, she would scarcely have attained her unfortunate celebrity. The boundary man laid down his pipe, rested his forehead on his arm upon the table, and for a minute or two sobbed like a child. It was dreadful to see him. He was worse than Ida. In an argument with Mrs. Budsart, he was as bad as an Australian judge, passing mitigated sentence on some well-connected criminal. Presently he rose, and walked unsteadily to the other end of the hut, his dog, with a low, pathetic whine, following him. Perceiving that he was off again, I turned up the flame of the lamp, with a view to neutralizing the effect of the moonlight. "Are you not well, Alf?" No answer. He was lying on his back on the bed, one arm across his face, and the other hanging down, whilst his dog, crouched at the bedside, was silently licking the brown fingers. Then my eye happened to fall on the American clock over the fireplace. Not that time, surely. But my watch had beaten the clock by 10 minutes. "I say, Alf. I don't know how to apologize for keeping you up till this time. It's 11:30. Still no answer. I brought in my possum rug, and began to spread it on the floor. Alf had risen, and rolled his blankets back off the bed. He now took out the mattress of dried grass, and laid it on the floor, then rearranged his blankets. "But I certainly won't rob you of your tick," said I. "One characteristic of childhood I still retain is the ability to sleep anywhere, like a dog." "You must take it, if you sleep in this hut," he replied curtly. "Take that too." He handed me his feather pillow. "Do you shut your door at nights?" I asked. "Because, if you do, I'll chain Pup to the fence. He likes to go in and out at his own pleasure, and, if he found himself shut out, he might get lost." "It can stay open tonight," replied Alf. "Right," said I, and I began to disrobe, as I always do when circumstances permit. Sleeping with your clothes on is slovenly. Sleeping with your spurs on is, in addition, ruinously destructive to even the strongest bedclothes. "By the way, Alf," I remarked, as I pulled off my socks, "I was forgetting your problem. The solution is clear enough to me, but the inquiry opens out no end of side issues, each of which must be followed out to its reintersection with the main line of argument. If we wish to leave our conclusion unassailable at any point. The question, then, is, do we love a woman for her beauty, for her virtues, or for her accomplishments? Now let us make sure of our terminology." I paused, but Alf maintained silence. "In the first place," I continued, kicking off the garment which it is unlawful even to name, "we must inquire what the personal beauty of woman is, and wherein it consists. It consists in approximation to a given ideal, and this ideal is not absolute. It is elastic in respect of races and civilizations, though each type may be regarded as more or less rigid within its own domain. Passing over such racial ideals as the Hottentot Venus, and waiving comparison between the riverine ideal of 50 years ago and that of today, we have the typical Eve of Flanders as one ideal, and the typical Eve of Italy as another." Again I paused, but Alf remained silent. "Moreover," I continued, settling myself down into the comfortable mattress, "if no specimen of classic art had survived the Dark Ages, I question whether we would implicitly accept as our present ideal the chiseled profile, in which physiognomists fail to find any special indications of moral or intellectual excellence. But when we based our modern civilization on the relics of classic Greece, directly, or through Rome, we naturally accepted the ideal of beauty then and their current. Attila or Abderrahman might have deflected the European standard of beauty into a widely different ideal, but it was not to be. And we're too prone to accept our classic ideal as being identified with civilization and refinement. We should remember that the flat features of the Coptic ideal looked out on high attainments in art and science when our Hellenic archetypes, in spite of their chiseled profiles, were drifting across from the Hindu-Kush, in the blanket and tomahawk stage of civilization. Also, the slant-eyed ideal of China has a decent record. Further still, the German is facially coarser, and mentally higher, than the Circassian. Again I paused. "Aren't you sleepy?" asked Alf, gently but significantly. "I ought to be," I replied, humoring his present caprice, though grieved to withhold the solution which he had so earnestly desired an hour before. Just as the secondary use of the bee is to make honey, and his primary one to teach us habits of industry, so the secondary use of the hen is to lay eggs, and her primary one to teach us proper hours. But, unfortunately, we don't avail ourselves of the lessons written for us in the book of nature. We simply eat the honey and the eggs, allowing our capability in godlike reason to fust in us, unused. Such is life, Alf. And in 30 seconds I was asleep. On awaking, as usual, to listen for bells, I became conscious of something between a sigh and a groan, outside the hut. This was repeated again and again, until, actuated by compassion rather than curiosity, I crept to the door, and looked out. 6 or 8 yards away, Alf was kneeling at the fence, his arms on one of the wires, and the poor, disfigured face, wet with tears, turned westward to the pitiless moon, now just setting. "Thou art in a parlous state, shepherd," thought I, and it then occurred to me that my own acute, philosophic temperament was one of the things I ought to be thankful for. But I couldn't feel thankful, I could only feel powerless and half resentful in the presence of a distress which seemed proof against palliative, let alone antidote. At length the moon disappeared. Then the boundary man's forehead sank on his arms, a calm came over him, and I knew that his shapeless vagaries had taken form in prayer. So I withdrew to my possum rug, speculating on the mysterious effect of a ray of lunar light on gray matter protected by various plies of apparently well-arranged natural armor. When I woke again, the early sunlight was streaming through the open door, and Alf, with a short veil of crepe concealing the middle of his face, was frying chops at the fire. The fit had passed away, and he was perfectly sane and cheerful. My first solicitude was for Pup, but I soon saw that he was more than merely safe. He was lying at the foot of the meat pole, gorged like a boa constrictor, while a pair of half-chewed feet, still attached to the loosened rope, were all that remained of the turkey. Probably he had stood on his hind feet, scratching at the rope, till the hitch, hurriedly secured in the first place, had come undone. I was too well accustomed to such things to feel any embarrassment, and as for Alf, I couldn't help thinking that the loss of his turkey enhanced the cordiality of his manner. "Grandest dog I've seen for years," he remarked, as he set the table. "Do you get many kangaroos with him?" "Oh, no," I replied, "I never get one, and don't intend to. I never let him go after anything. It's quite enough, and sometimes more than enough, for him to do his regular traveling. The hot weather comes very severe on him. In fact, some days I have to give him a drink every hour, or oftener. Then he has the hard ground to contend with, and when the rain comes, the dirt sticks between his toes, and annoys him. Windy weather is bad for him, too, and frost puts a set on him altogether. Then he's always swarming with fleas, and in addition to that, the flies have a particular fancy for him. And, seeing that one half of the population is always plotting to steal him, and the other half trying to poison him, while, for his own part, he has a confirmed habit of getting lost. You may be sure we have plenty to occupy our minds, without thinking about kangaroos. He's considerably more trouble to me than all my money, but he's worth it. As you say, he's a fine dog. I don't know what I should do without him." "I don't know what I should do without my dog either," replied Alf. And he related some marvelous stories of the animal's sagacity, to which, of course, I couldn't respond on Pup's behalf. Then, whilst we saddled up and rode off together at a walk, the conversation naturally drifted to horses, until about 10 o'clock. When we stopped at a little wicket gate in the northeast corner of Alf's 10x5 paddock. "You're in the Patagonia paddock now," said he, as I passed through the gate. "You'll strike the track in 6 miles. Can I do anything for you at the station?" he added, after a pause. "Any message, or anything?" "By the way, yes, Alf, if you'll be so good. When will you be going across?" "Today," he replied. "I'm not going round the paddock." I drew my writing case from Bunyip's pack. And this was the note I penciled. "Wallaby Track, October 2nd, '84. Dear Jack. When you remarked, yesterday, that the saddle on my horse was very like one that a red-headed galoot had stolen from you. You displayed a creditable acuteness, combined with a still more creditable unsuspiciousness. It was your saddle once, but it is yours no longer. It is mine. Demand not how the prize I hold. It was not given, nor lent, nor sold. Rokeby. You will find 3 £1 notes in this letter. Please accept the same as compensation for loss of the article in question. This is all you are likely to get. For though the saddle is honestly worth about twice that amount, my conscience now acquits me in the matter. Moreover, my official salary is so judiciously proportioned to my frugal requirements that I can afford no more. If you duly receive this money, and at the same time feel hopelessly mystified concerning the saddle, a double purpose will be fulfilled. Yours, in a manner of speaking, Thomas Collins. I'll put this into Jack's hand, if I live, said the boundary man, with amusing solemnity, as he buttoned his jumper pocket over the letter. Thank you, Alf. And now, I continued, retaining for a moment the hand he extended in farewell, take my advice, and, while you're at the station, give Montgomery notice. Let some more capable boundary man take your place. You're not worth your damper at this work. For no man's ability is comprehensive enough to cover musical proficiency such as yours, and leave the narrowest flap available for anything else. I can see through you like glass. I could write your biography. And, believe me, you're no more fitted for this life than you are to preside over a school of Stoic philosophy. You're a reed, shaken by the wind. Be a man, Alf. Turn your face eastward or southward, and challenge fortune with your violin and your voice. He made no reply, but below the edge of the crepe mask I saw his lips move, as he bent his head in unconscious acquiescence. A quarter of an hour afterward, I looked back to see him and his history a shapeless speck, far away along the diminishing perspective of the line of fence. There was something impressive in the recollection that, during the whole of our companionship, he had never uttered one objectionable or uncharitable word. Nor attempted any witticism respecting Mrs. Budsart. Chapter 7. The reader, however unruly under weaker management, is by this time made aware of a power, beyond his own likes and dislikes, controlling the selection and treatment of these informal annals. That power, in the nature of things, resides Napoleonically with myself, and has, I trust, been exercised toward the information and edification of the few who fall under its jurisdiction, suggesting, as it does, Tom Hood's idea of perfect rule, an angel from heaven and a despotism. Encouraged by this assurance, and prompted, as usual, by a refinement which some might construe into fastidiousness, I shall once more avail myself of the prerogative hitherto so profitably sustained. The routine record of March 9th is not a desirable text. It would merely call forth from fitting oblivion the lambing down of 2 stalwart fencers by a pimply old shanty keeper. And you know this sort of thing has been described ad siccinum by other pens, less proper than mine, described, in fact, till you would think that, in the back country, drinking took the place of conduct, as 3/4 of life, whilst the remaining fourth consisted of fighting. Whereas, outside the shearing season, you might travel 100 miles, calling at 5 shanties, without seeing a man the worse for drink. And you would be still more likely to go 1,000 miles, calling at 50 shanties, without seeing any indication of a fight. Of course, there are some queer tragedies, and many melancholy farces, enacted at the shanties. But speaking in a broad, statistical way, the shanty keeper gets such a miserably small percentage of the money earned outback that he usually lives in saint-like indigence. And dies in the odor of very inferior liquor. Here and there, the exceptional case of a shanty keeper retiring on his congealed ability goes to show the fatuity of the curse hypothesis. Rounding us up on the one unassailable bit of standing ground, namely, that such is life. It would do you no good to hear how the old major, he was an ex-officer of the Imperial Army, fawned on my officialship, and threw himself in rapport with my gentlemanship, how his haggard, handsome wife leered at me over his shoulder, how the open-hearted asses of fencers, in weary alternation, confidentially told me fragmentary and idiotic yarns, how they shook hands with me till I was tired, and wept over me till I was disgusted, how they irrelevantly and profusely apologized for anything they might have said, and abjectly besought me, if I felt any way nasty, to take it out of their ADJ hides. I say, it would do you no good. So, for this and two other reasons, I shall take as my text the entry of March 28th, and a portion of the following verse. This arbitrary departure in dates will give you another glimpse of Alf Jones. Also, the peculiar scythe sweep of my style of narrative will take in a rencontre with another person, to whom, in your helpless state as a reader, you have already been introduced. And if you take it not patiently, the more is your mettle. Friday, March 28th. Will canny a shower. Jack the Shellback. Saturday, March 29th. To Runnymede. Tom Armstrong and mate. I had spent the night of the 27th at Burke's camp, on Butte Terra, my horses faring decently for the season. Burke, the regular station contractor, had been off work for a month, keeping his 20 horses and 24 bullocks in the Abbotsford paddock, and watering them daily at Granger's tank. The Abbotsford paddock, having gone dry in the spring, had fair grass in it, but, of course, no station stock. In spite of all the loafing I could do, the season was telling on my horses. Their hoofs were worn to the similitude of quoits, you could count their ribs a quarter of a mile off, and they had acquired that crease down the hip pathetically known as the poor man's stripe. Cleopatra's bucking had become feeble and mechanical, and so transparently stagey that I used to be ashamed of it. Still, my aversion to lending the horse, or having him duffed, compelled me to keep his performance up to the highest standard compatible with justice to himself. Runnymede Homestead, to which that strange fatality was again driving me, was 30 miles from Burke's camp. But, by losing a few miles in a slight detour, I could make a 20-mile stage to Alf Jones's, and, next day, a 15-mile stage to the station. This rate of traveling, with frequent holidays, was fast enough for a man without official hopes, or corresponding fear of the sack. If Alf was gone, so much the better for himself. If he was still in the old spot, so much the better for me. That was the way I looked at it. In view of the soul-destroying ignorance which saturates society, it may be well to repeat that this central point of the universe, Riverina proper, consists of a wide promontory of open and level plain, coming in from the southwest. Broken, of course, by many pine ridges, clumps of red box, patches of scrub or timber, and the inevitable red gum flats which fringe the rivers. Eastward, the plain runs out irregularly into open forests of white box, pine, and other timber. Northward, something over a couple of 100 miles from the Murray, the tortuous frontier of boundless scrub meets the plain with the abruptness of a wall. Butte Terra is half plain and half scrub. Runnymede is practically all plain. When I left Burke's camp, heading southwest for Alf's paddock, there was a strong, dry, and, as it seemed to me then, useless, northwest wind tearing through the tops of the trees. I thought it might lull before I left the shelter of the scrub, but it only increased. The willowy foliage of the scattered myalls on the plain stood out horizontally to leeward. And an endless supply of lightly bounding roly-polies were chasing each other across the level ground. I lashed my hat on with a handkerchief, one side of the brim being turned down to keep some of the sand and dust out of my weather ear. The horses, with ears flattened backward and muzzles slanted out to leeward, caught the storm on their poles, and, leaning sideways against the still increasing pressure, pushed on gallantly. They remembered Alf's grass as well as I remembered his music. About midday, having crossed the main track diagonally, without seeing it, I came upon the portable engine and centrifugal pump belonging to Runnymede, set up for work at Patagonia Tank. On a well-managed station, like Runnymede, a tank is, whenever possible, excavated on the margin of a swamp. The clay extracted is formed into a strong wall, or enclosing embankment, a couple of yards back from the edge of the excavation, and under this wall, an iron pipe connects the swamp with the tank. The swamp being full, and the water in the tank having reached the same level, the outer end of the pipe is closed, and the portable pumping plant sent out to fill the space inside the wall, thus doubling the capacity of the tank. 3 days before the time I speak of, a thunderstorm of a few miles area had filled the Patagonia swamp. And Montgomery, dreading a rainless winter, had seized the opportunity to secure a supply of water. The pumping plant had been set up on the evening before, but not started. And now the wind had swept all the water to the other end of the swamp. The engine driver and his mate had struck their tent to prevent its being blown away, and were lying in the lee of the tank wall, trying to get a smoke. Young Mooney had come early from the station, to see how the pump started, and had been drawn into a controversy with his half-broken colt. The point in dispute being whether it was safe to go within 40 yards of the engine. Mooney had maintained the affirmative, and the colt, the negative. The pure logic which the colt had opposed to Mooney's applied logic had ultimately prevailed, and the Narangi had withdrawn from the argument on his ear, whilst the colt had disappeared through the rising dust storm. Now Mooney was sitting in the lee of the embankment, cursing the day he elected to be a squatter rather than a clergyman. I watered my horses and pup at the tank, condoled with Mooney, joined the 2 other chaps in severe criticism on the weather, replenished my water bag, and passed on. I may add that the pump wasn't started on that occasion at all, the water being blown clean out of the swamp, and scattered, fine as dust, through the thirsty atmosphere. The steady intensity of the shower augmented as I went on. It got under my hat, and the next moment that product of German industry was flying across the wilderness, for the good of trade. At last I had to give in. The increasing broadside pressure, with the sand and dust, was becoming too much for the horses, and, in any case, I should have had to stop on Pup's account. I turned Cleopatra's head to leeward, and began carefully to dismount. But the wind ballooned the back of my coat and the right branch of my other garment, and I went 3 yards through the air, like a bird shot on the wing. Recovering foothold, I fought my way to Bunyip, and relieved him of his pack. Then, with Cleopatra's rein over my arm, I sat down on the ground to see it out. At this low elevation, the air was thick with skipping crumbs of hard dirt, which rattled on my skull like hail. In fact, everything not anchored to the ground was at racing speed, and all in the same direction. But this strong, thirsty wind, coming from the northwestern deserts with a clear fetch of 1,000 miles, was not going to last many hours. Meantime, I set myself to work out scientifically its genesis, operation, and hidden purpose. The first and second considerations were merely matters of research and calculation. The third was largely speculative, admitting of no more definite conclusion than that the time had come when hygienic necessities required a thorough rousing and ridding out of microbes, bacteria, and other pests too minute to be worth particularizing. But I was better enlightened before another day had gone over my head. Whilst engaged in these not unpleasing studies, I caught a momentary glimpse of something, 10 yards away to the left, which seemed to be moving slowly against the wind. The volume of flying dust was, of course, far from uniform in density, and presently I caught sight of the object again. It was a man, creeping slowly and painfully across the stubbly knobs of cotton bush on his hands and knees. I hailed him in a voice that took the skin off my throat, but another glimpse showed him still traveling, his head bent almost to the ground. I rose carefully to my feet, facing the shower, but only to be hurled down on top of the faithful pup, and savagely snapped at. Then I went like a quadruped till I reached the wayfarer, and caught him by the ankle. He looked round, I beckoned, and crept back to my former seat, whilst he followed close behind. Then a bearded, haggard, resolute face, framed by an old hat tied down over the ears, confronted me. "You look like some worn and weary brother, pulling hard against the stream," I shouted. The dry, cracked lips moved without speech, and the bloodshot eyes left my face to scan the pack-saddle beside me. "Water?" I suggested. He nodded. Cleopatra was close behind me, propped against the wind. I drew myself up by the near stirrup, till I could unbuckle the water bag from the cantle. Though filled with half a gallon of water not 2 hours before, it was now half empty. I drew the cork. My visitor clasped the cool, damp canvas between his trembling hands, and, with fine self-control, barely wetted his lips again and again. At last he took a moderate drink. Making for Patagonia tank, he hoarsely remarked. "You were going past it. It's about 1.5 miles straight across there. I've just come from it. Disappointed of water last night," he continued. "It was dark when I struck the little tank I was making for, and I found her dry, and my throat like a limekill. Too dog-tired to go any further, so I rested till morning, and then struck for the Patagonia, with a devil of a headache to help me along. I knew of another tank nearer, but I wouldn't trust myself to find her in the dust. I helped to sink the Patagonia. Fine tank, ain't she? First class. Have you no swag? I had a very good one a few hours ago, but Lord knows where she is now. I left her behind when the wind put me on all fours. Kept pretty well in the same quarter, I think. About the same. That'll be a bit of a guide. You'll be staying here till she slackens down? There's nothing else I can do. Well, I'll stay with you. If you shoot me straight for the swamp I'll be right. I'll spell tonight at the tank, and then have a try for my swag. You'll find 2 very decent coves camped at the tank, with the engine and pump. They'll put you on your feet. Good again. Which way are you traveling? I asked. Any way. Work scarce, contractors camped for want of water, too late for burr cutting, nothing doing. I wished to God the rabbits would come something worthwhile. And so the profitless conversation is generally profitless, went on by fits and starts, till the sand and dirt pellets ceased to drift. Half an hour later, it was an almost perfect calm, though the air was still charged with dust. By this time, I had repacked, and was ready to start. My guest was now on his feet, but shaky enough. With Bligh-like impartiality, I meted out half a pint of water to him, the same quantity to Pup, and the remaining quarter pint to myself. Got a bit of tobacco to spare? He asked. Mine's all in my swag. Certainly, I replied. Are you hard up? Because I can lend you 5 bob till we meet again. No, thank you. I've got a couple or 3 notes left, and even if I hadn't, I'd think twice before I touched your money. Money's a peculiar thing. Especially in the sense of being peculiar to certain sections of society, I replied. Now strike straight across there, and you'll fetch the tank in 1.5 miles. What's your name? He demanded, as I placed my foot in the stirrup. Collins. Well, so long. So long. My horses went off freely. I struck the wicket gate with accuracy and bowled on toward the declining sun, which showed dull and coppery through suspended dust. Till, just at that hour which calls the faithful Mussulman to prayer, and the no less faithful sundowner to the station store, I reached my destination. One glance was enough. 2 strange horses were in the paddock, the kerosene tin still stood in the sheltered angle by the chimney, but the flowers were dead. The smooth-trodden radius round the door was no longer swept except by the winds of heaven. and was becoming a midden whence antiquaries of future ages might sift out priceless relics with unpronounceable names. A strange dog came to the doorstep, gave a single bark, and re-entered. Then Jack the Shellback appeared, and, recognizing me, got a larger quantity of profanity and indecency into his cordial welcome than you might think possible. Scarce as water was, he cursed me into washing the sand out of my hair with 2 consecutive goes of the precious liquid, whilst he swore the saddles of my horses. And obscene languaged some supper for me. Even before the shower, the whole area of my mortal shrine, back from high water mark round neck and wrists, had been pistol-proof with 1,000 samples of dust, patiently collected over the same number of miles. But that didn't trouble me. I could get rid of it, along with much moral and mental virtue, unfortunately, possibly at the Runnymede swimming hole, or failing that, at the place where the Lachlan had been. Stiff little breeze we had, I remarked, as I sat down to supper. Well, no, replied Jack, in reluctant and compassionate negative. And this was the only part of his long reply fit to place before the sanctimonious reader. He went on to tell me, in the vulgar tongue, that if I had ever been at sea, I would think nothing of a whiff like that. He told me of storms he had weathered, particularly, one off Christiana Cooner, a solitary island in the South Atlantic, and the effect of his discourse is that I have ever since been careful, in the company of sailors, to avoid speaking of the winds I have encountered. I'll fix you up for a hat, he continued, in language of matchless force and piquancy. Bend her, she'll about fit you. I dropped across her one day I was in the road paddock. She was a drab bell-topper, in perfect preservation, with a crown nothing less than 1.5 feet high, and a narrow, wavy brim. She proved a perfect fit when I bent her. I wore her afterward for many a week, till one night she rolled away from my camp, and I saw her no more, though I sought her diligently. Take her for all in all, I shall not look upon her like again. Now, if you'd a pair o' skylights athwart your cutwater, you'd be set up for a professor of phrenology, or doxology, or any other ology, suggested Jack, with one oath, 2 unseemly expletives, and 2 obscenities. How is that for high? I asked, putting on a pair of large, round, clouded lenses, which my experience of ophthalmia has warned me to carry continually. Then, without interrupting my good host's torrent of unrepeatable congratulation, I turned aside and unstrapped a portion of Bunyip's pack. Presently I advanced and resumed my seat, with the ancestor of all pipes pendant from my mouth. The hat, glasses, and pipe cord, if I may use that expression, so perfectly that Jack's merriment died away in a reverent petition to be struck dead. The pipe has already been referred to in these annals. It was probably the most artistic, the most opulent-looking, the most scholarly, the most imposing, and, from a Darwinian point of view, the most highly specialized, meerschaum ever seen on earth. It was a pipe such as no smoker parts with during life, but bequeaths to his best beloved son, a pipe such as would make any man wish to have a Benjamin. But for the fear that the heir presumptive might be exposed to unfair temptation, and the old man himself to grave peril. This nonpareil lies before me now, on an old, cracked dinner plate, with my knife and tobacco. Its head, ideally perfect as that goddess who rose from similar material, carries, in spite of its vast size, no suggestion of the colossal, but rather of the majestic. Its aspect would be overpowering but for the soothing and reassuring effect of color, as where, at point of contact, the opaque snow of the upper half, with cirrus-like edge, overlies rather than meets the indescribable wealth of lucent and fathomless umber, which soul-satisfying color intensifies toward the rounded heel, softening to a paler tint in its serene reascent, till the meerschaum terminates in a heavy, semi-cylindrical collar, of almost audacious simplicity. Then a thick, flexible, silk-checkered stem takes up the wondrous tale, in its turn extending, with a most magnanimous restraint, barely 4 inches ere transferring its glories to the worthy keeping of such a piece of Baltic amber as you shall not match in any democratic community. The slight silver mounting hints a princely concession to the great pipe family. And the two little red crackers, depending from the junction of mouthpiece and stem, whilst giving no encouragement to presumptuous rivalry, soften the austere, unapproachable, superfidian perfection of the whole ensemble. Here it occurs to the subtle critic that this is something like what a novelist would write. A novelist is always able to bring forth out of his imagination the very thing required by the exigencies of his story, just as he unmasks the villain at the critical moment, and, for the young hero's benefit, gently shifts the amiable old potterer to a better land in the very nick of time. Such is not life. And to avoid any shadow of the imputation in which that incident-begging novelist wallows, I must now turn aside for one moment to tell how I came into possession of such a pipe as no other Australian bushman ever owned. As for the digression, well, I suppose even the most insubordinate reader is by this time educated up to my style. Shortly before the previous wool season, I had found myself, on a rather chilly night, drawing toward the western boundary of Gunba, on the track from Hillston to Hay. A spark of red fire, miles ahead, told of someone camped at a clump on Aliloa. Just about the spot I had marked out as my own destination, there being grass anywhere inside the boundary of Aliloa, and none in the road paddocks of Gunba. As I drew nearer, the impotent tinkle of one of those hemispherical horse bells indicated a Newchum's camp. I casually noticed a man sitting before the fire, though he vanished before I arrived, leaving an empty campstool. As I unsaddled my horses, he reappeared out of the darkness, a large, blond, heavily mustached young fellow, with a light rifle in the hollow of his arm, being too hungry for conversation. I merely tendered about 3 words of civil remark whilst raking out some coals for my quart pot. And he resumed his seat in silence, watching me across the fire. But during my ample repast, the second one of the day, I introduced myself more fully, and partly won my way through the suspicious reserve of the strong man armed. By the time my supper service was repacked, and I was stretched in aboriginal contentment beside the fire, I had noticed, by the uncertain light, an 8x6 tent, which seemed to contain 2 camp bedsteads, on one of which lay a sleeping man. Some yards behind the tent stood a spring cart. My new acquaintance, becoming quite frank and cordial, supported his end of the conversation in rather labored English, with a slight foreign accent. Gold mining was the topic which had risen to the surface, and, as an hour, 2 hours, passed, I was fairly abashed by the extent and accuracy of his information. He talked so confidently, so scientifically, and, as far as my knowledge went, so voraciously, not only of the principal Australian goldfields, but of the different notable claims, that curiosity broke through ceremony, and I asked him how long he had been out. Just 3 weeks, he told me. His name, he added, with an inimitable bow, was Franz von Swammerbrunk, very much at my service. His friend, Schloss, and himself, fellow students, had left Frankfurt only 3 months before. Frankfurt on the Main, or Frankfurt on the Oder? I asked, veiling a mild and inoffensive pedantry under the guise of friendly interest. His courteous reply tailed off naturally into such a volume of condensed information as re-impressed on my mind a fact which we are, perhaps, too prone to lose sight of, namely, the existence of a civilization north of Torres Straits. Desiring, of course, to avail myself of some few rays of this boreal light, I tried to steer the conversation in the direction of painting and poetry, for such subjects go well at campfires. But Franz hung so persistently on one rein that I had to give him his head, and he edged back to gold mining. Turn the discourse whatever way I would, that wearisome topic was adroitly made to occur as if of its own accord. "But don't let me be keeping you out of bed," I remarked, at length. "Dear Mr. Tom Collin, you impertinence perpetrate nefer," replied my companion earnestly. "Dis schall pe mein period mit der Centrivach. Dot molestation to Yuzeluf solitary vil pe, und von apology ver despicable iss to me require as der Konsequenz. But you magnificent superb garrulity mos peen to der strange alien isolate in dot platty dilemma mit Schloss und Minazelef, invaluable und mach welcome. Dot gut define Kavarts Reef, by instance, which you loquacious delineate, mit der visible galt destitute by tam. He shall mine eyes from der sleep fly away mit der enchantment glitter. Ach Gott. Nefer py veit man witness, you shall say, before 5 Jahre pascan, und by pushmen diminutive number und platy few altogether. But der localization topography und der route you shall py der map mit gross magnanimity indicate, und Gott bless. To sand pig thank you, Mr. Tom Collin. For von trifle moment, you ver munificent reprieve. He entered the tent, and spoke to the sleeper, with suppressed eagerness in his voice. The watch below attired himself and came forth. Then followed a formal introduction. And in another couple of hours, such was the clearness and receptivity of these young men's minds, I had made them acquainted with all I knew of the geology of Upper Riverina. And not less remarkable than their infatuation for non-auriferous reefs was their vivid interest in bushrangers and blackfellows. But whereas they received my crude geological information with the attention which its frankness certainly merited, it was plain that their idea of prospecting the back blocks with the pick in one hand and the rifle in the other, remained unshaken by my repeated assurances of peace and safety. That was all right. The topography of the wilderness was the thing they wanted, they would manage the peace and safety for themselves. Schloss, in particular, was almost as eager for the inevitable brush with outlaw or savage as he was for the no less inevitable golden reef. In due time, the stars paled to indistinctness, then to invisibility, and the landscape came into view in the fresh, chilly dawn, showing a strong grey horse feeding with fancy in bunyip. 200 yards away. I was in no hurry to start, but my friends were like greyhounds in the leash. Therefore, whilst I dozed off to sleep, they packed up their elaborate camp, and harnessed their horse in the spring cart. They would stop for breakfast after a few hours traveling. Meantime, they had a cup of coffee. I roused myself to reiterate the directions I had already given respecting the locality of half a dozen reefs in the back blocks. Then my friends stowed away their maps and diagrams, and shook hands with me so affectionately, so Germanly, in fact, that I called up a certain sardonic expression of face, as the best safeguard against possible kissing. Finally, when they were seated side by side under the tilt of the spring cart, Swammerbrunk said, whilst his blue eyes twinkled with merriment, "Vit Mr. Spreenfelt shall you peen von acquaintance?" Yes, I was slightly acquainted with Mr. Springfield. He was the landlord of a hotel in Hay. Vil you said, mitu proximate ensuing interview, Dr. 2 Yarman Morprogs shall peen ass pig fools ass effer. I promised to deliver the message, whereupon the wise men of the north laughed heartily. Then the three of us raised our hats with aristocratic gravity. And the vehicle moved away toward the land of disillusionment. As I lay down again, I heard the poor fellows burst into unintelligible song. And, after the spring cart had jogged a quarter of a mile, one of the adventurers looked past the edge of the tilt toward me, and waved his handkerchief. Not having any similar article on me at the time, I half rose and returned the farewell with my hat. As big fools as ever. Between asleep and awake, I pondered on the quantity and quality of Australian novel lore which had found utterance there. The outlawed bushrangers, the lurking blackfellows. The squatter's lovely Diana daughter, awaiting the well-bred greenhorn, for even she had cropped up in conversation, how these things recalled my reading. And yet they were quite as reasonable as the discovery of the rich reef by the soft-handed, fastidious young gentleman digger. I had only wasted time in asseverating that barren reefs are twice as plentiful as half-tucker reefs, 10 times as plentiful as wages reefs, and 100 times as plentiful as pile reefs. Both Margraves had listened with polite toleration when I compassionately added that the pile reef is always discovered by an ungrammatical person, named Old Brummy, or Sydney Bob, or Squinty-eyed Pete, or something to the same general effect. And this because few gentlemen can stoop low enough, and long enough, and doggedly enough, to conquer, whereas Brummy etc. doesn't require to stoop at all, and his show is little better than Buckley's. Also, the barons had derived keen enjoyment from my honest suggestion, that the gentleman's best show is to discover the discoverer, and prevail upon the latter, per medium of firewater and blarney, to affix his illegible signature to some expropriating document. And yet those visionaries were highly informed men, at least, as far as schools, lecture rooms, laboratories, museums, and the whole admirable machinery of modern academic and technical training could take them. This, let me add, is the record of an actual occurrence. It will just show you how much the novelist has to answer for, following, as he does, the devices and desires of his own heart. Telling the lies he ought not to have told, and leaving untold the lies that he ought to have told. I am not forgetting the pipe. Leaving the camp at about 10 in the forenoon, I noticed, lying among the tussocks where the spring cart had stood, something which, at the first glance, I took for the sumptuous holster of an overgrown navy revolver. I need say no more. It may have been the Landgrave's pipe case, or, on the other hand, it may not. At all events, regarding the article as treasure trove, within the meaning of the Act, I formally took possession under 6 Hen. 3, c. 17, Sector 34. Holding myself prepared at any time to surrender the property to anyone clever enough to sneak it, and cunning enough to keep it. Though a sense of delicacy might prevent me chasing the Kronprinzes round the country, as if they had stolen something. When the pipe had eaten its magnificent head off in tobacco, then, of course, I sold it to pay expenses, and bought it in myself. So I have it still. And if the censorious reader has detected here and there in these pages a tendency toward the higher criticism, or a leaning to state socialism, or any passage that seemed to indicate a familiarity with cuneiform inscriptions, or with the history and habits of pre-Adamite man, he may be assured that, at the time of writing such passage, I had been smoking the mighty pipe, or rather, the mighty pipe had been smoking me, and the unlawful erudition had effervesced per motion of my scholastic ally. I can better that yet, remarked Jack unprintably. I'll swap you coats. Yours ain't a bad one, but your arms goes a foot too fur through the sleeves, and she's ridiculous short in the tail. She'll just about fit my sole case, and I got an alpacar one here, made a purpose for some clipper-built individual, like you. I wouldn't have speculated in her, only she was the last the hawker had left. She's never been bent. He produced a slate-colored alpaca coat, which, when I tried it on, extended down to my knuckles and knees, trailing clouds of glory where there was none before. You'll do a bit killin' at the station, in that rig-out, continued my host, with a lewd reference to some person who shall be nameless. By the way, what's come of Alf Jones? I asked, as we resumed our seats. Gone to Sheol, replied his successor tersely. Alf, it appeared, had left the station 6 or 8 weeks before, bound for no one knew where. Jack's opinion was that in so doing he had made a slippery hitch. I spoke of Alf's singing. And Jack told me how the fellows at the station had persuaded him to give them a couple or 3 songs before he left. Wasn't he something wonderful? I remarked. Well, no, Jack replied, deferentially but positively, nothing like what you'd hear in a FOCSL. In fact, according to Jack's account, he used to be reputed a middling singer himself. And he straightway rendered a mawkishly sentimental song, and a couple of extremely unchaste ones, in a voice which made the TM-browned pannikins on the table rattle in sympathy. I remembered Alf's minstrelsy, and the contrast was painful. Jack noticed a depression creeping over me, and, with the intuition of true hospitality, exerted his conversational powers for my entertainment. His discourse ran exclusively on a topic which, sad to say, furnishes, in all grades of masculine society, the motif of nearly every joke worth telling. In this line, Jack was a discriminating anthologist, and, moreover, a judicious adapter, all his jests being related in the first-person singular. His autobiographical record was a staggerer. But I happened to recognize amongst his affairs de cœur several very old acquaintances, and made allowance accordingly. If he had been a truthful man, the floor of the hut would have opened that night and swallowed him alive, but his vainglorious emulation of St. Paul's chief of sinners hyperbole covered as with a mantle his multitude of bona fide transgressions, and preserved him for better things. Yes, better things. For, mind you, beyond this rollicking blackguard there stood a second Jack, a soft-hearted, self-sacrificing other phase, chivalrous to quixotism. Yet provokingly reticent touching any act or sentiment which reflected real credit on himself. Not that every blackguard is a Bayard, any more than every wife-beater is a coward, but almost all moral and immoral qualities are in reality independent of each other. And Jack, for one thing, was eminently religious, as indeed were those greater geniuses in equally hard cases, Dick Steele and Henry Fielding. Says the First Lord, neither of the Admiralty nor the Treasury, the web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together, our virtues would be proud if our faults whipped them not. And our crimes would despair if they were not cherished by our virtues. I always make a bit of a prayer before turning in, remarked Jack, in appendix to a story which Chaucer or Boccaccio would have rejected with horror. Then the poor fellow laid his pipe on the table, and, kneeling by his bedside, repeated in a firm, reverent voice an almost unrecognizable version of the Lord's Prayer. And an unconscious parody on Ken's evening hymn, Glory to Thee, my God, this night. See, it's this way with me, he continued, rising from his knees and relighting his pipe, last time I seen my poor mother, widow woman, she was, for my old man he de-shipped bosun o' the Raglan. Last time she weighed, Jack, says the old woman to me, and, the tears rollin' down her face, it'll be goin' on 5 year ago now, Jack, says she. Promise me you'll always make a bit of a prayer before turnin' in, for the Lord says anybody that's ashamed o' him, he'll be ashamed o' him at the day o' judgment. Awful, ain't it? Course, I promised, but it went in o' one ear, and out o' the other, till about 2 year after, when I got word she was dead. I was on Runnymede then, for I come straight here when I bolted from the ship, and I begun to bethink myself that she could see how I was keepin' my promise, so I braced up, and laid a bit closer. Lord knows, I GV her worry enough while she was alive, without follerin' her up any furder. I have taken some trouble in weeding the language of Jack's confession, so as not to destroy its consecutiveness. And, coexisting in the worthy fellow's mind with this childlike simplicity, was a really fine store of the best kind of knowledge, namely, that acquired from observation and experience. It is surprising how much a landsman, however well informed, may gather from a sailor when he listens like a 3 years' child, and the mariner hath his will. I only wish I was as well posted up in devilfish, stingarees, krakens, and other marine commonplaces, as I am, thanks to Jack's information, in the man-o'-war hawk and the penguin. It came about in this way. The door was left open for ventilation when we retired to rest, Jack in his bunk, and I on the floor. We were both asleep, when I became aware of an icy touch on my face, accompanied by a breath strongly suggesting to my scientific nose the hydrocarbureted oxychlorophosphate of dead bullock. Drowsily opening one eye, I saw Pup standing by my side. He had thought I was dead. But, finding his mistake, he walked away through the gloom with an injured and dissatisfied air, and began trying to root the lid off Jack's camp oven with his pointed nose. One peculiarity of the kangaroo dog is, that though he has no faculty of scent at the service of his master, he can smell food through half-inch boilerplate. And he rivals Trenck or Monte Cristo in making way through any obstacle which may stand between him and the object of his desires. The clattering of the oven lid roused Jack. He looked up, and then left his bed. Poor creature's hungry, is near enough what he said. He opened a sort of safe, and took out all the cooked mutton, which he divided into 2 unequal portions, then gave the smaller share to his own dog, and the larger to Pup. Bid Evener on your keel after you've stowed that in your hold, he soliloquized profanely. Thank you, Jack, said I, would you just see that everything's safe from him before you turn in again? There's always a siege of Jerusalem going on in his inside. The kangaroo dog's the hungriest subject in the animal kingdom. Well, no, replied Jack forbearingly, as he returned to his bed. He ain't in it with the man-o'-war hawk. That's the hungriest subject goin', though, strictly speakin', he don't belong to no kingdom in particular, he belongs to the high seas. If you'd, had a chance to study man-o'-war hawks, like I've had, you'd never think a kangaroo dog was half hungry. Why, he dunno what proper hunger is. Then he gave me such a description of this afflicted bird as, in the interests of science, I have great pleasure in laying before the intelligent public. I must, however, use my own language. Jack's rhetoric, though lucid and forcible, would look so bad on paper that the police might interfere with its publication. The man-o'-war hawk, it appears, utters a thrilling squeal of hunger the moment his beak emerges from the shell, and this hunger dogs him, kangaroo dogs him, you might say, through life. At adult age, he consists chiefly of wings, but, in addition to these, he has a pair of eager, sleepless eyes, endowed with a power of something like 200 diameters. And he has also a perennially empty stomach, the sort of vacuum, by the way, which nature particularly abhors. He can eat nothing but fish. And, since he suffers under the disadvantage of being unable to dive, wade, or swim, someone else must catch the fish for him. The penguin does this, and does it with a listless ease which would excite the envy of the man-o'-war hawk if the unceasing anguish of hunger allowed the latter any respite for thought. The penguin also lives on fish, but there the resemblance happily ends. In every other respect he presents a pointed antithesis to the man-o'-war hawk. And that is the only pointed thing about him, for he consists wholly of a comfortable body, a blunt neb, and a pair of small, sleepy eyes. He has no neck, for he never requires to look round. No wings, for he never requires to fly. No feet, for he stands firmly on one end, like a 50-pound bag of flour, which, indeed, he closely resembles. His life is unadventurous. Some might call it monotonous. He takes his position on a smooth rock, protected from cold by the beautiful padded surtout which clothes him from neb to base, and from heat by the cool, limpid wave. Softly lapping against the impenetrable feathers. He feels like a stove in the winter, and like a water bag in the summer. When, from a sort of drowsy, felicitous wantonness, for he never requires to act either on reason or impulse, he desires to visit an adjacent island. He simply allows the tide to encircle him to about 2/3 his total altitude. Then, by the flotative property of his peerless physique, and by the mere volition of will, he transports himself whither he lists. He has few wants, and no ambition. Dreaming the happy hours away, that is his idea. He knows barely enough to be aware that with much wisdom cometh much sorrow. Therefore, no Pyrean spring, no tree of knowledge, thank you all the same. He is right enough as he is, the perpetual Sabbath of absolute negation is good enough for him. His motto is, happy the bird that has no history. Once a day, he experiences a crisp, triumphant appetite, which differs from hunger as melody differs from discord. Then he slowly half unveils his current-like eyes, and selects from the finny multitudes swimming around him, such a fish as for size, flavor, and general applicability will best administer to his bodily requirements, and gratify his Epicurean taste. Whilst he is in the act of dipping his neb in the water to help himself to the fish, a man-o'-war hawk espies him from a distance of, say, 5 miles. Emitting a quivering shriek of hunger, the strong-winged sufferer cleaves the intervening air with the speed of a telegram, and has seized and swallowed the fish before his own belated shriek arrives. The penguin, living in total ignorance of the man-o'-war hawk's existence, vaguely and half-amusedly apprehends his deprivation. In this way. You have heard the boarding-house girl rap at your bedroom door, and tell you that breakfast is on the table. You have thought to yourself, now I'm turning out, now I'm putting on my socks, now, why, I'm in bed still, and no nearer breakfast than at first. Here we have a reproduction of the penguin's train of thought, plus the slight shock of surprise which marks your own relatively imperfect organization. The whole thing doesn't amount to a crumpled rose leaf beneath the penguin's base, so he apathetically depresses his dreamy eyes in casual quest of another fish. Now if the feathered martyr could only wait 1 minute, he might obtain the second morsel on the same terms as the first. But nature has so constructed him that, in his estimation, the most important of all economies is the economy of time. And his Dollandai has descried another penguin, 7 miles distant, in the very act of dipping for a fish. Can he make the return trip? He must chance it. He negotiates with lightning speed the interspace between his tortured stomach and the second penguin's provender, whilst his own steam siren screech of famine comes feebly halting after, and blends with the desolate plop of his prey into the abysmal emptiness of his ever-yearning epigastrium. Then, wheeling madly round, his Connemara complaint freshly whetted by what he has taken, he sees the first penguin dropping asleep as the fish he has just caught slides down head foremost, to be assimilated by the simple clockwork of his interior. Too late, by full 15 seconds. And the wild despair of lost opportunity lends a horrid eeriness to the banshee utterance with which the man-o'-war hawk greets this crushing discovery, barbed, as it is, by the prior knowledge that every penguin within 20 miles is in nirvana for the present. Now he must wait, ah! Heavens, wait, while one with moderate haste might tell 100. By that time, the bird beside him will have caught another fish. And though it be only, by my faith, he must wait longer, for the penguin, concluding that his own appetite will be more finely matured by another half-hour's sleep, is just dozing off. Woe for the man-o'-war hawk! He must decide on something without delay, and he must do that something quickly, 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 for there will be loafing enough in the grave, as the great American moralist says. But, 500 miles away across the restless, hungry waste of waters is another rock, where penguins steep themselves in sinless voluptuousness. And, with one prolonged, ear-splitting yell, wrung from him by the still increasing torment of his fell disease, the unhappy bird expands his paradise-lost pinions, and, with the speed of a comet passing its perihelion, sweeps away to that rock. For, like Louis XVI, he knows geography. After listening with much interest to the description here loosely paraphrased, I fell asleep with the half-formed longing to be a penguin, and the liveliest gratitude that I was not a man-o'-war hawk. Next morning, whilst I caught and equipped my horses, Jack tailed his own two into the catching yard. Every Runnymede boundary man was expected to find himself in horses. And Jack, on being rated, had purchased the two quietest and most shapeless mokes on the station, or, indeed, off it. Mokes is good in this connection. But in a week or two, lazy as the mokes were, Jack couldn't grapple either of them, stab-barred or port, in the open paddock. They had learned to await, and even approach him, starn on. So he had to pelt them into the little yard, where an ingeniously devised adjustable crush, formed by one barbed wire, kept them broadside on till he caught the one he wanted for the day. Let Jack alone. Having caught one of his mokes, he caparisoned the, I forget his own designation, with what in dearth of adequate superlative, I shall simply call a second-hand English saddle, of more than ordinary capacity. The barrow-load of firewood which had once formed the tree was all in splinters, so that you could fold the saddle in any direction. And the panel had from time to time been subjected to so much amateur repairing that, when Jack mounted, he looked like a hen in a nest, so surrounded he was with exuding tufts of wool, raw horsehair, emu's feathers, and the frayed edges of half a dozen plies of old blanket, of various colors. But when he said it was the softest saddle on the station, though it would be nothing the worse for a bit of an overhaul, I was bound to admit that the statement and the reservation were equally reasonable. We journeyed together as far as the western gate of Jack's paddock. And, the conversation turning on saddles, he expressed himself in actionably misdemeanant language on the folly of riding horses like Cleopatra and Satan without a specially rigged purchase. His idea of such a purchase was simple enough, merely the ordinary saddle, with two standing bulkheads of, say, 30 inches in height by 18 in width, rigged thwartships. One forward of the rider, and one aft, and each padded on the inside surface. A couple or 3 rope yarns, rove fore and aft on each side, would prevent the rider listing to starboard or port. While the vertical pitch would be provided for by a lashing rove across each shoulder. If the horse reared and fell back, you would just draw your head in, like a turtle, and let the bulkheads carry the strain. With such a tackle, Jack would undertake to ride the evil one himself, let alone his namesake at the station. Whereas, there was young Jack at work on the horse, for the last week, while the horse, aforesaid, knowing the purchase he had on his rider, would be a fool to give in. But these young colonials had nothing in them, and Jack's spirit was moved within him by reason of their degeneracy. After parting from this secret of England's greatness, I detected a certain spontaneous self-complacency creeping over my soul, and slightly swelling my head. A certain placid cockiness not to be fully accounted for by the consciousness of birth, which naturally broadened as I approached Runnymede. I thereupon resolved myself into a committee of inquiry, and, applying the analytical system befitting these introspective investigations, discovered, in the first place, furtively underlying my philosophy, a latent ambition to be regarded as a final authority on things in general. Hitherto this aspiration had fallen short, partly owing to the clinging sediment of my congenital ignorance, but more especially because I lacked, and knew I lacked, what is known as a presence. Now, however, the high, drab bell-topper and long alpaca coat, happily seconded by large, round glasses and a vast and scholarly pipe, seemed to get over the latter and greater difficulty. And, for perhaps the first time in my life, I enjoyed that experience so dear to some of my fellow pilgrims, the consciousness of being well dressed. This would naturally come as a revelation to one who had always been satisfied with any attire which kept him out of the hands of the police. There was something in presenting an academic-cum-capitalistic appearance even to the sordid sheep, as they looked up from nibbling their cotton bush stumps, and to the frivolous galas, sweeping in a changeably tinted cloud over the plain, or studding the trees of the pine ridge like large pink and silver-gray blossoms, set off by the rich green of the foliage. But outside all possible research or divination lay the occult reason why my bosom's lord sat so lightly on his throne. This will be explained in its proper place. In the last sheep paddock, just after clearing the pine ridge, I met young Jack on Satan. Satan was an ornament to the station. A magnificently beautiful cream-colored horse, with silver mane and tail, but unfortunately spoiled, a couple of years before, in the breaking in. Now the shallow, inattentive reader may not grasp all that is implied in the remark that a specialist, unconscious of his own peculiar and circumscribed greatness, and cheaply replaceable in case of extinction, was exercising a seasoned colt, thoroughly spoiled beforehand. Your novelist, availing himself of his prerogative, fancifully assigns this office to the well-educated, well-nurtured, and, above all, well-born, colonial experiencer, fresh from the English rectory. But I am a mere analyst, and a blunt, stolid, unimaginative one at that, therefore not entirely lost to all sense of the fitness of things. Listen, then, when, after an assiduous and inglorious apprenticeship, you can will a galloping horse round in his own length, without paraboling over his head, or turning him upside down, when you can take him safely across any leap he is able to clear, when you can send him at his uttermost, with perfect safety, through forest or scrub, you are scarcely one step nearer to the successful riding of an equine artist that has sworn to get you off, or perish. Scarcely one step nearer than you were at first, unless you constitutionally possess certain qualifications, and are at the same time distinguished by a plentiful lack of other gifts and acquirements, for which, notwithstanding, you are fain to take credit. This rather obscure apostrophe is written expressly for the benefit of such imaginative littérateurs and conversational liars as it may concern. For it should be known that the perfect writer, nascitur, non fit, to begin with, that his training must begin in early boyhood, and be followed up sans intermission. That his system of horse-breaking must be the young Australian, which is, beyond doubt, the most trying in the world, that his skill is won by grassers innumerable. That, in short, there is no royal road to the riding of a proper outlaw, a horse that, not with any view of showing off before girls, but with the confirmed intention of flattening out his antagonist, plays such fantastic jigs before high heaven as make the angels peep. And yet, to be an ideal rider, man wants but little here below, nor is it at all likely he will want that little long. He wants, or rather, needs, a skull of best spring steel, a spinal column of standard loamur, limbs of gutta percha, a hide of vulcanized India rubber, and the less brains he has, the better. Figuratively speaking, he should have no brains at all. His thinking faculties should be so placed as to be in direct touch with the only thing that concerns him, namely, the saddle. Yet his heart must not be there. He must by no means be what the schoolboys call a frightened beggar. Perfect horsemanship is usually the special accomplishment of the man who is not otherwise worth his salt, by reason of being too lazy for manual labor, and too slenderly upholstered on the mental side for anything else. Sir Francis Head, one of the 5 exceptions to this rule, Gordon being the second, Banjo the third, Glenrowan the fourth, and the demurring reader the fifth, says the greatest art in riding is knowing how to fall. And here we touch the very root of the matter. It is the moral effect of that generally fulfilled apprehension which makes one salient difference between the cultivated, or spurious, rider, and the ignorant, or true rider. In this case, ignorance is not only bliss, but usurps the place of knowledge, as power. Edward M. Kerr knew as much of the Australian horse and his rider as any writer ever did. And this is what he says of the backcountry natives. They are taciturn, shy, ignorant, and incurious, undemonstrative, but orderly, hospitable, courageous, cool, and sensible. These men ride like centaurs, etc., etc. Yes, yes, but why? Looking back along that string of well-selected adjectives, doesn't your own inductive faculty at once place its finger on ignorance as the key to the enigma? Notice, too, how Kerr, being a bit of a sticker himself, is thereby disqualified from knowing that the centaurs were better constructed for firing other people over their heads than for straddling their own backs. Your true rider must audibly and sanguineously challenge every unfamiliar scientific fact stated in conversation, and be prepared to stake his rudimentary soul on the truth of anything read aloud from a book. He must believe, with the ecclesiastics of yesterday, that the earth is flat and square. Like them, he must be a violent supporter of the geocentric theory. Unlike them, his eschatological hypothesis must be that the fire we wot of is only a man's own conscience, the wish, in his case, being father to the thought. Above all, he must have no idea how fearfully and wonderfully he is made. He must think upon himself as a good strong framework of bones, cushioned and buffered with meat, and partly tubular for the reception and retention of food. He must further regard it as a rather grave oversight in his own architectural design that the calf of his leg is not in front. Just consider what advantages such a man enjoys in cultivating the art of knowing how to fall. Why, a spill that perils neck or limb, a simple buster is to him, and it is nothing more. But it is a great deal more to one who has been nourishing a youth sublime with the curious facts of science and the 1001 items of general information necessary to any person who, like the fantastical Duke of Dark Corners, above all other strifes contends especially to know himself. And that physically, as well as morally. To him it is a nasty scrunch of the 226 bones forming his own admirably designed osseous structure. A dull, sickening wallop of his exquisitely composed cellular, muscular, and nervous tissues, a general squash of his beautifully mapped vascular system. A pitiless stoush of membranes, ligaments, cartilages, and whatnot, a beastly squelch of gastric and pancreatic juices and secretions of all imaginable descriptions, biliary, glandular, and so forth. And all for what? Why, for the sake of emulating the Jack Frosts of real life in their own line. My contention simply is, that the Hamlet man is only too well seized of the important fact that his bones cost too much in the breeding to play at heels over tip with them. And I further maintain that, for reasons above specified, the man of large discourse, looking before and after, that is where the mischief lies. Never, in spite of his severest self-scrutiny, knows what a frightened beggar he is till he finds himself placing his foot in the stirrup, preparatory to mounting a recognized performer. Just take yourself as an example. You remember the time you were passing the old cattle yards in the flat, and saw 4 fellows of your acquaintance putting the bridle on a black colt in the crush? You remember how the chaps inspected your saddle, and, the concurrence of opinion being that it was the best on the ground, how they asked the loan of it for an hour. You lent it with pleasure, you will remember, and assisted them to girth it on. You liked to be at the second backing of a colt, not as the central figure, of course, but in the capacity of critic and adviser. There was the probability of some decent riding. Also the probability of a catastrophe. You may, perhaps, further remember that whilst the ceremony of saddling was in progress, you casually related one of your most ornate and unassailable anecdotes, how, with that very saddle, you had once backed a roan filly that on the preceding day had broken a circus man's collarbone. For reasons of your own, you located the performance 100 miles away, and for proof, you pointed to the saddle itself. Yes, I see you remember it all like yesterday. The colt, with a handkerchief across his eyes, was led out of the yard to some nice level ground, then a deadlock supervened. The chap who had backed him on the previous evening for a couple of hours, and was to have ridden him again, didn't like the set of your saddle, now that he saw it girthed on. The owner of the colt, speaking for himself, frankly admitted that he never pretended to be a sticker. The third fellow, whilst modestly glancing at his own unrivaled record, regretted he was sworn with a book oath against backing colts for the current year. The fourth was also out of it. Owing to a boil, which kept him standing in the stirrups even on his own old crock, he was compelled to forego the one transcendent joy of his life. But you? Well, to begin with, there was your own saddle on the colt. Secondly, your conversation had not been that of a man who didn't pretend to be a sticker. Thirdly, the book oath expedient was simply out of the question, and fourthly, it was too late in the day to allege a boil. What was the use of your remarking that the first backing of a colt is nothing, that, in this case, it is the second step that costs? The 4 fellows knew as well as you did, everyone except the tenderfoot novelist knows, that in nearly every instance, a freshly backed colt is like a fish out of water. Stupid, puzzled, half sulky, half docile. It is at the second backing that he is ready to contest the question of fitness for survival. He has had time to think the matter over, and to note the one-sidedness of the alliance. Again, there is a large difference between riding a colt upon a warm evening, and doing the same thing on a cold, dry, gusty morning, when his hair inclines to stand on end. But there was your own reminiscence of the roan filly staring you in the face. One of the fellows holds the blindfolded colt, whilst another rubs the saddle all over with a wet handkerchief. The colt stands still and composed, with one ear warily cocked, the other indifferently slouched, with his back slightly arched, and, the saints preserve us, with his tail jammed hard down. Carelessly humming a little tune, you hang your coat on the fence. And in the saying of 2 credos, note the appositeness of Cervantes' expression here, you are in the saddle, the same saddle, by the way, with which you took the flashness out of the roan filly that had broken the circus man's collarbone. What? Have I pinched you, Signor Gremio? The chap should have let the colt go at once, for, in situations like yours, a person keeps breaking up as the moments pass. But no. Ready, Tom? Yes. You're sure you're ready? Yes. I think he'll buck Midland hard. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds, that looks into the bottom of your woe? We'll see presently. Meantime, console yourself with the recollection of the roan filly that had broken the circus man's collarbone. You've got the off stirrup all right, Tom? Yes. I'm going to let the beggar rip. Go ahead. Look out now. Right. But your voice is not what it ought to be, and the soles of your boots are rattling on the flat part of the stirrup irons. The chap draws the handkerchief from the colt's eyes, and walks backward. The colt catches sight of your left foot, and skips 3 yards to the right. In doing so, he catches sight of the other foot, and skips to the left. Then everything disappears from in front of the saddle, the wicked ears, now laid level backward, the black, tangled mane, the shining neck with the sweeping curve of a circular saw, the clean, oblique shoulders, they have all disappeared, and there is nothing in front of the saddle but a precipice. There is something underneath it, though. How distinctly you note the grunting of the colt, the thumping of his feet on the ground, and the gratuitous counsel addressed to you in 4 calmly critical voices. Lean back a bit more, Tom. And give with him. Don't ride so loose if you can help it, Tom. Hold yourself well down with the reins, and stick to him, Tom. Stick to him, Tom, whatever you do. Aye. Stick to him. Stick to the lever of a steam hammer, when the ram kicks the safety trigger. Stick to the 2-man tug-of-war rope, when an Irish quarryman, named Bamey, has hold of the other end. Stick to him, quotha. Easier said than done, is it not? And yet you've been riding all manner of horses, on and off, mark the significance of that expression, since you were a mere kiddie. However, you have stuck to him for a good solid 60 seconds, now, one of your knees has slipped over the pad, and your stirrup is swinging loose. Good night, sweet prince. And away circles the colt, slapping at the bit with his front feet, whilst your historic saddle shines in the sun, and the stirrup irons occasionally meet high in the air. And away in chase go 2 of the chaps on their bits of stuff. Meanwhile, you explain to the other 2 that the spill serves you right for riding so carelessly. And that, though your soul lusts to have it out with the colt, a stringent appointment in the township will force you to clear as soon as you can get your saddle. Such is life. Satan approached, carrying his negatively gifted rider, at a free, flying canter, his gregarious instinct prompting him to join my horses. His tawny skin was streaked with foam, and his off flank slightly stained from the repeated puncture of Jack's spur 10 yards from where I had pulled up. He suddenly sulked, and stood. Good morning, Jack. Well, I be dash. Didn't know you from a crow. Reckoned some member o' Parliament, or bishop, or somebody, had been swap-pin horses with you. You are comin' out. Oh, I say. Nosey give me the letter, with the 3 notes in it, but I couldn't make head or tail of it about the saddle. No more couldn't Moriarty. I'll explain all that to you some time. How are you getting on with Satan? Bad, replied Jack humbly. You can easy enough steady him down, but then, the swine, he wants a spell. And, when he gets a spell, you just got to steady him down again. Always got some new idea in his head. There. Hastily rooting the horse's side with his spur, he's goin' to lay down, and make chips o' the saddle. Up. You swine, and, lying backward, he reached down to grip the sensitive membrane connecting the swine's hind leg with his body. The maddened beast shot past me like a yellow streak for another 10 yards. Then, with a flaring bound and a snort that was between a whistle and a shriek, spun half round in the air, and alighted rigidly on his front feet, his ears between his knees. And his neck and back describing a vertical semicircle, with the saddle and Jack on the center of its forward curve. Just his style, continued Jack dejectedly. Never be worth a dash for General. I lost the next word or 2, for the young fellow's face was buried in the mass of silver mane, as the horse reared rampant to the balancing point. And the next word, again, was dislocated by a blow from the crupper buckle, just below the speaker's shoulder blade. And Montgomery wants a person to make a lady's hack out sich an outlaw as him. He continued, in hopeless protest, whilst the outlaw exerted his iron muscles to the utmost, and the saddle creaked like a basket. Nummin' good horse, too, ony spoiled with, just look at that. Satan had suddenly gathered his lithe, powerful limbs, and was tearing across toward the adjacent pine ridge, spinning round, every 30 yards, in 2 or 3 terrific bucks. "I don't want to sore his mouth," shouted Jack over his shoulder, in polite apology. "I'll see you again by and by." "Away on the evergreen shore, probably," I soliloquized, resuming my journey. But, turning in the saddle, and pushing up my glasses out of the way, I watched the receding contest. I saw Jack wrench the horse aside from the timber. Whereupon the animal reared rather too rashly, and just saved himself from falling backward by dropping on his quarters and flapping down on one side. When his broadside touched ground, Jack was standing beside him, and when he leaped to his feet, Jack was in the saddle. Exeunt fighting. Toby, with his bare feet and brown, good-humored face, was the only person visible on the station premises as I rode up. "Gosh, I didn't know you till I seen you side on, when you was shut tin the Red Gate," he remarked. The Red Gate was about 1.5 miles distant. "I thought you was somebody comin' to buy the station." "Montgomery, he's buznackin' roun' the run as usual," he continued, helping me to unsaddle. "Butler, he's laid up with the bung blight in both eyes. All the other fellers is out. Mrs. Bodysark," and his grin deepened, "she's all right. Moriarty, of course, he's loafin' in the store. Lee sent him now, Logan, fit to break his neck at some of his own gosh foolishness. I'll shove your horses in the paddock. I say. Ain't they fell away awful?" "Yes, the season's telling on them. Now will you look after pup, like a good chap? Here's his chain. I want to keep him fresh for traveling." "Right. I don't wish you no harm, Collins. But I wouldn't mind if you was in heaven, s'posen you left me that dog." I went across to the store, and looked in. Moriarty's laughing suddenly ceased, as his eye fell on me. And he respectfully rose to his feet. "Wherefore that crackling of thorns under a pot?" I asked sternly, as I removed my bell-topper and placed it on the counter. "Don't you see the spirits of the wise sitting in the clouds and mocking you?" "Well, I'll be dashed," he exclaimed admiringly. "You are coming out in blossom. Now you only want the upper half of your head shaved, and you could start a loan and discount bank, with a capital of $500,000. "Thanks, worthy peer," I replied, with dignity. "But, talking of finance, I trust you haven't forgotten the trifle that there is between us, and the terms of our agreement?" "I'm not likely to forget. Take that chair. I've got such fun here." He had sliced some corks into flat discs. Into the center of each disc he had stuck a slender piece of pine, about 2 inches in height and spatulated at the upper end, like a paddle. Then to the flat part of each upright he had attached a blowfly, by means of a touch of gum on the insect's back, and had placed in the grasp of each fly a piece of pine 1 inch long, cut into the shape of a rifle. The walking motion of the fly's feet twirled and balanced the stick in rather droll burlesque of musketry drill. And a dozen of these insects at arms, disposed in open order on the counter, were ministering to the young fool's mirth. "Just you notice the gravity of the beggars," he laughed. "Not a smile on them. Solemn as Presbyterians. Tension. Present. Recover. Not a lazy bone in their bodies. I say, Collins, a person could make a perpetual motion, with a fly on a sort of a treadmill?" "Ah. But then it wouldn't pass muster unless it went of its own accord, would it? Perpetual motion's a thing I've been giving my attention to lately. You remember you advised me to study mechanics? Well, I've been thinking of arranging a clock so as to wind itself up as it went on. That's one idea. Another is a little more complicated. It's a water wheel, driving a pump that throws a stream into the race that feeds the water wheel, so that you use the same water over and over again, and the whole concern's self-acting. The idea came into my head like an inspiration. Mind, I'm telling you in confidence, for there's 1,000 notes hanging on to it." "Moriarty," said I sadly, "you're worse than ever. Try something else. You're not a born mechanician." "If I'm not, I'd like to know who the devil is," replied the young fellow hotly. Possibly, your own self. Wasn't my father a foreman in one of the largest machine shops in Victoria, in his day? I know what's the matter with you. Jealousy. It must be so. Plato, thou reasonest well, said I hopelessly. But supposing you are a born mechanician, you have neither the theoretical nor the practical training. Do you know, for instance, the use of the brass slide you often see on a carpenter's rule? Of course I do. Why, I could calculate with that slide before I was 10 years old. 1 to Moriarty. I should have remembered that his abnormal breadth across the temples qualified him to do a sum in his head, in 10 seconds, that I couldn't do on a slate in 10 hours, nor for that matter. In 10 years. No accounts in Riverina were better kept than those of Runnymede. Good, so far, I replied benevolently. But how much do you know of prismoidal formulae, or logarithmic secants? Not to speak of segmental ordinates, or the cycloidal calculus, or even of adiabatic expansion, or torsional resistance, or the hydrostatic paradox, or the coefficient of friction. Now, these things are the very ABC of mechanics, as you'll find to your utter confusion. Moriarty's countenance fell. But happening to glance at the performing flies, he laughed himself weak and empty. Just look at the beggars, he murmured, wiping his eyes. Business first, said I. How about my scandal? It's going grand, replied Moriarty, beaming with new pleasure. I carried out your suggestions to the letter. First, I took Mooney and Nelson into my confidence. And we arranged to meet accidentally, one evening after dusk, under that willow beside her bedroom. At last we sat down, with our backs against the weatherboard wall, and talked about. Day, chaps, said a stranger, appearing at the door of the store. Got any pickles in stock, Moriarty? Lots. Half a crown a bottle. Say 3 bottles, replied the stranger, seating himself on the counter. And, let's see, a pound of tobacco, a dozen of matches, a tin of baking powder. And a couple of hobble chains. I'll make that do till I get as far as hay. My chaps are squealing for pickles, he continued, turning to me. I didn't know you at the first glance. Your name's Collins, isn't it? You might remember me passing by you last spring, a few miles back along the track here, where you'd been helping Steve Thompson and a big gypsy-looking fellow to load up some wool on a Sydney pattern wagon? So that chestnut was a stolen horse, after all. Smart bit of work. Another devil of a season, isn't it? I've been trying to shift 900 head of forward stores from Mamerle to Vic. But I advised the owner to give it best, though it was money out of my pocket, when I had none in it to begin with. Managed to arrange for them on Woollomborough till the winter comes on. Whilst speaking, he had opened his knife and removed the capsule and cork from one of the bottles of pickles. Then, after drinking some of the vinegar out of the way, he began harpooning the contents of the bottle, and eating them with a relish that was pleasant to see. I made a suitable reply, whilst Moriarty, having made up his order, noted the items and price on the paper which contained the tobacco. I see Alf Jones is gone, Moriarty, I remarked, after a pause, the stranger being occupied with his pickles. Wisest thing he could do. Foolishest thing he could do, replied the storekeeper. Nosey was a fixture on Runnymede, he was one of Montgomery's pets, and if he thinks he can better that in Australia, he's got a lot to learn. And what a hurry he was in, to get out of the best billet he'll ever have, poor beggar. With his shyness and his disfigurement. But he's been on the pea, like a good many more. Let's see, it was just the day after you went away that he came to Montgomery, and said he must go. That'll be 6 or 8 weeks ago now. Montgomery went a lot out of his way to persuade him to stop, but it was no use, he was like a hen on a hot griddle till he got away. Decent chap, too, and, by gosh, can't he sing and play? We found afterward that he had given his books to the station library, with the message that we were to think kindly of him when he was gone. I felt sort of melancholy to see him drifting away to beggary, with his fiddle case across the front of his saddle, and his spare horse in his hand. He knew no more where he was going than the man in the moon. "Don't you believe it," I replied. "These cranky fellows have always sane spots in their heads. And Alf is particularly lucky in that respect. There's not above 2, or, at the most, 3, lobes of that fellow's brain in bad working order. Just you watch the weekly papers, and you'll get news of him in his proper sphere. He's gone to Sydney, or perhaps Melbourne, to do something better than boundary riding." "No. He's gone to Western Queensland," remarked the stranger, who had been watching Moriarty's flies, without the trace of a smile on his saturnine face. "I met him 60 or 80 mile beyond the Darling, on the Thargomindah track, 3 weeks ago." "Not the same fellow, surely?" I suggested. "Well," replied the stranger tolerantly, "the young chap I'm speaking of had some disfigurement of the face, so far as I could distinguish through a short crape veil. And he was carrying a box that he evidently wouldn't trust on his pack-horse, but whether it was a violin case or a child's coffin, I wasn't rude enough to ask. Old-fashioned Manton single-barrel slung on his back. Good-looking black and tan dog. Brown saddle horse, small star, WD conjoined, near shoulder, C or G, near flank. Bay mare, packed. JS, off shoulder, white hind foot. Horses in rattling condition, and he was taking his time. He'd been boundary riding in the Bland country before coming here. Peculiar habit of giving his head a little toss sometimes when he spoke." "That's him, right enough," said Moriarty. "Had you a yarn with him?" "Not much of a yarn certainly," replied the stranger, holding his bottle up to the light while he speared a gherkin with his knife. "It was coming on evening when I met him. And, says he, 'I'm making for the old man Gilgy, haven't you come past it?' So I told him if he wanted to camp on water, he'd have to turn back 5 mile, and come with me to where I knew of a brackish dam. I'd just been disappointed of water, myself, at the old man Gilgy. It had been half full a few days before, but a dozen of Elder's camels had called there, carrying Tucker to Mount Brown, and each of them had scoffed the full of a 400-gallon tank. Talk about camels doing without water. Just here, though the stranger's ordinary language was singularly quotable in character, he digressed into a searching and comprehensive curse, extending, inclusively, from Sir Thomas Elder away back along the vanishing vista of time to the first man who had conceived the idea of utilizing the camel as a beast of burden. "So we camped late at night," he resumed, in a relieved tone, "and this friend of yours cleared off early in the morning. He wasn't interested in anything but the Diamantina track, and I was nasty over the Gilgy, so we didn't yarn much. However, that chap's no more off his head than I am. Bit odd, I dare say. But that's nothing. I often find myself a bit odd, negligent, and forgetful, and sort of imbecile, but that's a very different thing from being off your head. Why, just now, I saw your 2 horses in the paddock as I came up, and, if I was to be lagged for it, I couldn't think where I had seen them before, in fact, not till I recognized you. Want of sleep, I blame it on. Well, if I don't shift, there won't be many pickles left for my chaps. They were to boil the billy at the Ballas. Better give us another bottle." He handed Moriarty the money for the goods, and stowed them in a small flour bag. "So long, boys, see you again some day." And the imbecile stranger trailed his 4-inch spurs from our presence. "Do you know him, Moriarty?" I asked. "I can't say I do," replied the storekeeper. "One day, last winter, I happened to be out at the main road when he passed with 400 head of fats. And somehow I knew that his name was Spooner. Never saw him again till now. But how about Nosy Alf, wasn't I right for once, and weren't you wrong for once?" "So it appears," I replied. "But you haven't told me how you worked the scandal." "You were sitting with your backs against the wall, go on." "Sitting with our backs against the wall," repeated my agent complacently. "Well, we began to talk about the jealousy there was amongst the station chaps on account of Jack the Shellback being picked to take Nosy's place. And from that we got round to gossip about you stopping with Nosy the evening you left here, and wondering how you got on together, being queer in different ways. Then the conversation settled down on you, and we even quoted a remark Mrs. Butsart had made about you, only a couple of hours before. She had said that, though you were such a wonderful talker, you were surprisingly reticent respecting your own former life, and your family connections, and the place you came from. We commented on this remark, and laughed a bit, not at you, but at her. Clever engineering, wasn't it? Not unless she was in her room, with her ear against the wall. Trust her, replied my ambassador confidently. She saw us sitting down as she went across the yard, and we counted on her. We knew her meanness in the matter of listening. Don't say meanness, I remonstrated. I must take her part there. You can't judge even a high-minded woman by the standard of a moderately mean man, in this particular phase of character. Our deepest student of human nature makes his favorite Beatrice, on receiving a hint, run down the garden like a lapwing, to do a bit of deliberate eavesdropping. Whilst her masculine counterpart, Benedick, has to hear his share of the disclosure inadvertently and reluctantly. Similarly, in Love's Labour Lost, when the misdelivered letter is handed to Lord Boyet to read, he says, "This letter is mistook, it importeth none here. It is writ to Jaconetta." That, of course, settles the matter in his mind, but the princess, true to her sex, says eagerly, and with a perfectly clear conscience, "We will read it, I swear. Break the neck of the wax, and let every one give ear. Don't let us judge women by our standard here, for we can't afford to be judged by their standard in some other." Hear, hear. Loud applause, much laughter, interrupted the delegate flippantly. Well, we were yarning and laughing over Mrs. Butsart's simplicity. And it came out that Nelson and Mooney knew there was some reason why you daren't go back to where you were known, but they had never heard the story. So I put them on their honor, and told them the whole affair. How did the story run? I asked. My vicar repeated it. Which is more than I can do. Well, that ought to drum me out of her esteem, I remarked, with the feeling of a man respite on the scaffold. And it hangs together fairly well for a fabrication. But I'm honestly sorry to have been forced to put such an office on you, Moriarty. Indeed, I wonder how you could have the nerve to tell such a yarn in a woman's hearing. Friendship, old man, replied my factor warmly. But it ain't a fabrication. I found I couldn't invent anything with the proper ring of truth about it. So, the evening before the disclosure, when Jack the Shellback was in the store getting some things to take out with him, I asked him what was the most blackguardly prank he ever got off with. And that was the yarn he told me. Of course, I altered it a bit to suit you. And Mrs. Butsart believes it? I queried hopefully. I don't see what else she can do, considering the way the thing came off. She would have to be like one of the ancient prophets. And you think it has the proper effect? No effect at all, replied the nuncio decidedly. Her manner's just the same when she hears you talked about promiscuously. And she doesn't take it any way ill to overhear a quiet joke about the thing that's supposed to be coming off sometime soon. It's a failure so far as that goes. Certain as life. Well, Moriarty, if dishonor has no effect, we must try disgrace. Why, they're the same. You better go back to school, Collins. They're entirely independent of each other, if you insist on bringing me back to school, to waste my time over one barren pupil. Poverty, for instance, is disgrace without dishonor. Michelangeleship is dishonor without disgrace. In cases like mine, the dishonor lies in the fact, and the disgrace in the publicity. You must set the whole station commenting on your scandal. That's just what the whole station is doing at the present time, replied my legate unctuously. Surprising how these things spread of themselves, when they're once fairly started. And everybody believes the yarn, bar Mooney, and Nelson, and myself. And you can depend your life on us to keep it jigging. No, I'm wrong, Montgomery's got the inside crook on us. Montgomery, said I inquiringly. Yes. I got a fright over that, explained the diplomatist. The other morning, I was at some correspondence here, and I heard a quick step, and when I looked up, who should I see but Montgomery, as black as thunder. Moriarty, says he, in a voice that made me jump. What is this story I hear of Collins? Now, no shuffling, says he, I've traced it home to you, and I want your authority. I always looked upon Collins as a decent sort of oddity, says he, and I'm determined to sift this matter thoroughly. Frightened me out of a year's growth. Moriarty paused, and drew a long breath. Well, said I, hazily, wondering whether this piteous wreckage of plot was owing to some defect in my own strategy, or to bad lieutenantry in the working out. So I had to make a clean breast of it, continued the plenipotentiary, in a reluctant and apologetic tone. No use talking. It was impossible to stand to the yarn, when Montgomery's eye was on me, let alone being taken by surprise. It was dragged from me by a sort of hypodermic influence. And all the fun seemed to have died out of it, till it sounded mean and small and unmanly. Yes. I had to tell him the fix you were in, and the commission you had given me, and everything from first to last, bar that infernal wager. Well, you know, Montgomery never laughs. But I saw his face twitching, once or twice, and before I had done, he wheeled round and stood looking out of the door, as if I wasn't worth listening to. Then he went away, coughing fit to break his neck. I may thank him for being treed, in the first place. And he knows it, I remarked, with a sourness which appears pardonable even at this distance of time. What had he got to do with it? Asked Moriarty. How the tempest does fugit, I replied. For the midday bell was ringing at the hut. Best sound since breakfast time, said Moriarty, rising. Come on to lunch. As we left the store, half a dozen representatives of the lower classes were stringing in from different directions toward the hut. To attend to the most ancient and eminent of human institutions, the institution which predicates and affirms the brotherhood of our race as positively, and, to the philosophic mind, as touchingly, as death itself. Being recognized and remembered by the aristocrat who forgets his own personal dirt origin and dirt destination, by the woman who forgets the date of her birth, by the friend who forgets the insulting language he used to you when he was under the influence, and by the boy who forgets his catechism. The meal signal is the real Duc Dame, Duc Dame, Duc Dame. The Greek invocation which calls fools into a circle as surely as wise men, for neither folly nor wisdom is proof against its spell. Just then, two swagmen on foot came into the yard, and approached Moriarty and me. I fixed my bell-topper, adjusted my specs, and assumed my stately pipe, whilst my soul went forth in psalms of thanksgiving. Here was the true key to the Wilcannia shower. Here was the underside of my imagined precaution against ophthalmia. Here was the hidden purpose of that repetitional picking and sorting of the hawker's stock which had left Jack the Shellback his Hobson's choice in coats. Here was a Wesleyan converging of the whole vast order of the universe toward the happiest issue. For here was Tom Armstrong at last. And I stood prepared to force a temporary renewal, albeit for double the original amount, of the bill, drawn by me on the royal inevitable, and now about to be presented by the legitimate holder. Is the bows at hame? Asked the holder briskly, turning first to Moriarty and then to me. Losh! It's no tam callum. He swung his swag to the ground, and extended his hand. Monies the thocht had o ye, mun. Ma certy, a kent will we wad forgather ir lang. An, hurry ye farin, sign. Excellent, faith, of the chameleon's dish, I replied, with winning politeness, and a hearty hand-grip, though I felt like a man in the act of parrying a rifle bullet. I have a wretched memory for faces, yet yours seems familiar, and I'm certain I've heard your voice before. Pardon me if I ask your name? Tam Armstrong, replied my creditor, in an altered tone. Now, where have we met before? I pondered. Armstrong? I know several of the name in Riverina, and several in Victoria. Wait a moment, did we meet at the Caledonian Sports, in Echuca, 2 years ago, past? No. Well, perhaps, yes, didn't we have a drink together, at Ivanhoe, 3 or 4 months ago? Od sink tea, muttered the honest fellow, in vexation, a thocht ye was een tam Callum, frae Selkirkshire. I'm a Victorian myself, and my people are Irish, I remarked gently. But my name's Collins, I continued, brightening up, and Collins sounds something like Callum. Ye no be the mon I thocht ye was, replied Tam decidedly, and the unconscious double meaning of his words sank into my heart. Bit hae ye a nithing te day white Runnymede? No. I'm only a caller, like yourself. Moriarty, here, is the storekeeper. Ye want ony Hans? Continued Tam, addressing Moriarty. I think we do, replied the young fellow, moving toward the barracks. The boss was saying there was a few burrs that would have to be looked after at once. Call again in the evening, and see him. Yon wad fit myson like auld breeks, persisted Tam, bit am tak kin thocht o an raw here. Puir bodies six nae fit for sick work, and a mauna pert why, him the no-o. And ye henna onathan fur by Birketin, we mon gang further ava. He resumed his swag. I made a sign, perceptible only to Moriarty, and the latter hesitated a moment. By virtue of a fine tradition, or unwritten law, handed down from the time of Montgomery's father, a subaltern officer of Runnymede had power to send any decent-looking swagman, or a couple of them, for that matter, to the hut for a feed. Certain conditions, however, had formulated themselves around this prerogative. First, the stranger must of necessity be a decent-looking man. Second, he must be within the precincts of the homestead at the ringing of the bell. Third, the officer must walk down to the hut with him, as a testimony. Fourth, no particular sub must make a trade of it. The prerogative was something like one enjoyed by abbots, and other ecclesiastical dignitaries, in the ages of faith. Namely, the right to extend the jurisdiction and protection of the Church over any secular prisoner accidentally met on his way to execution, a prerogative, the existence of which depended on its not being abused. And though Moriarty was only on the commissariat, and was therefore unmercifully sat on by the vulgar whenever he presumed to give orders, he held this right through a series of forerunners extending back to the time when Montgomery I had been his own storekeeper. Don't you believe the yarns your enthusiast tells of the squatter's free and easy hospitality toward the swagman? Such things were, and are. But I wouldn't advise you to count upon the institution as a neat and easy escape from the Adamic penalty. You might fall in. Hence Moriarty's personal reluctance in the matter was perfectly natural. The meal at the hut and the pannikin of dust at the store are two widely different things. But a faithful and exhaustive inquiry into the ethics of station hospitality would fill many pages, for the question has more than one aspect. Go down to the hut, and have some dinner, said Moriarty, turning back, and we preceded the two men on their way. Can you make room for these chaps, Matt? He asked, looking into the hut. The cook growled assent, and the two strangers took their places at the table. Scotty thought he knew you, observed Moriarty, with characteristic profundity, as we turned again toward the barracks. The remark broke a spell that was coming over me. And I thought I knew his mate, though I can't manage to locate him, I replied. But, as I was telling Scotty, I have the worst memory in the world for faces. Aye, that poor wreck wouldn't fetch much in the yard, remarked Moriarty, referring to Tam's mate. When a fellow comes to his state, he ought to be turned out for the summer in a swamp paddock, with the leeches on his legs, then you ought to sell him to Cobb and Company, to get the last kick out of him. Or else poleaxe the beggar. Very good system, Moriarty. Apply it to yourself also. You're not dead yet. But I'll never come to that state of affairs. Assuredly you will, sonny, just for the remark you've made. But I'd like to see that fellow again. Go on to the barracks, I'll be after you in 2 minutes. Confused identity seemed to be in the air. Had I seen that weary-looking figure, and that weather-worn face, before? I couldn't determine. And I can't determine now, but the question has nothing to do with this record. At all events, impelled partly by a desire to have another look at the man, and partly, perhaps, by a morbid longing to flaunt myself before Tam, I grandly dipped my lofty bell-topper under the doorway of the hut, and, without removing it, helped myself to a pannikin of tea from the bucket by the hearth, and sat down opposite the silent swagman. Farther along the table, Tam was already breast-deep in the stream of conversation. In answer to some question, he was replying that he had been only 12 months in the colonies. "And what part of the land o' cakes are you from?" I asked, wantonly, but civilly. "Am frae Dumfriesshire, frae a spot they ca Ecclefechan," he replied complacently. "Bit, dil tact, what guard ye jealous was a Scotsman?" "What the Sheol was the name o' that ADJ place you come from?" asked the station bullock driver, with interest. "Ecclefechan. Nobody's got any business to come from a place with sich a ADJ name." "And wha for no?" demanded Tam sternly. "Hod te yse hae ony siccan a historic name in year ein domd kintra. G ken wha, fur by myson, was born in Ecclefechan sign? Vinna fash yersel aboot." "I say, Scotty," interposed Toby, "Ecclefechan's the place where they eat brose, ain't it?" "Ale hod nae discussion why, the product, o, half a dozen generations, o, slavery," replied Tam haughtily. "A dinna attribute ony blame te year ein sell, laddie. Bit ye canna oricam the curse o' Canaan. Cripes. Do you take me for a ADJ, mulatter?" growled the descendant of 1,000 kings. "Why, properly speaking, I own this here, ADJ. Country, as fur as the eye can reach. Odi, ye puir, glaikit, mislert remlet o, a perishin race," retorted Tam, ye know the mare unsicker? Ye know furt yse ablin see yon day jin yse thol war fair near o wamefu o good bros? Ha! "Oh, speak English, you, ADJ, Bobby Hunter," muttered HRH. "Why, they're a cut above bros in China, ain't they, Sling?" "Eaty lice in China," replied the gardener, with national pride. "Plenty lice, good cookie, welly ni dot. By gummies. High seed the time hide, stop your jorin, Dave," said a quavering voice, dominating some argument at the other end of the table. "High seed me fightin' in a sore pit fr 2 hours and 17 minutes, by the watch, and fetched 'ome in a bar. Now what's the hupshot? Did High say, look hout. We'll get hit to rights? But you, ADV. Well thought we'd get rain," persisted the old man's antagonist, an open-mouthed, fresh-faced rouseabout, who was just undergoing that colonizing process so much dreaded by mothers and deplored by the clergy. "Ow, the fourfold expletive, do you undertake to know what High thort? But what wore the hupshot? Look hout, ses High, we'll get hit to rights. And did we, or did we not? Straight, now, Dave? You're like Cassandra, Jack," I observed, to fill up the pause which marked Dave's discomfiture. "That bloke as spoke loss, 'e's got more hunder, is at nor a 600 and a fotihaker paddock full o' sich sudgy specimens as you fellers," said the old man impressively. "Which you knows hanythink about Cassandra? Hin, 26 hit war, and hit seems like loss week. High druv ol Major Learm th to them races, High did. And when the Aussies comes hin, looks rune and ses to, is labor, stannin' aside the carriage, Cassandra fust, sese, and the rest no weirs, sese. Now what's the hupshot? Collings'll see the day. Them's old Jack Goldsmith's words, and geez you mark 'em. Collings'll see the day. Yes, Dave," continued the heart of the old man to the psalmist. "High won 10 bob on Cassandra that day, and 10 bob wore 10 bob them times, etc., etc." All this while, I had been observing the silent swagman, who seemed to grow uneasy under my notice. I was remarking to a friend just now that I fancied I had seen you before, I explained. Well, they ain't actually sore, so much as sort o' dazzly and dim, replied the man, in evident relief. I been tryin' mostly everything this last 4 year, but I got better hopes now nor ever I had before. A boundary man he give me a little bottle o' stuff the other day. And, it seems to be about the correct thing. Just feels like a spoonful o' red-hot ashes in your eye, and if a drop falls outside, it tums your skin black. That ought to cut away the sort o' glassy phlegm off o' the optic nerve. No, you want none of these burning quack remedies. You want 3 months' careful treatment. I ain't denying it, interrupted the man, sadly and sullenly. And I don't thank Tom for bein' so fast, he continued, raising his voice in attempted anger. He ain't the man I took him for, and I'm sayin' it to his face. The general conversation dropped, and Tam, pannikin in hand, rose and advanced to his mate's side. "And wha is ye're sayin' till ma face, an' raw?" he asked loudly, but with gentleness and commiseration. "Puir body's haired o' hearin'," he explained to the company. "I'm sayin' you'd no right to go blurtin' out about a man gittin' a stretch for a thing o' that sort. Seems like as if there was a job for one of us on this station, and you was talkin' a mean advantage to collar it. It ain't like you. Odie, wisht. Ye puir throward body," interrupted Tam hastily. "You might, went about it a bit more manly," continued the other, with the querulousness of a sick child. "I don't deny I done 3 months, but so help. Wisht. Ye daft. So help me God, I never deserved it. I knowed no more about it nor the babe unborn, till I got it off o' the bobby that nabbed me. But how could you, ADJ? Well, get 3 months for a thing you, ADJ, well knew nothing about?" asked the catechumen rouseabout. Henceforth, the reader will have to supply from his own imagination the clumsy and misplaced expletive which preceded each verb used by this young fellow. "Ye moight foin it dang acy yerself, Dave," observed a middle-aged diner significantly. "I been a misfortunate man, there's no denying," continued the swagman. "But I never done a injury to nobody in my life, so fur as I'm aware about." "What did he get the 3 months for?" asked Dave, turning to Tam. "Gin ye spear onathin, frae me," replied Carlyle's townie, after slowly surveying his questioner from head to foot, "a mon inform ye a ken Nathan bit good o' anraw. An' a hay warkit why him mair near far minth. Deed, the puir body tax or muckle thocht fur ithers, and disna spare himsel ava. A ken Nathan a boot yon 3 minth. Yon's atween anraw an's macker, an ale nae jidge onybody, sin, we mauna be judget by ane wha jidgeth uprightly. Bit as langs a hay a pickle siller, andral no want." And Tam returned to his seat. "What would I want of burnin' a stack?" remonstrated Andrew, blinking defiantly round the table. "Tell you how it come. Hold on a minute." He went to the bucket, and refilled his pannikin. "It was this way, I was just startin' to thatch a new haystack for 2 old bosses o' mine, on the Vic. Side o' the Murray, when up comes a trooper. 'What's your name?' says he. 'Andrew Glover,' says I. 'Well, Andrew Glover, you're my prisoner, charged with burnin' a stack,' says he. 'I must fetch you along,' says he. So he gives me the usual warning, and walks me off to the logs." "And how did it go?" shouted Dave, who had shifted his pannikin and plate to Andrew's side. "Well, the court day it come roon. And when my case was called, the prosecutor he steps down off the bench, and gives evidence. And I found him sayin' somethin' about not wantin' to press the charge, and there was a bit of a confab. And then I found the bench a skin me if I'd sooner be dealt with summary, or be kep' for the sessions, and I said summary by all means, so they give me 3 months. "What was the prosecutor's name?" shouted Dave. "Waterman." So called because he opens the carriage doors, I remarked involuntarily. Do you know him, Collins? Persisted Dave. I neither know him nor do I feel any aching void in consequence, I replied, pointedly interpolating, in two places, the quidnuncs flowers of speech. How did the evidence go, mate? Asked the young fellow greedily. How did the evidence go? Oh yes. Well, I'm a bit hard hearin', I dunno if you notice it on me, but I am, and sometimes I'm worse nor other times. So I didn't catch most what went on, and the prosecutor he was a good bit off me, and there was a sort echo. But I found one the magistrate sayin', quite so, Mr. Waterman, quite so, Mr. Waterman, every now and again, and I was on'y too glad to get off with 3 months. I'd got 12, if I'd been remanded for a proper trial. The jailer told me after, he told me this Waterman come out real manly. Seems, he got the charge altered to careless use fire. So I can't help giving him credit, in a manner speakin'. But, so help me God, I never burned no stack. Did you know this Waterman? Interrogated Dave. Was you ever on his place? Well, yes. I was on his place, a-skin him for work, as it might be this mornin', and he give me rats for campin', so near his place, as it might be last night. Seems, it was next mornin' his stack was burnt, just after sunrise. But, so help me God, I never done it. ADJ, shaky sort yarn, commented the bullock driver, in grave pity. Let it drop, Dave. Divil a shaky, interposed the Han member for Tipperary. Ara, FWY would the chap call on the deity? Fishpur, did ye ever find justice in a court? Be me sowl, I'd take the man's word agin all the courts in Australia. And more betoken, divil blashed the blame I'd blame him for streakin' a match, when druv to that same. Justice ISS, ADJ, goot, May's revanche ISS, ADJ, bat, remarked another foreigner, a contractor's cook, who had come to the homestead for a supply of rations. Vir ISS de, ADJ, von. Vir is de, ADJ, otra. All mix, De consideration ISS, I not know that you will call him on English, mais vi will call him on French, ADJ, complicat. Much the same in English, Theophile, I observed. You will barn de, ADJ, snack, continued Theophile, turning politely to me, you will call him justice, mineself, I will call him revanche. Mineself, I will not barn de, ADJ, snack, I will be too, ADJ, flash. I will go to, Sheol. Not for your principles, Theophile, I replied, with a courteous inclination of my bell-topper. Course, it's all in a man's lifetime, pursued Andrew resignedly. Same time, it seems sort of hard lines when a man's shoved in the logs for the best 3 months in the year for a thing he never done. Sides, I was on for a good long job with 2 as decent a fellers as you'd meet in a day's walk. I'd met one them 10 mile up the river, as it might be this afternoon. And the fire it took place as it might be tomorrow mornin'. But where was you when the fire broke out, that's the question, demanded Dave, with a pleasant side glance round the table. You'll be bumpin' up agin a snag some these times, young feller, muttered the bullock driver. I was only a-skin him where he was when the fire broke out, protested somebody's darling. Then in a louder voice he repeated his question. Dunno. Somewhere close handy, replied the swagman hopelessly. Anyhow, I never done it. Well, then, I'd just got well started to work on Monday mornin', when up comes the bobby, and grabs me. S'pose you'll have to go, says the missus, for the bosses was both away at another place they got. S'pose so, says I, better take my swag with me anyhow. Course, by the time my 3 months was up, things was at the slackest, and I couldn't go straight back to a decent place, and me fresh out chokey. Fact, I can't go back to that district no more. But as luck would have it, I runs but agin the very man I'd ratherest meet of anybody in the country. The swagman paused, and slowly turned toward me, in evident trouble of mind. He didn't tell you two blokes I was logged for stack burnin'? And the poor fellow's flickering eyes sought my face appealingly. Indeed he didn't, mate. Why, you let the cat out of the bag yourself, exclaimed Dave triumphantly. Then the conversation took a more general turn. By this time, I had provisionally accounted for my vaguely fancied recognition of the man. With the circumspection of a seasoned speculatist, I had bracketed two independent hypotheses, either of which would supply a satisfactory solution. One of these simply attributed the whole matter to unconscious cerebration. But here a question arose: if one half of my brain had been more alert than its duplicate when the object first presented itself, so that the observation of the vigilant half instantaneously appeared as an intangible memory to the judgment of the apathetic half, it still remained to be determined which of the halves might be said to be in a normal condition. Was one half unduly and wastefully excited, or was the other half unhealthily dormant? The thing would have to be seen into, at some fitting time. But this hypothesis of unconscious cerebration seemed scarcely as satisfactory as the other, namely, that, having at a former time heard terrible Tommy mention the name of Andrew Glover, my educated instinct of nomenology, rising to the very acme of efficiency, had accurately, though unconsciously, snapshot a corresponding apparition on the retina of my mind's eye. Then there were lessons to be gathered from Tom Armstrong's prompt acceptance of such alibi evidence, touching myself, as would have merely tended to unfathomable speculations on metempsychosis in an ether-poised Hamlet mind. Tom, though crushing for a couple of ounces, was one of your practical, decided, cocksure men. Guided by unweighed, unanalyzed phenomena, and governed by conviction alone, the latter being based simply, though solidly, upon itself. These men are deaf to the symphony of the silences, blind to the horizonless areas of the unknown, unresponsive to the touch of the impalpable, oblivious to the machinery of the moral universe, in a word, indifferent to the mysterious motive of nature's all-pervading soul. In such mental organisms, opinion, once deflected tangentially from the central truth, acquires an independent and stubborn orbit of its own. But the absolute truth is so large, and human opinion so small, that the latter cannot get away altogether, however eccentric its course may be. Indeed, the more elongated the orbit of error, the greater chance of its being swallowed up by the scorching truth, on its return trip. In the present instance, my own ready cooperation with a marvelously conducive providential legislation had been sufficient unto the deflection of Tom's opinion. And I was content to let the still impending collision take thought for itself, particularly as Mrs. Butsart's conjunction was just about falling due. Then I rose to go. Here, mate, said I, fearlessly removing my clouded glasses, and handing them, with their case, to Andrew. You'll find the advantage of these. There was no trace of recognition in Tom's look of gratitude as his eyes rested on my face. But I sighed to reflect that he was still looking out for the tracks of that miserable impostor from the Braes o' Yarra. Now I had to enact the cynic philosopher to Moriarty and Butler, and the aristocratic man with a past to Mrs. Butsart, with the satisfaction of knowing that each of these was acting a part to me. Such is life, my fellow mummers, just like a poor player, that bluffs and feints his hour upon the stage, and then cheapens down to mere nonentity. But let me not hear any small witticism to the further effect that its story is a tale told by a vulgarian, full of slang and blanquille, signifying nothing.